The story begins in the still of the night. Amidst the silence, a strange sound echoes. Whether it is the biting cold wind of the late night, the moonlight peeks through the high clouds, or even the senses of a seasoned assassin, they all whisper. At this moment, a knight is kneeling, bowing his head before someone. Once again, doing very well. He looks up slightly, then bows his head again, gratefully saying, "Thank you." Lord Derose. The stern man standing before him is Derose Robert. With long, flowing hair, a cold and mysterious demeanor that makes others wary. The voice in the knight's head continues. They say he will die at the hands of this man tonight. Derose gently tells the knight, who is bowing before him, that he has shown results worthy of his position as a shadow soldier. Thanks to your efforts, our family has made tremendous progress. The knight humbly replies, I am just doing what I need to do. My lord, this knight's name is John. And Lord Derose looks at him with a knowing smile. I am really curious about that, John. His gaze fixed intently on John's shadow cast on the ground. Asks cryptically, do you believe a shadow needs freedom? But John, being clever, quickly understands Derose's meaning, responding clearly while maintaining his bow. We shadows only need to carry out our master's orders. In us, there is no such thing as thought, emotion, or heart. Derose is pleased, praising him. Good. So you know well. Derose looks at John again, whispering, as if you know that. The gentle demeanor he had until now suddenly disappears. Derose's face darkens, his eyes shining fiercely. The atmosphere around them becomes more ominous. He begins to interrogate John. Then why did you dare to act on your own? He looks at John with a mad gaze. How could you escape from being brainwashed? John also feels terrified, silently thinking, how does he know about that? What is the issue they are discussing? What is the story? And what is brainwashing? John suddenly remembers. Painful memories vividly flash in his mind. How the Robert family conducts their assassination operations. The way Derose carries this out is by abducting or trafficking children. Not only that, he also does much worse, turning them into assassins who would devote their lives to carrying out dirty work for the Robert family. In other words, they raise loyal dogs for the family. John was also an unfortunate child who fell into his hands. I was also brainwashed, but thanks to a chance encounter on one of my missions, I was able to break free from the chains that bound me. John never expected Derose would discover this. He briefly thought, but how could he know I am no longer brainwashed? He asked directly, not speculating anymore. How did you know that? My lord, Derose slowly explains, absent-mindedly twirling two fingers. Among all the assassins, including you, there are two chains that bind you. The first is brainwashing, which somehow you managed to escape from. Then he snaps his fingers, his tone decisive. And the second one, suddenly, he attacks John directly, raising his voice. Is this? Blood instantly spurts out. John stares in shock, unable to react. After a few seconds, he screams in pain. John's hand clutches himself. What? What is this pain? It feels like my heart is being sawed apart. Derose laughs with satisfaction, contrasting with John's agony. He casually says, ignoring John writhing in pain, that is the anger parasite. Derose explains calmly. A parasite has been implanted in your body. It is still following my orders and is gradually corroding your heart. John is horrified by this cruel act of Derose. The worst parasite can even read the emotions of a slave. Derose hears that, smirking. Just brainwashing alone is not enough for you. You have to eat the anger parasite too. Even after doing such things, you still pretend to be righteous and noble. You are truly despicable. Derose remains calm, speaking arrogantly. That is called being cautious, not despicable. Do not forget, you managed to escape being brainwashed. He arrogantly declares his philosophy of life. People say everyone wears a mask. It is just that my mask is a bit thicker and more special than others. John can't think of anything else. He only knows that his greatest enemy in life is him. He embeds the name Derose Robert deep in his mind. That painful past suddenly rushes back. I was abducted at an age where I can barely remember anything. The days with that guy, John can never forget. He recalls. Then being raised as a hunting dog and assassin for the Robert family. Even after becoming a shadow soldier, I lived without a heart or feelings. The turning point in John's life began. But thanks to a fortunate encounter, I learned a technique called Fire Ring. And that technique proved to be a special ability of the strongest swordsman of the continent long ago, which helped me escape brainwashing. John wanders in memories. I thought I could finally escape the shadows and dream of freedom. Finally, I had hope. The rage made him scream in despair. Yet why is the thing waiting for me at the end of the road, death, instead of freedom? John continues to lament, His body lies sprawled on the ground. But his mind is still bound by so many things. What crime have I committed? Why must I die so meaninglessly? The more John thinks, the angrier he becomes. The resentment in his heart grows. He grits his teeth. His hand clenches into a fist, slamming down on the ground. Damn it. I can't let everything end like this. The little willpower left helps John get back up. He is determined. If I am going to die here anyway. Dairos is a bit startled to see John stand up. He immediately realizes, how could you stand in that condition? John does not care about that annoying question. He pushes his hands against the ground, ready to attack, constantly encouraging himself. If my end is like this, John grits his teeth, his eyes shining, telling himself, I will take his hand, or at least injure him before I die. In the still of the night, John screams powerfully. He shouts silently, I will not die a miserable death. His whole body rushes toward Dairos. He seems calm, not moving at all. Standing still, John's eyes are only on Dairos, his enemy. But his injured body is not fit to confront a cold-blooded man like Dairos. He strikes decisively, blood splattering everywhere. John collapses on the cold ground again, his eyes wide open, gasping for breath. Dairos stands watching him lie there gasping, but Dairos's gaze towards John is somewhat different. He is surprised. Even if he took that blow, Dairos turns his back to leave. But in his mind, he still thinks of John, even if it is just a fleeting thought. But he not only escaped being brainwashed, he could also endure the pain from the anger parasite, and has been attacked for how long now? He looks at his bloodied hand. How many years has it been since I was last injured? Bitten by a hunting dog I trained. It is unbelievable, Dairos lightly mutters to himself. But now I do not need to worry about him anymore because he is dead. Then he orders his subordinates, take care of him. John still gazes intently at Dairos's retreating figure. Dairos is considered one of the strongest warriors across the continent. John comforts himself. Losing is an evil that must happen. Surely the strong prevail while I am weak. How can I resist? Yet, John's eyes continue to look ahead. But I will not accept it. The specter of the past rushes back. I regret living this life for no reason. Another specter is Dairos. He prevents me from leaving in peace. I regret letting this man toy with me my whole life. The greatest rage binds John. He exclaims, and I deeply regret not being able to complete the fire ring. Prayers begin to resonate. Whether it is a god or even a demon, anyone will do. So please, John is earnestly pleading, do something, and give me a chance to take revenge on Dairos. The badge on John's chest suddenly shines. A strange phenomenon occurs. You have been chosen by anger. Anger will enter your body, the body that has died. Fault. After the bloody night filled with hatred, the sun rises again. Warm sunlight fills the space. A gentle voice calls. The sunlight. That gentle sound belongs to this beautiful girl. The sunlight. Look. Mom's sunlight. The baby in the crib raises its tiny hand, babbling. His mother chuckles. Good. Now what is this? The baby surprisingly responds immediately. The mother hugs the baby tightly, her face sparkling, her eyes filled with happiness. Oh my lovely sunlight. Who do you look like? That is so cute. But this baby seems to be anything but ordinary. It looks at its mother, pondering like an adult. I still can't get used to this. The woman holding me is Sylvia. Sylvia gently lifts her child. The boy thinks, I still can't believe it. She still smiles brightly, calling out. The baby gazes intently at his mother. Without a doubt, John is in this form. I have been reincarnated as the child of this woman, John recalls. Even though he still retains memories from his previous life as an assassin, when he opens his eyes, John is extremely bewildered. At first, I thought this was a dream and slept for 100 days. Why have not I woken up yet? However, no matter how much I sleep, ultimately, I accepted the reality that I have been reborn. Sylvia holds John in her arms, observing the scenery outside. The weather is also really nice today. My child. Sylvia gazes into the distance, hoping that Lord will return soon. She says with hope, then he will be able to give me a beautiful name. John looks at his mother, his gaze slightly sad. Also a bit strange when being called by a name, John briefly thinks. Without even meeting his child for 100 days. He must be very busy. Thinking so, he begins to babble to please his mother. The place John lives now is a vast, magnificent space. Just glancing at it already exudes wealth and luxury. John thinks, I still can't explore much after being reborn. But at least I know this is a fairly wealthy family from the upper class. Even the bedroom is decorated extravagantly, splendidly. Completely different from the gloomy scenery in John's previous life. If I could be reborn into a powerful and wealthy family, it would be better than a mediocre one. But even though I live in love and abundance now, John still yearns for what he desired back then. He tells himself, being reborn into this wealthy life is good because I need to take revenge. John has never forgotten Dairos' ruthless face. One thing I still clearly remember is the anger and hatred I felt in my heart before I died. But I need to persevere. Being reborn but in the form of a child. John basically has not done much, as he has only been accustomed to staying in this room. I do not know where this is. I do not know what my position is, or what situation I am in. Baby John reflects. Moreover, since I have not perfected the fire ring technique, I have to endure. In my previous life, I was called the greatest assassin of the Robert family. Now, lucky to be reborn, John only lives for one purpose: to wait for the day I can take revenge on Dairos. John must try his best. I can suppress my emotions and desires until the timing is right. Baby John looks around curiously. But this only makes me more curious. The brightness and size of this mansion surpasses that of the upper class. Crack. John's gaze is fixed on something. Sylvia's maid, Helen, rushes in. Lady Sylvia. She stands at the entrance of the room, shouting loudly, "The Lord is coming back." Sylvia is startled, stammering, "Father. Father is..." John is surprised. "Father? Does that mean the Lord is my grandfather?" Sylvia also becomes flustered. "What should we prepare?" Helen then interrupts. "It is too late. He is already at the door," she exclaims. "Oh no." Sylvia's face clearly shows worry. Both she and Helen look towards the door. John also curiously looks over. Then astonished. What the hell? What is this presence? From outside the door, 3 figures silently enter, announcing the return of the Lord. The Lord's footsteps are heavy and powerful, to convey this pressure just by his presence. He has golden hair, a tall, strong build. John looks immediately at him, mumbling, "Father." The more he looks, the more shocked John becomes. It can be. If I am not mistaken, this person is... Sylvia only knows fear. Stammering, "Father. Father." He does not ask anything before bluntly asking, "Is this the boy?" John stares at the Lord. He rummages through his memories. A middle-aged man with hair shining like sunlight, eyes burning bright red like fire, and a face colder than ice. The head of the greatest family on the continent. The annihilator of the Northern Kingdom. Glenn Zigart. Glenn looks at John with a somewhat serious gaze. Faintly, as if somehow, John looks up at his grandfather with wide eyes. Inside him, joy wells up. I have been reborn into the strongest family on the continent. Is that... John thinks to himself. A troublesome fate. Lord Glenn picks up the baby, saying, "From today onwards, the boy's name is John. Just like his name. Live quietly, and exist silently like a shadow, as if you are not here." John stops looking at his grandfather. After crossing life and death, I also have a new name. After speaking, he turns and leaves. John happily murmurs the new name. John. The night has grown late. Seeing the stillness around, John guesses. They must be asleep by now. He sits up, his tiny, adorable figure contrasting sharply with the previous gloomy demeanor. Truly 100 days of despair. But now I have a chance. The body merges as one with the baby, so his habits are also like a baby. John thinks to himself. Every now and then I suddenly feel sleepy. John recalls. And whenever he wakes up, Sylvia is always by his side. I can't even control mana or anything. At least I feel relieved that I can sleep alone in this place. But the remaining willpower helps John sit up again. Alright, let us begin. He begins to practice again. Fire ring. Condense. The sacred space of the mountains appears in his mind. Usually, practicing mana requires breathing to allow mana from nature and aura to gather in the core. Fire ring obtained through special catalysts is different. John focuses intensely, like a wizard creating a mana circle. It should create a circle around the heart. This helps enhance endurance and stimulate the body's development while also elevating the will and resonance of mana. Therefore, this method allows one to acquire ideal conditions to become a warrior. The more John thinks about it, the more excited he feels. That is the supreme technique. He is very confident in his path. There is another advantage that even a genius like Dairos cannot detect whether the fire ring exists or not. Thus, John commits to training. Above all, if I train my body and mind using the fire ring, John, although in a different form, still thinks the same way and transforms Jiget's sword technique into his own. Thinking of this, John is very happy. The revenge against Dairos Robert will no longer be in vain. Then he looks back at his tiny body now. Perhaps due to this body structure, my mana flow feels cold. This is why my entire body remains cold even if I sleep for 20 hours or more. Baby John closes his eyes again, focusing his spirit. Is it a mana blockage? Or is it in the cold? But in this, if I continue like this, I will die from the cold blocking my magic flow. He tells himself, I need to clear the blockage with the fire ring. On the other hand, If I throw away this chilling cold, it would be a pity. I will combine it with the fire energy in my body and always channel them on the wild grass in the forest. The rustling sound occasionally echoes. John silently thinks. Relieved. All right. It might be a bit slow but fairly stable. Next is singing. Baby John has expressed his feelings with the grown-up John inside. John lies down. Just practicing a bit and already feels tired. Damn this weak little body. John curses. But I can tee. After a while, Baby John falls asleep. The Lord quietly watches his sleeping grandson. He gently casts a spell on his grandchild. Then he leaves. The dawn returns. Baby John crawls on the ground, his expression showing he is protesting something. Sylvia stands beside him, cheering him on. Foo-foo. Our Aaron is so cute. Crawl some more. App. In John's heart, he silently complains. Playing with this mother is exhausting. My soul is an adult, but I am forced to act like a baby. I am about to die. Sylvia finally picks John up, lovingly praising. There is nothing John can do. So cute. So cute. I would rather endure the cold. She continuously says sweet words to her child. Our cute Aaron. Just then, there is a clattering sound outside. Is Sylvia here? Hearing that, Sylvia immediately rejoices, shouting, Old man. Saint. Saint smiles broadly, his kind and holy smile just like his appearance. What saint here? Just call me the old man. John is puzzled. This person is the saint. It turns out the saint's approachable exterior is that of an influential figure. His holy powers and skills are top-notch on the continent. He is the most famous healer on the continent. But his nomadic nature makes meeting him as difficult as reaching the sky. The saint looks at Baby John. I came to discuss and visit you because I heard you just had a child. Is this one? Yep. He lifts John up, smiling gently. Golden hair and red eyes, just like her. Sylvia smiles. Yep. Are not they beautiful? The saint comments. The boy is indeed cute. Unlike Glenn. Completely different. So what is this child's name? The name. Sylvia is a bit flustered in her introduction. The boy's name is John. The saint glances sideways. Do not tell me you intentionally named him after the dark meaning. Sylvia nods. Yep. The saint looks at John, his expression slightly displeased upon hearing this name. Naming a child after darkness. What does Glenn think? John stares at the saint. He does not resemble his title at all. There must be some connection between them. Right. I have heard that the annihilator of the Northern Kingdom and the saint are friends. If that is true, the saint smiles kindly, softly saying, John, let us see this little one. He places his hand on the tiny chest. Sylvia silently observes. The saint frowns and says, the boy's condition is not good. Sylvia anxiously asks, is there something wrong with the boy? This child has been afflicted by a curse inside. He hands John back to Sylvia while briefly explaining the situation for her to understand. The boy's mana is blocked by ice fragments. And ignoring this, in the future, the boy will have difficulty becoming a swordsman. He says one sentence that darkens Sylvia's mood. If not treated, the boy will die. At this rate, he won't live long. Sylvia panics. You are lying. But the saint remains very serious. I will give you some medicine to maintain, saint. Please forgive me. Helen bows her head, announcing, the master requests your presence. I will lead the way. Once this is done, we will go. The master said to bring you immediately. The saint angrily exhales. This one still calls at the wrong time, so he now leaves. I understand. I will. John watches his figure retreat. I know. It is the ice curse. Even if I know the name, it changes nothing. A drop of water falls on Baby John's face. Do not tell me it is from the fire ring. Sylvia is crying uncontrollably, her body trembling. She looks at her precious child in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. She exclaims as if to deny all of the saint's words. That is a lie. Sylvia sobs. I can't lose my child like this. Who says my child will die? It is absurd. She hugs John tightly. I will do everything to heal you. Your mother will do whatever it takes. You cannot leave, John. Do not. John in his previous life was a child deprived of love, also trained to be a cold-blooded assassin. He has not felt love in a long time. This embrace makes John's eyes widen. What is this feeling? His heart aches. It hurts. His whole body feels tired. It hurts. In John's mind, a thought grips tightly. I do not want to see this scene. He wants to reach out to Sylvia and tell her. Do not. Baby John raises his tiny hand to wipe his mother's tears. Sylvia looks in bewilderment at her child's unexpected action. Baby John still tries to point to his mother's cheek, like all babies. John lets out his first cry. John calls out again. At this moment, Glenn and the saint are talking to each other when they hear the loud cry. Lady Sylvia. You can stop. Please. What is that noise? Helen is trying to stop Sylvia. You can tee. Sylvia charges straight into the circle where Lord Glenn is discussing business. He lazily shouts, Lady Sylvia. The master is. She breathes heavily. Looking at her father, he looks displeased. Lightly scolding. What is this rudeness? Stern gaze fixes on his daughter. This clumsy, shameful child. Sylvia suddenly kneels down. You baby. Father. She bows her head to the ground, pleading with her father. Please save John. Sylvia then desperately pleads with her father. Please. Save John, she says through sobs. You must know the boy's condition. But he means everything to me. Please. Please. Save John. Glenn responds very calmly. Surely the boy will not survive as a warrior. Why should I save a child who is of no help to the family? Sylvia tries to persuade him. Is not the child your grandson? Glenn asks sternly. The grandson you brought back after abandoning your home. He continues to utter cold and profound words. The only thing I will do is let him bear the Zegart name. Consider it a little luck I am giving him. But that is all. Hearing her father say these words, Sylvia is unwilling. She cries out. Father, Glenn coldly commands. I have nothing more to say. Take him out. Sylvia still tries to plead until the last moment. Father. Please. Please. She begs through her sobs. Please save John, even though rejected. With a mother's heart. Glenn's indifferent attitude cannot stop Sylvia from pleading for her child. She repeats. Please. John. But in the end, she is pulled out of the room. The saint watches Sylvia until the door slams shut. He sighs. Speaking to Glenn. You are still as stubborn as ever. The saint looks at his friend. Is it really that hard? Why do you act like this, when you are the one who asked me to check on your grandson? Glenn quickly brushes this topic aside, telling him, shut up. Tell me the details of the boy's condition. The saint begins to report. His 9 mana channels have been blocked by cold. The bigger he gets, the more dangerous the condition will be. The saint also knows that last night Glenn cast a spell on John. Since you delayed the cold with your aura, there should be no problem. But, your grandson will not be able to become a warrior. Glenn takes a sip of tea and says, as long as the boy is alive, it does not matter. The saint wonders. You are acting completely different from before. Surely you still love your grandson. Right. He immediately questions what he has been waiting to ask. But if you plan to do that, why name your grandson John? There are many nice names. Why that name? Glenn sighs lightly. Then he explains. John does not just mean darkness. His serious and deep expression reflects in the cup. 1,000 years ago, it had a completely opposite meaning. Inside Sylvia's mansion, she gently feeds John medicine, soothingly saying, John, this is the elixir the saint gave you. It is a bit bitter, but bear with it. Not only does John feel uncomfortable, but adults like Helen and Sylvia also feel nauseous just from the smell. John discreetly says. Sylvia looks over and sees John reaching out to be held. His sleeve. Sylvia and Helen exclaim. The boy drank it. John has endured the bitterness and drank it. Helen. Yep. Even though the medicine is very bitter for a child, surely he understands people's hearts. She hugs John tightly again, tears welling up once more. She affectionately calls her child's name. John. John looks outside, absent-mindedly thinking. It is a bit bitter, but a dose of fire attribute elixir is exactly what I need right now. The heat will push back the cold in my mana channels. Sylvia sobs again. Do you understand your mother's heart? Baby John has finally turned a new age. He can now speak clearly without stammering. Let me have more of the elixir. Time swiftly passes. It has been 2 years since I started training and taking the elixir. Baby John is now a bit bigger. He looks at his hands as they gradually gain fire energy, feeling very happy. Thanks to them, I can achieve the fire ring faster. Now, John's condition has improved a lot. His fire ring has reached 1 star. Each passing day sees John's fire ring cultivated and accumulated more. And another 2 years of diligent training pass. Baby John does many things daily. My regular schedule involves playing with Sylvia and Helen in the morning. Surely there is no child on this continent busier than me, and spending time sleeping. And at night I train. Thus, time continues to flow. And I, now 5 years old, John's abilities have significantly improved. Reaching the 2nd fire ring. Your spirit has become slightly stronger with the effects of the 2nd fire ring. His magical power has increased under the influence of the 2nd fire ring. Willpower has risen due to the 2nd fire ring. Strength has grown due to the 2nd fire ring. He smiles contentedly. The boy reads carefully, excitedly smiling. I finally did it. I created the 2nd fire ring. John fully transforms. With the 2nd fire ring, the flames now take the shape of a cross, and his mana sensitivity has increased a bit, all thanks to this notification. While immersed in research, A knock outside the door wakes him. Oh my. Master. Helen walks into the room. Have you woken up? I will take care of your clothes. John replies quickly. Yeah. Go ahead. John watches Helen working diligently. He ponders. Just as I thought. She can see this notification window. The progress update window for John has appeared since he was reborn. I have seen this window and my status since achieving the first fire ring, baby John. Back then. Was very bewildered. At first, I was not sure what it was. But with my inherent intelligence and quick wit, I quickly realized it was a convenient system that allowed me to see my status in an instant. Status window. Status. First fire ring. Frostbite. Low endurance, baby John. Seeing Helen suddenly come in, is surprised. But he observes her expression and concludes. And based on Helen's reaction then, it seems she can see these messages. John scratches his head, lost in thought. However, the status of being low and frozen still does not change even though I have reached 2 stars. If I do not take the fire attribute elixir, how hard would it be to reach 2 stars? He vaguely thinks, and not just the elixir. John reflects. Surely Sylvia, Helen, and others in the mansion have also contributed to this over the past 5 years. So their care must have helped somewhat. Helen has left, leaving only John sitting in the room with a whirlwind of thoughts in his head. The boy exhaled. Even so, I am only 5 years old. I still have plenty of time. No need to rush. It turns out since I was little, John often feels tired not because he is a baby, but because his body is cursed. The ice curse is very debilitating. And the low endurance is the reason I tire easily even with normal movements. But John quickly regains his spirit. However, the one before me was known as the best assassin. And now I also know the best training method, the fire ring. With experience as a foundation, as long as I can attain the fire ring, those poor conditions will completely disappear. Moreover, if I learn Jigis's sword techniques, I will definitely be able to kill Dyrus. But to take revenge, I also need to wait for the right timing. John is now just a 5-year-old boy, and he is aware of this. Even so, I cannot be hasty. Dyrus is a contender for the title of the strongest on the continent. Remembering that face, Sion told himself he would not be able to stand it if he got worked up about revenge this early. The number of people who could kill him could be counted on one hand. Even if it takes time, he must gradually increase his strength, so that when the opportunity arises, he can end it once and for all. Zion could only encourage himself. Then I will train a bit more. Just then, Sylvia walked in. The little one is up. The boy, Tavzon, looked at his mother with an innocent expression. Sylvia had the outfit for Sion ready in her hands. She said, "Do you remember I told you we had to go somewhere together? Change and get ready. Then let us go to the ceremony." Sion looked up slightly and asked absent-mindedly, "Is today that day?" Sion drifted off in thought. 6 kings and 5 demons had maintained a balance of power on the continent, and Exon was fortunate enough to be a part of that, as the Zigard clan, the clan I was reborn into, is one of the 6 kings. The boy, Tavzon, sat with his mother in the carriage, watching the scenery outside. The 6 kings granted blessings while the 5 demons threatened the peace. Meanwhile, other factions also had a judgment ceremony to determine who was good or evil, and today was the Zigard ceremony. Inside a room, the banquet was filled with people, mostly nobles and aristocrats chatting noisily. It had been a while, had not it? This is the first time we have met since last year's judgment ceremony. Right. It is because I was busy with missions abroad. Haha. Is there any direct lineage participating this year? Whispers were heard. They say it is the 4th son of Karun. Haha. I heard it is Sylvia. As soon as Sylvia and Jian entered, they heard some unkind words. What? Sylvia. That failure. Really? Seeing her walk in, the room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the two of them. Everyone looked at Sylvia and the boy Jian with a slightly discriminatory and distant attitude. Sylvia held tight to Jian's hand as they walked amidst the gossip. So that is Sylvia's son. Ah. The kid is still so small. I heard he is sick. The rumors must be true. How can he escape it? He inherited the blood of a failure. Should I call him the offspring of a failure? After a while, the gossiping did not stop. It is unbelievable she was allowed to set foot in here. Do we need a judgment ceremony for the child of a failure? I really hope I won't have to see them again. Seriously. The standards have really dropped. Jian felt sad about this. He had been reborn into the clan, so he could not help but feel uncomfortable with the harsh words. The direct line was mocking him a lot. Is there something I do not know? I do not care about being insulted. But both of them kept walking silently amidst the insults. She really does not know shame. Jian was stunned by this remark. The boy froze. Sylvia quickly noticed and rushed to comfort her son. It is... Jia-on. The boy looked up at his mother. Sylvia still wore a gentle smile, softly saying, "Just look at me." Jia-on understood and stopped worrying. An announcement was made. "The head of the family is coming in." Footsteps approach. Jia-on also looked up, following those footsteps. It had been a long time, probably 5 years. His grandfather, Lord Glenn, had entered. He sat regally on the golden throne in the main hall. He was indeed Jia-on's grandfather, the best assassin of the Robert clan. "Glenn Zygarde." Glenn slowly spoke. "It seems everyone is already here." Suddenly, he clapped his hands. Immediately, from above, a gigantic sword shot straight down. Jia-on looked on wide-eyed. "Is that the judgment sword?" Glenn declared. Starting the judgment ceremony, Glenn quickly signaled to his subordinates. At his signal, a sword was launched straight down. Everyone looked up. At that moment, Glenn confidently announced, "Starting the judgment ceremony." The boy Jia-on opened his eyes wide. "Is that the judgment sword? If you strike the sword, it can reveal how skilled someone is in using mana." Glenn's subordinates began to read from the list. "Let us start. The first is Burden." Jia-on. On the upper floor, a child about Jia-on's age responded loudly, "Here I." The boy Burden stepped down and touched the sword. The skull of a child whose crown was not fully formed yet. When they reach 4 years old, it begins to close and merge. After that, the ability to use mana does not change anymore. As soon as Burden touched it, the sword immediately reacted. That is why children are gathered to see how skilled they are in using mana during this judgment. Everyone saw and applauded enthusiastically. "That kid has wind attributes. Look, the sword is glowing. The quality of the boy's mana is also the best. A prodigious talent. Truly the son of Lord Charon." Glenn nodded in approval. "This attribute is not bad. Very suitable for a swordsman. You should focus on feeling the energy of the wind." The next name called is Runan Sulian from the Sulian vassal clan. Jia-on stood watching, confidently thinking he could see how this sword worked. The glow on the sword would show the purity of the mana, while the mana attributes were reflected at the sword's tip. Jia-on realized, so this is how he determines others' talents. Zygarde. Runan was also praised by everyone. A genius from the Sulian family. It is not surprising that she is from the Sulian clan. She has the same status as Lord Burden. Only Jia-on felt fed up. Everyone in this house is obsessed with the word talent. He also knew his fate. He guessed the result would not be good, even if he managed to achieve a 2-star fire attribute. But in his mana flow, there was still a lot of residual frost energy. He did not care anyway. The subordinates continued reading. The last one is... Everyone focused on him. The name called was Jia-on Zygarde. Glenn suddenly became more focused, his gaze more worried than before. Jia-on stepped forward at the call. "Please step up," Sylvia gently said. "Come on." Jia-on. Yep. Jia-on did not display any expressions like the other kids. He did not expect anything. Just check which attribute will suit this body, and which one he should develop in the future. Sylvia smiled kindly. Zygarde said, "Have you seen how the other kids did it? Just do exactly that." Jia-on replied. "Yep. I know." The boy Jia-on sighed. Jia-on reached out gently, lightly touching the sword's blade, contrary to the gentle and pleasing light until now. As soon as Jia-on touched the holy sword, it immediately emitted a bright golden light that looked like fire. Jia-on stared in confusion, wondering, what is that light? The boy's eyes became dreamy. Before Jia-on's eyes appeared images of hundreds of monsters in different shapes. He murmured to himself, "What am I seeing?" Jia-on looked on in utter confusion. The boy Jia-on sat on the ground, looking at the figure before him, asking, "Who is this person?" He was raising the sword high. The pressure emanating was extraordinary. He swung the sword decisively. The monsters quickly fell. The monsters disappeared, leaving only that eerie light. Jia-on looked on in awe. The boy was bewildered. Why is the holy sword around him? Judgmental words rang out. "Look, the light has not even reached half the sword." Glenn quickly ordered, "The judgment ceremony has ended. You may leave now." Everyone quickly left, not bothering to hide their disdainful smiles. The smiles they reserved only for Sylvia and her son. The butler respectfully said, "Young Master Bren." The last guest stepped out. The door closed with a thud. Glenn remained seated in his chair. He spoke coldly. I guess he could not do anything. Poor child. Glenn did not expect much, so he was not too disappointed or embarrassed. I think the boy can only achieve this much. After all, I have no expectations for this child. Suddenly, Glenn noticed something. The holy sword was still glowing, the light becoming increasingly blinding. Glenn looked on in astonishment. The sword was emanating. He felt a surge of 5 words. The golden light of the sun. The aura that the first head of the Zygarde clan had was a terrifying power, strong enough to harmonize both mana and energy. He recalled the words he had read. Golden mana and golden fire. This kind of dazzling golden mana had only appeared once before. Glenn pondered. Throughout the entire history of the Zygarde clan, the light before his eyes reminded him of something. It was breathtaking with its dazzling golden hue. Indeed, golden fire. The more he thought about it, the more amazed Glenn became. Xion. Bring this child. The next morning, Zion received new information. Status window. Name Zion Zigard. Title None. Status cursed by the 9 generations. Low endurance. Reduced physical energy. Mana affinity. Fire attribute 2 stars. Water resistance 2 stars. Alright, Zahn smiled contentedly. It seems he is about to reach the 3rd fire attribute. 7 years have passed since the first judgment ceremony took place. Time coldly passed. Zion had grown taller. His face still naive but different from before. Now he was 12 years old. Zion drifted in thoughts. 7 years since the judgment ceremony. And with regular training, my 2 fire attributes are about to increase to 3. The boy Zion sat on the lush green grass, thinking for a while. If I could heal the curse, my development speed would be much faster. My water resistance has increased to 2 stars. And the frost phenomenon covering my body is no longer present, so my stiffness is gone. Of course, moving my body is still very difficult, but it is much better than before. So Zahn told himself, I have to start exercising. Just sitting here, I heard someone call. Zion. It was his mother. Sylvia. She said, you need to prepare. What are you doing here? Let us go before you miss it, Zahn replied, with a serious expression. It is time for me to participate in the 2nd judgment ceremony. I guess I will have to see those confusing things again. After a few hours, the ceremony ended. Everyone quickly said their goodbyes. And finally, Langrisser Ligretter. It has been a long day, so this judgment ceremony is over. Zahn sat quietly, thinking for a long time. Perhaps because only those from the direct line were here. Everything went faster than I thought. Finally, his name was called. Zion Ligretter. Glenn sternly asked his grandson. I assume you have received orders to participate in basic training as a member of the clan. So why have not you responded for a month? Zion looked at him in confusion. What is he talking about? Basic training, Sylvia quickly interjected for her son. Dear father, Zion is different from the other children. He still has the curse lingering in his body, so training is still too much for him. It turns out Mom was hiding this from him. Zion realized his mother knew about this. Glenn coldly declared. This is the territory of Zigard. He looked at him, his face serious, saying, there are no exceptions or refusals from those who have taken the name Zigard. You can't walk. Then go train there. A member of the Zigard must have that spirit. Sylvia panicked and pleaded. Please, father, give me some time. Glenn responded angrily, glaring at Sylvia. If you can't do it, are you planning to run away again? Taking that child with you. Glenn threw harsh words at his only daughter. In this land, you can only live as a Zigard. If you do not like it, then get out of here. As soon as he spoke, there was a buzz among the people. What is it? Is she planning to run away again? This will be interesting. Now she does not even have the mana to break it anymore. I can't believe someone like that is a direct descendant. Jia-on looked at his mother holding back her pain and realized. Now I understand why Sylvia was treated this way. There is nothing new about it. Jia-on understood that it was because she had left this clan. He carefully pieced together every detail. Sylvia lacked the aura. Even though she practiced martial arts, that meant she had broken her energy flow and completely ruined her mana. After that, she left home and met my dad and married him. Fate did not smile on Sylvia. But after she got pregnant with me, my father died, and she had no choice but to return home. Sylvia was helpless. She knew she could not convince her stubborn father, so she turned to leave. Jia-on looked at his mother. Because she had given up her position in the direct line and now returned, she had to endure even lower treatment than an outsider. However, that is the viewpoint of others, and within their own situation, the aura of the assassin Jia-on carried. Stepping forward, startled Sylvia a bit, but looking back, she saw no assassin, just her son, Jia-on, who was full of vigor and pride. Stepping confidently forward, Jia-on thought to himself, as Sylvia's son, I can't bear to see my mother treated this way. Jia-on stepped forward, and Sylvia shouted, Jia-on, what are you doing? Come back here. Young master, let me handle this. So please. Jia-on reassured his mother, his gaze resolute. It is, he stepped up, speaking clearly to Glenn, at your command. I will participate in the training starting next month, as you ordered. At this moment, Daniel, sitting next to Glenn, spoke up. But you do not even know if there is a training session. He was also worried for Jia-on. No matter what it is called, basic training is not something a sick person can endure. You should back out right away. Jia-on faced the advice in judgmental looks and shouted back. I carry the Zigard name, so I will pay the price for that. I will participate in the training. Glenn was furious. scowling, shouting, "You dare to sully the name Zigard? You brat. Do you understand the seriousness of mentioning the name Zigard?" The pressure from Glenn made Gia-on a bit frightened. He looked pale at his grandfather. Suddenly, a few drops of blood fell down. In Gia-on's eyes was clear fear. His eyes widened in shock, as if his flesh was being torn apart. Gia-on's hands trembled. He clenched them tightly to stay calm. Just a look could affect him like this. It felt like his heart was being squeezed. It affected him even more than Robert. In Gia-on's mind arose the question, is this the warrior? The king of destruction from the north? Sylvia rushed to hug Gia-on. Sir. Gia-on is still young, so the boy does not know what he is saying. Daniel also spoke up. Sir. The boy is just an innocent child. Please take back the pressure you are putting on him. Glenn's voice boomed, his words carrying a heavy weight that made listeners shudder immediately. I am speaking here. Daniel stuttered. Sylvia continued to plead, holding Gia-on tightly. Father, Gia-on's health can't handle training. Please. I beg you to release the pressure. Gia-on had not yet recovered from the shock. He murmured in his mind. Assassins are those who must live in the shadows. Being an assassin means every moment is closer to death than to life. They will never reveal themselves. Gia-on's past urged the 12-year-old boy to move forward. But now I am no longer the assassin I once was. The boy Gia-on looked back at his former self, reminding himself, I will not live in the shadows anymore. The 12-year-old Gia-on stared at his old self, telling himself, I will not live as an assassin anymore. Boy Gia-on gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Gia-on kept repeating in his head his current desire. I am Gia-on Zigard, and I will help Sylvia regain her rightful position. The boy said loudly, I do not know, because I grew up in a side mansion, not the main building. I do not know what the proud Zigard name is like. That is why I want to see with my own eyes what the real Zigard is like. By participating in training, the boy Gia-on, reborn, lived happily every day. All thanks to Sylvia's care and upbringing. I will protect Sylvia. The happiness and smiles of those precious to me since being reborn. The longing and love have silently revived the once barren and corrupted heart of Gia-on. For the first time in his life, he wants to fight for the lives of others, not to take anyone's life. That is why Gia-on told himself he must restore his mother's honor. And he will certainly regain everything with his own hands. Glenn was still outside his rage, but his serious demeanor remained. Do you mean you will assess the Zigard clan through that basic training? Gia-on replied without hesitation. Right now. That is the only way for me to learn about the Zigard clan, Glenn immediately said. Then I will have to check everything to ensure that the instructor is well prepared. He tried his best, hoping not to disappoint the boy. After straining like that, Gia-on finally chose and collapsed. In his previous life, he was the best assassin. And now he was someone trained in the legends of the continent. Fire attributes. If I can utilize all the powers from them, it would not be impossible to gain a high position in the clan. Even if he fell, Gia-on's hands remained clenched. In his mind, the thought echoed, I will show you. The pebble you look down upon is tougher than you think. The boys of the clan were fervently training. Carol sat in his room, arms crossed, somewhat skeptical. Is not that boy a patient who can't even move? He is the master of the martial hall. Carol Jiget, the secretary next to him, quickly reported. Yep. Only one or two maids overheard the conversation between the saint and the head of the family. It is certain that the young lord is very sick. Carol pondered. Before, when seeing the boy, his body was not normal. How could he withstand the pressure from me? Carol thought out loud. Now that I think about it, Sylvia was once the most talented person. He ordered his secretary, send someone to the side mansion. Understood. In the garden, Gia-on practiced hard every day. He always tried to act as quickly as possible. Sylvia ran immediately after him, fearing Jean would overdo it and fall sick. She called out in a hurry, Xian, do not push yourself too hard. But Gia-on still tried his best. At training ground number 5, Glenn walked into the greetings of everyone. Let us welcome the clan leader's visit. Welcome, my lord. Elsewhere, Rimmer was lying on the sofa with a hat covering his eyes. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop pretending to sleep. Get up, Rimmer. He jumped up, surprised to see Glenn. Oh my. I can't believe it. He smiled and said, you are the only one who can see through my pretend sleeping skill. My lord. He crossed his arms, scolding. The trainers are sweating, running around while you are lounging here. He smiled casually. They will naturally follow my orders. I use my hand, while those people labor. It is only fair. He helplessly pleaded. You are 50, and you are still like a child. He laughed, answering. Humans change, or they die. But I am an elf. Grimmer asked a question that made Glenn serious. Bringing someone here is about my youngest nephew. He crossed his arms, saying, Miss Sylvia also came to speak with me. But I did not expect the clan leader himself to come like this. He was surprised to hear that. Sylvia has come here, he replied. She asked me not to let John get hurt. He put his hands on his hips, advising, if you have that intention, then perhaps this trip of yours will be wasted. A clan leader. You said it yourself. No one can interfere in training ground number 5. Not even you. Suddenly, his attitude changed, becoming serious. If you care about your youngest nephew, I won't be an exception, Glenn replied calmly. Of course. He did not expect that he would react like that. Confused, he sternly reminded him. Do not go easy on the boy and remember to clearly distinguish between the skilled and the weak. So your grandchild was chased away. Patriarch. And immediately turned on his narcissistic mode. He shyly covered his face. Oh my. You love your children more than I thought. Is it because you could not take good care of Miss Sylvia that you poured your love on that child? He heard that and was a bit angry, saying, if you were not my comrade in arms, I would have had your head blown off. He advised him not to go easy on the boy and to remember to clearly distinguish between the good and the bad, leaving only those who meet the standards for training. Grimmer turned his head back with a smile on his lips. Then respect is not as good as fate. Glenn got his wish and turned around and left. Okay. Do what you want. I'm go. He raised his hand in greeting, smiling as he replied. Yep. Be careful on the road, Chief. He crossed his arms and looked out the window, muttering, Tiger. Tiger. I am very curious what you are. The system now appears. The 3rd fire ring has been obtained. The fire ring has reached 3 stars. Your body and soul have become a bit stronger thanks to the effect of the 3-star fire ring. Strength, agility and endurance increased due to the effects of 3-star fire ring. Mana affinity, will and energy were enhanced by the effect of the 3-star fire ring. Water resistance reached 3 stars. One of the Ice Master's main affairs had disappeared. Daeon sat on the bed controlling the system, thinking to himself, 3 stars is a completely different level. My body's awareness has increased, and my mind is clearer than before. He remembered Sylvia worrying about him. Why did she have to force herself on the first day? He said painfully. It was natural. Thanks to Sylvia's prevention, my limb muscles started to develop without much difficulty. He now has muscle in his arms. In addition, this magical status window also promotes his growth even more. Life is like a chessboard. But this is just the beginning. The Glenn family's training is famous for being arduous and harsh. 3 stars is just the necessary foundation to start as an apprentice in the family. A solid foundation is needed to build a big house and live through the days to come. His expectation was that by being at the top of the army, he would be able to show his superior performance and shut up those who had mocked him. And the top target is Robert. After all, the Holy Sword Duro's Robert. Sion's face was filled with thoughts. He will not stop until he is dead. Suddenly at this moment there was a call that startled him. Tabzon. It turned out to be Sylvia. Why are not you asleep yet? He was confused. Wondered why you came here at this hour. She sat down on the bed and said, Tomorrow you will go to the training camp to start basic training, right? I came here to tell you something. She smiled gently and warmly. You must go. Then she confided. Actually, I still wanted to stop you. You always hold back no matter how painful it is. I do not know what to do if you get injured all over your body during practice. Sylvia put her hand on Exon's shoulder. A little note. It is not that I won't let you go, but just 1 year. Can we postpone it for just 1 year? But his answer was destined to make her heart slow down a beat. She could not back down. He remembered the looks other people gave him, and said, every time he saw relatives near and far meeting people, every time he saw their expressions, as if they were looking at a weak person, he sadly put his hand on his back and said, when they looked down on me, I felt very angry. So I could not back down. His determination is extremely great. As long as the child trains well, they will no longer be able to look down on people. These words completely moved Sylvia. She smiled, bowed her head, her cheeks slightly pink. She bit her fingernails and said, you are very smart, John. You must have realized the reason why I have to live alone, and why people are so cruel to me. Then she told her love story. I met your father while on duty and fell in love with him. But because of your father's status as a knight, it was difficult for us to be together. Then because of love, she made a painful decision. So I destroyed my own mana circuit and mind energy and left the clan. Sylvia decided to tell the secret that she had kept for so long. Actually, she had another sister, 2 years younger than her, named Saya. The peaceful life did not last long. While we were living in peace, the army from Eden recognized us and assassinated us. She and her husband were forced to take up swords to fight. Father and son were not that strong, and I was pregnant with a child. Sylvia's eyes were filled with fear. So there was nothing we could do. A miracle happened, but it was too late. Luckily, father and son were always silently protecting us. But they were far away. When they arrived, it was too late. She was heartbroken when faced with the truth. Her tears just fell uncontrollably. At that time, her father and sister had already lost their lives. Sylvia only gave a faint smile every time she mentioned that matter. I had nowhere else to go. No other choice. I was forced to return to the clan. So I was considered a sinner of this clan. Her face was full of pain. I did not know what to say to your grandfather. After hearing all of that, Gia thought to himself. How selfish. Sylvia was really selfish. He saw and judged. She had abandoned the responsibility of the family on her shoulders to pursue her own happiness, coming back just to cause trouble. I understand why she was treated so harshly, but Sylvia was for me. But she was also the one who gave me this new life. The first time I met someone who truly loved me so much. After all, everyone thinks she is selfish. At least to me. She is my only mother in 2 lifetimes, he asked. Mother, do you regret it? Do you want to go back to the time before you left home? She smiled and replied. I do not regret it at all. She remembered the happy times with the person she loved. She lived as if she did not exist in this house. Only when she left here, she felt alive. That was enough. The smile on her lips gradually became brighter, and a happy look appeared on her face. At that time I was truly happy. And now I am happy to have a child in my life. Sylvia continued with her eyes closed. I am very sorry, Jeon. I am not a good mother. Jeon quickly comforted her, placing his hand on hers. It is. You are fine. Do not worry. He looked at her and thought to himself. Even if others criticized her for being selfish, she is still his precious and irreplaceable mother. Tears of happiness ran down Sylvia's cheeks. She could not help but cry. Jeon was confused. Mother, why are you crying? It was late at night. Jeon walked out of the room, breathing a sigh of relief. And it took a while for his mother to calm down. Sat down on the bed and talked to himself. I should check on the progress of the fire ring and then sleep. The training session will start soon. He crossed his legs and began to press his hands together. A stream of green gas was emitted at this moment. He thought to himself. Not bad. The fire ring's rotation speed has become faster after reaching 3 stars. If 3 stars is already good, how fast will it be when it comes to the intermediate stage? Suddenly the small flame flared up so strongly that he was startled. The voice suddenly came. Finally arrived. The flame of fire smiled helplessly. Your wrath has reached me, Emperor of Love. In the name of the second demon, Lord of the Demon World, Rage, I will avenge you. Jeon did not understand what was happening. What was it? The system suddenly appeared. The mysterious ability was activated. The Rage ability was created. Rage was awakened. It presses the eye to consider body and soul of the person. Enjoy. It wondered why there was a child here. Jeon was confused. What kind of person was this? He was just as stunned as you. I should be asking that question. Who are you? The rage I felt was not something a brat like you could unleash. Its eyes opened wide. Enjoying. Then he corrected himself. Was him. In his heart he was hiding a very deep resentment. The Emperor of Love crawled up to him. Okay. Then offer me your soul. In return, I will help you avenge the enemy you desire. Jeon thought of Robert. Did he appear because of his anger towards Dyrus before he died? But now, it was too late. He looked at it straight and said, I do not need help. I will take revenge myself. It is hard to understand. It took him by surprise as he thought, I will never get a second chance. I can't let someone else take revenge for me. Then I said, I will be the one to take Dyrus' head. It spoke up. Looks like you are mistaken. Bit down and clarified. I did not come here to negotiate with you. It ignited a huge flame and said, the essence of the Empire. Have already made my decision. Jeon looked confused. His expression a bit worried. Rubbing his shoulders. Thinking to himself, what is going on? Why is this flame so cold? Could it be? The fire blazed fiercely and spoke terrifyingly. You just need to sacrifice your body to me. Then it charged furiously towards him. He stood there dazed. His whole body stiff. Unable to react. The essence of the Emperor flared up, growing larger and completely overwhelming Jeon. At this moment, the glass of water on the nightstand trembled slightly. He hugged himself, his heavy body lost in thought. So cold. My body, even my mind feels frozen. His elemental attribute is ice. Not illusion. The face of the essence of the Emperor gradually appeared, speaking in a voice that seemed to hypnotize him. Think of me. Unleash your rage, even if they are gods. The essence of the Emperor will eliminate them. His whole body trembled from the cold, deeply worried inside, with the skill of water resistance. I can endure a little longer. But this attack is not just about temperature. He felt a bit anxious facing this guy. An ominous feeling arose. He continuously provoked his anger. The essence of the Emperor whispered into his ear. I will crush your skull and drink your blood. Quickly surrender and offer your body to me. He thought of his loved ones. If I give him this body, who knows what he would do to Sylvia and the servants in the house? I would rather die than offer my body to him. The essence of the Emperor returned to the form of a blue flame. If you unleash your rage and accept me, you will feel at ease, but you chose to continue struggling meaninglessly like this. I did not want to harm this body for later use. But I think it won't matter. It kept murmuring in his ear. I won't hold back any longer. I can just devour you alive and be done with it. His expression was filled with pain. It felt like his body was about to shatter. He gritted his teeth, gripping his shoulders tightly. I have reached my limit. This body can't hold on much longer. If it continues like this, I want to live. Suddenly, he was startled, opening his eyes wide, then clasping his hands together and controlling the magic energy. If I can resist the ice aura with water resistance, then I might also endure the pain of body and mind when using the fire essence. If I want to live, this is the only way. At this moment, the fire and water skills intertwined, surprising the essence of the Emperor. Its expression turned astonished. It was angrily in disbelief at the reality. I just awakened. How could this happen? A lowly human dares to challenge me. Ji-yeon's eyes were filled with determination. I will take revenge myself. I refuse to let a wandering soul take over my body. The essence of the Emperor, hearing this, was filled with rage. You dare to call the Lord of the Demon Realm a wandering soul? And he replied calmly. You dare to call yourself the Lord of Demons while you can't even defeat me? He kept provoking it. Or is the so-called Lord of Demons really dead? What a joke. How dare you mock me? He was sweating heavily, thinking. Just now he said he just awakened. Maybe that is why he can't use all his power. Suddenly, at this moment, the system appeared. Support skill. What is this? Why suddenly? The essence of the Emperor realized this and shouted. This is my power. The status window. How do you possess it? He was a bit surprised. His stats had clearly displayed the numbers. Ji-yeon wondered. What is the status window, and what does it have to do with you? The essence of the Emperor, though sulky, still answered. Of course it matters. That system is self-created. But do you know why you can use it? It kept talking, making him confused. A system. For what? It seemed to be playing with him, answering with a sulky face. I have no obligation to tell you. He kept asking. Is this also to promote growth? The essence of the Emperor was surprised that he could see through it. Stammering. How do you know? His expression was calm. Thinking. He can't even control his emotions. No wonder he is so angry. He felt the energy flow in his body connecting with the system. It is strange. The effect of the fire essence is even stronger than in the past life. So it is all thanks to the system. The essence of the Emperor was gradually losing patience. Angrily shouting. Quickly sacrifice your body and return my power. It spoke loudly and opened its mouth wide. Return it now. It clung to his body. What do you think you are doing? Ji-yeon automatically adjusted his grip, expressionless, saying, it is worth a try. I have not even used much mana for that punch. He crossed his arms, looking at the essence of the Emperor, which was raging. How dare a human treat me like this? He thought to himself. Is he an invisible soul? If so, the aura can't do anything to him. He has been showing off like this, and yet no one has appeared. He raised his right hand to the flame to push it away. Perhaps I am the only one who can see and feel him. Suddenly it yelled. Catch this? To Ji-yeon's surprise, a blue flame wrapped around his wrist, and immediately it formed a bracelet with snowflake patterns. Ji-yeon looked at it in confusion. This is... The essence of the Emperor echoed from the bracelet. My seal has just been broken, but my power will return soon, at the right moment. You won't be able to stop me. I will haunt you until you have no rage or resentment left. He frowned a bit, feeling annoyed. He really wanted to kill him. He pictured Sylvia sleeping soundly. If I force him to separate from me, the system might disappear. And who knows what he would do to Sylvia and Helen to get me. Ji-yeon brought the bracelet closer to his eyes, looking closely. Keeping him close for easy monitoring is better. I will trust in my ability to progress. Hopefully, I can control him. Outside, it was late at night. The stars had risen above. The two of them kept arguing with each other. Somewhat unrelated. But then you chose the flower bracelet. In line with your personality at all. My personal preference. Do not judge. Got it. Whatever. Finally, a new day began. The mist gradually melted into the clouds covering the bare hills. Helen was trying to comfort Sylvia. The young master will be fine. Sylvia was tense. I know. But still, suddenly, at this moment, Ji-yeon's voice rang out. Army. He stepped down the stairs with a bright smile on his face. I'm coming. Time for training, Helen reminded Ji-yeon. Young master. Remember to be careful. Do not push yourself too hard. He replied. I remember. Helen. I will be back. Helen started a conversation with Sylvia, who was sniffling. Miss Sylvia. You see the young master off like that. He will feel it. Hearing that, she immediately sat down, placing a hand on his shoulder. Jia-on. Be careful. Do not worry. As I told you, if it is too hard, just skip. Do not push too much. Right after that, he left and did not forget to wave goodbye. Sylvia watched her son's back, saying, everything will be all right. Right. Helen comforted her. The young master has improved a lot. He will get through the training and come back. Her eyes were filled with sadness. That is right. Compared to before, the boy has improved a lot. But this child. She recalled moments from the past. Helen was trying to persuade her. Miss Sylvia. Why is this time so famous for being brilliant in training? With Dion's efforts, he will make it. Jion hugged her and reassured. That is right. Mother. I promised. I won't let myself get hurt. Hearing his mature words, Sylvia shed tears of happiness and a bit of sadness. Do not worry. I will definitely keep my word. Sylvia placed her hand on her chest, recalling Jion's voice. Just believe in me. Silently calling his name. Jia-on. Watching his back leave, she could not help but cry quietly. Come back safe. At the training ground. Training camp number 5. The students were getting to know each other. Which family do you come from? They surely are not strict with students. My parents told me to make it into the top 10. Jia-on looked around, thinking to himself. Just as the rumors said, there are indeed many people here. He walked alone, ignoring the group of kids playing. Not only were there relatives at the training camp, but also those nominated by the family. He kept thinking. According to Helen, because there are so many people this year, they even had to build 6 training camps. Suddenly, he heard a few voices that caught his attention. Is not that him? A few people looked at him and whispered. Look at his muscles. Just touching him should break apart. A sickly guy like him probably can't even last halfway. Why does he have to come here and show off? Not only that, but they were also scrutinizing the essence of the emperor. What is that old flower bracelet doing here? So outdated. The essence of the emperor heard and was furious. What are you saying? It stepped out in front of the 2 guys, arguing meaninglessly. You ignorant nobodies are blind as bats. The essence of the emperor will smash you to pieces and pluck your eyes out. Suddenly at this moment, Jian spoke up. Why are you 2 gossiping? He said calmly. Looking directly at me, he looked at them frankly. Do not you know it is wrong to talk behind someone's back? The 2 guys were startled. How dare you? Clearly. You are a spoiled brat forced to live in the servants' building. You are just a distant relative, not a direct descendant. Hearing those words, instead of losing his cool, he tilted his head and asked back. What status do you have to use that tone while you only carry distant blood? It seemed he had touched on their sore spot. The 2 guys fell silent. Is not that term reserved for opponents of lower status? One guy, losing his temper, rushed to grab his collar, swinging his fist. You are such an ungrateful brat. Jiawan's eyes lit up, his expression terrifying. A voice rang out. Stop right there. It turned out to be Boren behind him. The training session is about to start. What are you guys doing? Daring to tarnish the reputation of the Dach Chat family in front of outsiders. The 2 guys felt embarrassed at the sight of him, scratching their heads, stammering. Sorry. Boren. He walked up to Jian, arms crossed, saying, and you should know your place too. His expression was very arrogant. You are just a tiny ant that I could easily brush away. If you do not want to be kicked out of the servants' building, then learn to behave. Boren thought of those in the servants' building, and was jealous of the kid in front of him, who had drawn all the attention of the clan, but used circumstances instead of his real abilities. He gritted his teeth in anger. A clueless brat like you dares to. He turned away and walked off, not forgetting to threaten Jian. If you do not intend to participate in the training, then get out of here now. Otherwise, stay out of my sight, because you won't be able to pass this training, Jian calmly replied. Startling Boren. I have heard enough of your nonsense. It is time for me to retort. You are from a direct bloodline. Yet you hold no rank at all. You intend to kick me out of the servant building. You think you can do that when you are not even a student yet. Saying this, his expression showed slight dissatisfaction. I guess you could have a chance to do that, if you go and cry to your father. Boren's face turned white with rage. A mere lowly brat dares to. Just as the fight was about to break out, the door nearby suddenly swung open by the long, alluring legs of Rimmer. He seemed excited about this, saying loudly, You guys are already fighting. I guess it is because you have the spirit of youth. Jian saw him and immediately recognized him. Is not that Rimmer, The sword of the Dutch Chot family. I have heard he retired after his energy was damaged. Rimmer continued to smile and said, how about after the opening ceremony? You all continue your fight. Ji-yeon's thoughts continued. I did not expect him to be here. Boren clicked his tongue upon seeing him and turned away. He spoke loudly to all the students. Welcome everyone. I am the head instructor, who will oversee your training process. He smiled brightly. Introducing himself. My name is Rimmer. Looking forward to our cooperation. Rimmer stood above, hands on his hips. Speaking naturally. I heard that there are 160 students participating in the training, but only 8 instructors. But no matter what, that is still too many students. So I will reduce that number through testing. Upon saying that, Rimmer's expression was very excited. Precisely keeping only 1/4 of you. The people below were startled. Only keeping that many people. No way. What is this about? I am just distinguishing the good from the bad. You all know. I only want to choose a few outstanding individuals. The essence of the emperor heard this and became furious. This arrogant bastard. You dare to look down on the essence of the emperor. I will tear you apart. Ji-yeon. Shut up. Rimmer sat down and continued. At this training camp, I am the law. If you have any objections, just go meet the clan leader. Let us get started. His expression was very calm. What are you doing? Hurry and run. They were stunned, not understanding what was going on. Although they did not understand, everyone hurriedly ran in his cheering voice. Endurance and will are the foundations of martial arts. Run a few laps in the gym until I tell you to stop. Run at maximum speed for me. The essence of the emperor at this point grumbled. If you want to run, you have to overtake others. Why are you just lingering behind? Ji-yeon ran lightly. This is not a competition. There is no need to overtake anyone. He thought of Rimmer's personality and thought to himself. What Rimmer evaluates is a person's potential and character. Among the students here, he seems to be the most special one. He does not pay attention to appearances. His face was drenched in sweat with a determined gaze. Those who can endure will pass this test. I will definitely last until the end. Seeing Boren and Runan, the others noticed them. The young Master Boren and Miss Runan are indeed outstanding. They discussed the 2 kids. All are doing great. But those 2 are still the most prominent. This is still not their maximum speed. With that pace they could run for hours. They noticed the faces of the 2 starting to turn red from fatigue. Only 12 years old and reaching that level. Just thinking about the future of these kids makes me feel long. And finally, one of them noticed Ji-yeon. Is that little guy the one in the rumors? They saw Ji-yeon looking a bit unwell. He hugged himself tiredly. Which was not surprising. The kid could not keep up, continuously falling behind. That child has a sickness. Running at that speed is already impressive. They kept discussing without realizing Rimmer was standing behind. That kid looks tired. He will probably drop out soon. Rimmer smirked, his eyes showing amusement. Thinking. Interesting. Have I met a child like him before? Immediately he thought of Glenn. Thinking that only those we can't see the potential of are the strongest, because we can't fathom their depths. Then he imagined the grown-up appearances of Boren and Runan. He could see the traits and colors of those kids. Knowing what kind of people they would become in the future, Rimmer looked at Ji-yeon's back hesitantly. But for Ji-yeon, well, to him, Ji-yeon was like a transparent object. He could not see any colors. His face was filled with curiosity, meaning the potential of that kid lies beyond my comprehension. And he could not help but exclaim, this is intriguing. The student seeing Ji-yeon unable to catch up mocked him. He keeps lagging behind. He should be grateful for being at the back, since he is about to drop out anyway. Looking at his dazed expression, I bet he won't last another 10 minutes. Even he had to widen his eyes in surprise. No way, he wondered. Is this training really that simple? Just running. Why are they only making us run? He recalled the scene like a nightmare from his past life. In the previous life, they released starved monsters, and he had to run for his life. It was not just running like this. Thinking of this, his expression brightened. So simple. All the students tried to accelerate towards the finish line. Ji-yeon ran neither fast nor slow. Glancing at the blurred faces, he felt a bit flustered. Thinking, what is wrong with that kid? How can he keep running? He thought that Ji-yeon should be in a corner. Panting. His stamina should have run out long ago. This goes beyond what people call perseverance or stubbornness. That kid should have no stamina left to keep going. He suddenly remembered the warriors he trained. Such strong willpower can only exist in warriors who have trained tirelessly and faced death countless times. How can this kid possess such a strong will? His face was filled with interest. Saying, Ji-yeon. Dutch Chot. How interesting. At this moment, Boren had grown tired and realized Ji-yeon was right behind him. He felt a bit angry and confused. Well, How can he still keep running? I was sure he had been training his muscles. He remembered the doctor's words. According to the saint's words, Sylvia's son is likely to die. So forget about becoming a warrior. And he was even worse the last time I saw him. That was when Boren eavesdropped on Glenn's conversation. But how? He gritted his teeth in anger. All of them are so annoying. All right. I will show them. He activated his skill. A flash of light like lightning surged, controlling the aura, that there is a significant difference between us. To the point that one wants to give up everything and surrender. Boren accelerated, leaving the group behind. Runen continued running calmly, while Jion looked a bit surprised. He thought, for that lofty building, he is just a kid. Then he looked at Runen. Psychologically, Runen is even more mature than him. He kept running with effort. We are not competing against each other in this test. This is a confrontation with myself. There is no reason to let him affect the current rhythm of my own. The sky at this moment was covered with white clouds, and the bright sunlight shining down. Everyone was worn out after running for so long. Panting heavily, one of them looked a bit envious, wiping the sweat off his brow. Thinking, damn, what the hell is this, making me feel like dying? I was sure people said you were sick. Jian was still running with effort. Does he even know what fatigue is? He seemed to be out of breath but still tried. Thinking, stopping nonsense like this is very easy. Right now I am about to die from this coldness in my body. His heart felt like it was radiating a blazing red flame, feeling as if his heart and lungs were being crushed. But somehow I can still extend my stamina by optimizing the use of the fire essence. Although tired, the only thing worth being relieved about here is that the fire essence is developing rapidly. I guess I need to give it my all for it to be effective at its maximum if I keep going like this. The essence of the Emperor at this moment sneered. How pathetic you are. Although your body will be possessed by the essence of the Emperor, you are not only falling behind but look at your pitiful state. It grinned with the large blue flame. Hand it over. Give your body to the essence of the Emperor instead of surpassing that green-haired guy. Damn it. This is the worst time for this. It suddenly surged and opened its mouth as if to devour him. I will make them completely immobile. Jiaon's entire body ached as if an electric current surged through. He gritted his teeth in pain, trying to encourage himself. I must endure. The magic essences are leaving me due to the rage. Sweat dripped down his chin. His legs continued to run, and his eyes were already dim. But I need to pretend that nothing is happening as much as possible. He reminded the essence of the Emperor. Do not make me laugh. That thing won't affect me. The essence of the Emperor grinned and said, don't make me laugh. How can you not be affected? No mortal in this world can withstand the rage of the essence of the Emperor. He tightly clenched his chest in its disdainful voice. Let us see how long you can hold out. Jian opened his mouth wider to swallow every breath of air, thinking, I need to endure it. If I show any weakness now, he could sense that if he relaxed even for a second, he would be possessed. He would tear me apart as soon as the essence of the Emperor saw him stubborn and screamed. This stubborn bastard. Well, why is not the rage of the essence of the Emperor effective on you? He ran chaotically forward. His expression darkened. It hurts so much. It feels like I am about to die. I can't even control my own body anymore. His vision narrowed. His sight was fading. He could not even breathe properly anymore. His eyes only caught a glimmer of the final light. This is the farthest I can reach. At this moment, some students had reached their limits. Boren cursed. You are really stubborn. Jiaon slammed his hands on his knees, panting heavily, thinking, I almost collapsed there. This life certainly is not easy. Runen silently looked at him. The essence of the Emperor could not believe this. He is really a monster. How can you? He smirked and replied. That is why I told you it is useless. It does not affect me at all. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling the fiery throat, smiling, thinking, even so, it has clearly helped the growth of my fire essence. My body has developed thanks to the status window. If I continue training like this, I will surely. Suddenly he looked up, halting. It turned out that the system panel had appeared. The conditions had been met. Extreme movement surpassing my physical limits. The stats have been enhanced. Strength has increased. Agility has increased. Stamina has increased. The essence of the Emperor was stunned, not believing his eyes. What is happening? Why is it giving you more stats for surpassing the essence of the Emperor's attack? Jiaon also could not hide his surprise, his eyes wide open, the voice of the essence of the Emperor still ringing in his ears. This is ridiculous. Rimmer spoke up. Well done, everyone. We will end the test here, he continued, making everyone below tense. And about what I said to you before running, who would have thought he would change his attitude 180 degrees? Smiling. I was lying about eliminating everyone and keeping just a quarter of you. Everyone seemed dissatisfied with that. Murmuring. What? I ran my best just for that, he calmly replied. There is no way I would eliminate that many students on the first day. They would never let me continue teaching if I did that. Furthermore, I did not say that I would eliminate you after this test. Suddenly his eyes became sharp and cold. But if you keep practicing like today, then most of you will be eliminated. They were startled at that. Rimmer walked away while speaking. Clearly I told you to run at full speed. Yet not a single one of you out of 160 ran at full speed until the end. Except for one person. Upon saying this, suddenly Boren felt uncomfortable. And there were some of you who were so sneaky you even used aura. He sat right in front of Jian, hands on his knees, laughing. Actually, what you do does not matter. Because the ones taking the test are you. Not me. He pointed at Jian. However, you definitely won't fail the test as long as you follow my instructions. So do not worry about that. Oh well. It is not easy to do. With his hands on his hips, he continued. From this moment on, you will become temporary recruits. I will remove the temporary label if you can pass the test in the next 6 months. He smiled brightly and added, by the way, I also plan to choose a top rookie. But I won't rank you. The sky was now a deep blue. He still had a lot to say. You will get to experience the luxurious living quarters that the family has prepared. There is also an indoor practice area on the left. So you can go see that too. Everything temporarily ends here. The forest is vast and full of ancient trees. While keeping his hands in his pockets, he walked away. Then spoke. I have a guest waiting at my estate. My lord, that person is none other than Glenn. He asked. How's everything going? He closed his eyes and replied. You should not be the one asking me that. You must have seen everything since you came here. He told Boren and Runan. You also know how good I am at judging others. As expected, Boren and Runan are the most outstanding talents. And the other kids also have the potential to become pillars of the family in the future. He crossed his arms, vaguely saying. However, then stated clearly. I do not see anything from Jian at all. He continued. I do not understand how the kid can keep running at the end. Jian's stamina should have run out long ago. This is the first time I have seen something like this since the last time I saw you. My lord. Rimmer leaned against a rock, laughing. A day has passed. Really boring since my powers were depleted. But I have a feeling this will be interesting. Glenn waved his hand and said. You are the one who wanted to become the guide for these recruits. He left like that, his voice echoing. Your job is not to find joy, but to train those kids to become warriors of the Dach Chot family, he replied. Of course. My lord. Then he spoke his thoughts. Moreover, I feel like I can entrust my future to one of those recruits. Glenn knew what Rimmer was implying. He certainly had no faith in that. Just a coincidence. That kid is unlikely to become a warrior. He did not respond and let him leave. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. You know that is not the truth, Jian sighed tiredly, saying, the basic training is over. Let us head back to the training camp. The essence of the emperor grumbled. All that stuff. That brat is too scheming. The other students looked at him with contempt. How unreasonable. They were in the kitchen cooking together. Unless he was playing tricks. There is no way he could last that long. You are right. I am sure I have heard about his illness. Kren crossed his arms and firmly asserted. It must be due to some elixir. Then he made up a story. I heard that Saint had once granted him some. Did that happen? The other two, hearing this, believed it wholeheartedly, murmuring. So he ran based on the power of the elixir, and yet he pretends to be very talented because he lasted until the end. That bastard volume Z. Kren tilted his head, muttering. So I am thinking. Should we teach that arrogant bastard a lesson? Saying and doing. Jian was thrown painfully against a tree. He asked in confusion. Why did you suddenly do that? He laughed and replied. Do not you know? The two accomplices pointed at his face and shouted. You are a descendant of the rightful bloodline, but dare to boast while just using the power of that elixir you were lucky to get. If you did not get that elixir blessed by the saint, there is no way you could run like today. He silently listened to their insulting words because he was too used to it. How dare you play those tricks with us? Those from the bloodline without abilities. He thought to himself. Children are still children. Such a ridiculous reason. They started to warm up. Do not be scared. We are just bringing you out here to chat. Right. We just want to talk to you a bit. Crane was the first. He cracked his knuckles while saying, do not worry. This happens often. He smiled amusedly, swinging his fist up. You heard the teacher say. We have to share and learn from each other. The essence of the emperor looked down on him. What? My master is being treated like that and can still endure. It is not a sad thing. Suddenly, Ji-on threw a punch just before Crane could do anything. The two guys stared in shock. Their mouths agape. Every moment felt like it was slowing down. He gradually leaned back. Even the essence of the Emperor was surprised by this. They rushed to Crane's side worriedly. Speaking. Yeah. You are right. Ji-on's face turned frightening. The veins in his hand were clearly visible. Speaking through his fists, the guy saw this and slowly charged. Of course. He easily dodged it. Then he gave the guy a painful shove in the stomach, as if preparing to send him to meet his maker. The other guy, not understanding what his accomplice was doing, spoke up. What are you doing? He scolded. How could you let him win? But before he could finish, Ji-on dealt a painful punch to his face. Not stopping there, he kicked Crane, making him roll his eyes. The essence of the Emperor could not believe its eyes. Its face lit up. You just punched them. This scene is truly a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Ji-on continued to punch another guy. Finally, only hearing the sound of flesh impacting, it was unclear how long had passed. A guy with a bruised face crawled up. Erg. Help. Lay flat on the ground pleading. Stop. I can't breathe anymore. We were wrong. Stop. He did not say a word, but stepped on the hand of one of them. A painful squeal escaped. He leaned down, smirking as he spoke. Before wrapping things up, I want to ask you something. Crane looked pale. Okay. Hearing this question, he panicked. Who made you all do this? Was Boren. Right, he spoke the truth. We made him do it. Boren has nothing to do with this. He could not quite believe his ears, thinking to himself, that is surprising. I thought he did not like me. Guess he is not that bad. Then he asked again. You guys are not going to tell the others about our little chat today, right? Crane seemed to understand. Fearfully stammering, of course not. Ji-on grabbed his hair, his expression scary and threatening. Fine. If you do not want to talk about it again tomorrow, then stay away from me. His eyes were filled with fear. We won't bother you again. We were wrong. You ordered. Understood. Now get lost. Little did they know, Rimmer was behind the tree witnessing everything. Happily thought to himself. What a beautiful scene. It feels like witnessing a young lord in his prime. The boy's blood is real. And he has martial talent too. He mumbled. A warm gem among the most talented. I have high hopes for you, little Gia. It was now midnight. The moonlight and thousands of stars lit up the sky. Gia-on was in his room, the system appearing before him. The condition had been met. Fury was pleased with your response. Quickly gaining a point. The essence was furious. What is this? You got points for pleasing the essence. This system is absurd, he said calmly. It is the creator's fault. How could you not know? It leaned close to his face and said. Of course. I have never tested this system with anyone else. This is just you mixing it with the essence. His reaction was very calm, slowly standing up. Oh really? That made it even more annoyed. Ungrateful brat. It kept pestering him with a low growl. Then it expressed its dissatisfaction. I have a suggestion for you. Jiaran was confused. A suggestion. The essence made a strange request. Bet with this essence. If you win, I will give you points. If you lose, you will feel my wrath. Immediately, the system appeared. Fury proposed a bet with you. Condition. Pass the test for official students. Rank first if successful. All stats +2 and gain any attribute. If failed, gain 10 points of emotional fury. Jian asked. You mean rank first in the competition to become the official student that Raymer mentioned? It replied. That is right. He said there would definitely be a clear first place result. He asked again. So what does any attribute mean? It answered. One of the attributes of that essence will be granted to you. Of course. The level will be lowered to fit someone like you. He seemed still curious. So just one more question. What about the 10 points of emotional fury if I fail? The essence explained once more. Just like it says, you will receive the emotional fury. The one that essence possesses. It grinned and said. The feeling of fury that essence would pass on to you is not much. If you hold on to that essence's fury, you will lose control of your emotions. The image of Gia on losing control flashed before him, as if becoming someone else. No matter how strong his will might be, he looked at it, thinking. So that is his intention. Then he lifted his coffee cup to drink, watching how he behaved like a trustworthy person. I do not think he is lying. He even answered very sincerely. He thought about this for quite a while. Like tasting forbidden fruit. The risk of failure seemed quite small compared to that reward. Perhaps this is the poisoned apple I have to eat. For someone sick like me, being the top student will be very difficult. But I am someone who has been reborn. Jian extended his hand and said. The terms are not bad. Okay. I accept. The essence's eyes lit up. Good. The green flame appeared and enveloped his hand. The system notified. You have accepted the bet with fury. He reminded himself. If I leverage my experience from my past life, I can never lose. Outside, the sky was enjoying the warm golden sunlight. A student lay exhausted on the ground, sweat pouring down his face. They sat there complaining tiredly. My legs are about to explode. I have no strength to stand up anymore. I have been running for blood all morning, and now this. The group of students complained in pain while he laughed. This is the basic stance in martial arts. Everyone has to practice it. Hold that stance until the teacher says stop. I am going to sleep now. Then he added, of course, it is not mandatory. Just to clarify, you all rest. Not me. One of them shouted angrily. This is too hard. We can't do this anymore. When are we going to learn sword techniques? Another helplessly said, give it a break. We have just been running and holding stances. Brandy walked by and said, then do not complain. The basic training session is over. Go practice. Because we are only learning the basics. Your sword techniques will dull. The essence watched them leave, feeling a bit regretful. They are gone, it asked. Are not they going to practice sword techniques? You are not following them, Jiaon replied bluntly. I do not need to go right now. Practicing sword techniques with this pathetic skill would just be a waste of time. He continued focusing on physical training. Even though it was tiring, what I need now is not a sword, but fundamental strength and stamina. He wanted to balance his ice and fire skills. Currently, because of the ice curse, his physical strength was much weaker than others. For growth and training, the foundation is still the most important. Sweat kept running down his chin. He was focusing on training, so now he had to concentrate on strengthening his body more than anything else. Finally, he stood up. At that moment, outside, a figure was standing there. It turned out to be Runan. She thought, that guy is Jiaon. She looked at him, assessing. He is really improving quickly. His weights are heavier than yesterday. I heard he was sick. She kept thinking about that. But day by day, the weights he could lift increased. Clearly, he must be training hard to lift heavier weights. Jiaon was currently lifting weights, but increasing it every day seems unreasonable. How could he lift an extra 10 kilograms in a week? She wondered. Maybe he is different. How can a sick person persist like this? Finally, Runan chose to step inside, mumbling his name. Jiaon. She walked up to Jiaon. Surely this guy has something. He looked up confused. Runan gasped. Why are you here? The two just stood there facing each other for a long time. Jiaon thought to himself. What is going on with this kid's development? Runan said nothing, just stared at Jiaon. She slowly approached him, making him feel suspicious. They both sat silently next to each other, a bit awkward. Before Jiaon could understand what was happening, Runan leaned down and started lifting weights. He did not pay attention anymore and stood up to walk away. Little did he know, Runan turned and followed him. Whatever Jiaon did, Runan, practicing while observing him. While training, Runan could not help but exclaim, it really is the same scent from before. After smelling the refreshing scent from Jiaon, her body felt lighter. Thanks to it, she can now lift heavier weights than before. While thinking, Jiaon's call pulled her back to reality. Hey. Do you have something to say to me or what? Hearing that, Jiaon did not ask more and returned to training. But his face was still full of confusion. Seeing him leave, Runan told herself, Jiaon is something else. I will need to follow him a bit longer. Runan followed closely behind Jiaon like a tail. Whatever he practiced, she practiced too. Not long after, a group of students suddenly entered, led by Burden. Seeing Runan trailing behind Jiaon, one student following Burden angrily said, Runan is following that guy again. What is so special about hanging out with someone who has been kicked out of the main line, like him? At this moment, Burden also spoke, holding a stick. Useless. Just repeating those simple strength training exercises. It is no use at all. Basically, Jiaon lacks strength, so he needs those simple exercises. But no matter how hard he tries, he still can't compare to us. I do not know what the test content is, but at least, it is like preparation for that day. If it is just to develop their own martial arts, it would be quite okay to continue practicing sword techniques. Saying that, he told the other students and then turned to leave. Do not pay attention to that pawn. The results will speak for themselves on the test day. Later, while Jiaon was training, a green-haired student approached, cautiously greeting. Jiaon. Hello. Can I train with you guys? Dorian shyly introduced himself. Scratching his head, he excitedly wanted to ask Jiaon for guidance. I want to learn proper techniques. Jiaon looked at him and replied, well, I do not pay much attention to that. Thank you. Then, even though it is not much, after saying that, Dorian put his hand in his pocket to find something. He pulled out a cookie and offered it to Jiaon. But here. Eat this. It is really good, so take it back. Jiaon was about to refuse when his eyes caught something over at Runan. Before him was a face full of eagerness wanting the cookie. It seemed like she really wanted that cookie. her expression sparkling. Ji-yeon was a bit speechless and handed the cookie to Runan. He sighed. Great. Another stranger beside me. Dorian began training under the guidance of both Ji-yeon and Runan. Time passed quickly, and the trio of Ji-yeon continued to train hard. It had been 6 months since they started training. While training, Ji-yeon also took breaks, dedicating each day to pushing his life to the brink between life and death. The fatigue from his early training days was long gone. He exhaled deeply and focused only on the people in front of him. Only 2 people were left in front of him. And then, time finally passed, and the morning of the test arrived. Outside the arena, many people had come to cheer for the students. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Thank you for coming here. These are the guardians of the contestants participating this time. Please follow the guiding line and move in order. Over here, Ji-yeon was talking to the Essence. It reminded Ji-yeon. Ji-yeon, do you remember the bet with the Essence? The Essence chuckled slyly. In the end, you still could not surpass those 2. So get ready to accept the wrath of the Essence. Ji-yeon waved his hands dismissively. The entire test is different, so we can't know what will happen. Suddenly he turned to Dorian, his expression bewildered. More importantly, Dorian, what are you doing down there? Dorian was currently crouched on the ground. Looking terrified, he trembled and said, It is just that I am a little too nervous because today is the test day. Just breathe out. Even I, the weakest, can do it. Runan called out beside him. Ji-yeon, saying that she handed Ji-yeon the cookie. I brought this cookie. Eat it. Ji-yeon raised his hand to stop her. As he looked up, he saw Burden glaring at him with a fierce gaze. Ji-yeon felt helpless in front of those around him. Why are there so many people like them near me? At this moment in the stands, Sylvia happily said, Helen, look over there. Our Ji-yeon is standing there confidently. Helen nodded in agreement. Of course. He has endured hard training for 6 months. Teacher Ji-yeon was talking to 2 other students. Sylvia seemed to be relieved. It looks like our Ji-yeon has friends now. With his personality, it is only natural. Young Master Ji-yeon has never complained because he is still young and understands things. Making friends and all. I am so proud of him. Sylvia smiled happily. Suddenly the surroundings went silent. All eyes turned in one direction. A man slowly walked in. The crowd gasped and whispered. The clan leader is coming. The clan leader is personally here to watch. The person entering was the clan leader Glenn Zigart. Wazenteet said that he never came to see in person before. Reamer was also surprised. What is the clan leader doing here? Glenn was puzzled by the crowd's exaggerated reaction. It is an event that will shape the future of the clan. You all are reacting as if this is a place I should not come to. Reamer awkwardly laughed and replied. Haha, of course not. Welcome, sir. Then he announced. Since the clan leader is here, we won't dilly-dally. We will immediately start the official internship selection test. So gentlemen and ladies, everyone, the criteria that everyone in Zigart is curious about will now be revealed through my pressure. That is the test topic today. As soon as he finished speaking, Reamer unleashed his pressure in all directions. Reamer explained about today's test. Pressure is simply something inseparable from a warrior's life. This test will assess the level of that ability. Suddenly, a voice protested. Wait a minute. I object. It has not been long since the kids learned aura. Why are we testing pressure so soon? Many others spoke up in agreement. In fact, there are still kids who have not learned aura. A pressure test is simply too unfair. Not to mention what some kids said. That all they do during this class is lie down and sleep. What kind of test this? Rimmer sighed and explained. Pressure is not just about applying mana. It is the level of spiritual power that a warrior has built through their achievements. It is proof of a warrior that can show their level without needing aura. Some still would not believe and were about to argue back. The one talking just now. But he had not finished when a voice rang out. He is not wrong. That guy was shocked to see the Lord talking to him. My lord. Glenn continued. Only someone who truly understands pressure can feel it through how they have lived and trained. Hearing that, Rimmer seemed pleased and smiled. He continued. Even someone without aura can possess immense pressure depending on the difficulty and perseverance that person has trained. Rimmer happily praised. Truly the Lord. You really understand everything. He turned to the crowd. So that is how it is. I am sure no one here has any objections to the test anymore. Right. Let us ignore the troublemakers and start the test right away. Hearing his name, Runan stepped forward. Runan, please step forward. The rest, step back now. Runan Sullian. The pressure that I am about to unleash will be at a level you can surpass. If you have given your all during training, if you can withstand the pressure and touch me, you will pass. Upon saying that, Rimmer smiled and slowly unleashed pressure onto Runan. The test will begin now. Immediately, a powerful sensation attacked Runan, causing her to scream. Rimmer continued explaining about the test. You will fail immediately if you use aura to counter this pressure. I want you to pass this test with the will you have built throughout your training until now. Runan gritted her teeth and pushed forward with all her might, and then she managed to grab Rimmer's arm. He patted Runan's head, smiling. You passed easily. I can see the fruits of your hard work. I want you to keep moving forward with that will. Now. Next is Dorian. Dorian was startled to hear his name called. He gasped in shock. What? How did I get to this rank? Rimmer replied nonchalantly. I will rank them however I want, so get your butt up and come here. Dorian had no choice but to slowly step up. You saw what Runan did before you. Right. I want you to use the willpower you have built through your training to surpass the wall of pressure I have created. Dorian worriedly asked. Do you really think I can do it? Sir, I am quite infamous for not having any willpower. Rimmer unleashed his pressure. Well, if you do not have it, I will just crush you. Simple as that. Dorian was quickly overwhelmed by the pressure. He gritted his teeth trying not to collapse. Outside, Jiron was a bit surprised, analyzing. The level of pressure that the teacher releases will be adjusted according to the subject. He is adjusting the pressure based on the kids' levels and how much they have trained, so the teacher is really observing each one of them in detail. Rimmer. Meanwhile, Dorian managed to overcome the pressure and touch Rimmer. He smiled and said, all you had to do was come here. You passed. Dorian. However, you still lack confidence in your own skills. I advise you to hold your head high and face forward from now on. Seeing Dorian puke out of fear, Rimmer called the next person. Well, I think you have heard enough. All right. Next, time flew by quickly, and it was almost the last few people's turn. Next, Burden Ziggett. The teacher's turn has come. Burden replied confidently. Yep. His teacher seemed ready. Rimmer said, let us start right now. As in previous times, he released pressure onto Burden, feeling the pressure constantly forcing him back. Burden gritted his teeth. The teacher wants me to approach him while enduring this. This is completely different from what I see from the outside. How could Ronan overcome this? Burden's whole body was trembling under the pressure. He could not take another step. At this moment, Burden had collapsed, and Rimmer spoke. Surely you have outstanding talent compared to others. The number of people who can face you among the 160 students here can only be counted on one hand. However, like the other students, have wasted your time. What does practicing your own sword technique mean? When that person lacks a goal, what you should be doing is not honing your sword technique, but training your body and will. You have always relied on aura when things get tough. If you use it now, you will fail immediately. Rimmer's words woke Burden up. He could not fail here. There is no way I can forget that moment when my father refused to let my brother in. I can never forget his cold, piercing eyes. If I can surpass this, I will be discarded too. Thinking that, he was determined to do his best and stood up to approach Rimmer. Rimmer happily said, you passed. He kindly reminded Burden. You are still just a 12-year-old kid. I want you to stop acting like an adult and train at a pace suitable for your age. If the only thing you do is look ahead. You won't notice the thorns piercing through your feet. Rimmer paused and turned to Xan. Now. Finally. Xan Ziggett. Xan calmly walked up. Yep. You are the last one. Are you ready? Xan replied. Of course, as usual. Rimmer said. Then let us begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure began to radiate, but this time, unlike before, Rimmer kept unleashing pressure, making it even stronger. Teacher San was enduring immense pressure. Sylvia worriedly cried out. Rimmer began. San. Glenn was also astonished by the pressure being unleashed. What the hell kind of pressure is this? At this moment, under the immense pressure, San remained calmly standing as if nothing was happening. He spoke up. Is this really my test? Rimmer excitedly said. I do not know. But the talent I see in you must be Tranker. Villain. And Burden. Try enduring this. As he spoke, Rimmer continued to unleash even greater pressure than before. Now Xan also began to feel difficulty. Link up is not something contained in flesh but lies within the realm of the soul. And right now, I not only have the link up of San Ziggett, but I also have the level of a killer. Thinking that, he took a step forward. Seeing that, Rimmer was a bit astonished. Can he really overcome this pressure? Glenn's face was also filled with shock, struggling to grasp the reality. How can he? This is truly absurd. At this moment, this is something that should surpass the boundaries of impossibility. As Rimmer's thoughts ended, Xan managed to touch him. Seeing the current situation, everyone was wide-eyed in amazement. Xan asked, has the test ended yet? The surrounding students were shocked, unable to believe. Did he just break through that pressure? No way. Did he break through? That little red guy. How could a kid without aura do that? Rimmer was also surprised and asked, wait, what are you? Xan replied, teacher, you have observed me training for 6 months. You asked that because I did better than what you taught me in those 6 months. You created a pressure that surpassed my ability. You intentionally tried to challenge me. But you did not expect me to break through it. San made some gesture as if to explain. Rimmer initially did not understand. His face filled with questions. Suddenly he realized the meaning of San's action. Got it, he laughed and said. Haha. It seems the Grandmaster has distracted me. San Ziget is the last contestant. The selection of official students has ended. I will announce the top students that you are all curious about. Rimmer's words made everyone present tense up. The top student of training school number 5 is San Ziget. In the stands, Sylvia and Helen were overwhelmed with emotion. Look, Arksan came in first place. Sylvia sighed. Zan did it. Everyone around could not stop discussing the result. Unbelievable. San Ziget is actually the top student if he broke through that pressure. Then surely. But how did he surpass Burden? Naturally. Burden shouted in protest. I do not accept this. This is wrong. The teacher is lying, Rimmer asked. Lying about what in terms of endurance? Strength. And talent. Zan is inferior to me. I refuse to accept that someone like him can come in first. Clearly. He played tricks. He clearly played tricks. Burden's words made those around doubt the result. Murmuring. That sounds reasonable. How could he still be at the top with the ice curse? I heard he does not even have aura. Or did he bribe the teacher? If we go by the rumors about Teacher Rimmer, it might be true. Burden continued. We are all warriors of the Zigard clan. Instead of this, I think we should have a duel to determine who the real top student is. Hearing that, Rimmer smiled and looked at him. He asked, do you want the top student position that badly? Burden Zigard. Not really. That question made Burden blush. Awkwardly denying, not like that. Rimmer looked up and asked Glenn. Unfortunately, the test has already ended. A clan leader. What do you think we should do? The clan leader thought for a moment and then asked Jian Zigard. Others seemed to disagree with this result. Do you want to fight Burden? Hearing the clan leader's question, Burden looked smugly at Jian. But little did he know. Jian bluntly replied. To the astonishment of those around him, the test is over. The results are out. Why should I duel him without any gain? Then Jian turned to Burden and said, you always talk about being from the main line with honor. Burden. I did not think you would be so disgracefully defeated. His words made Burden furious. Bastard. The clan leader spoke. Then let us do it. Let us duel for the position of top student. If you win, I will give you a bronze token. Jian was shocked by that condition. Thinking. A bronze token. The Giga clan awards gold, silver, and bronze tokens depending on each person's performance. Each token corresponds to a different reward, even if it is just a bronze token, but the token given directly by the clan leader. Surely I will get something decent. It seems he is not pleased that I came in first. Thinking that, Jian responded. I understand. Then let us get started. This time will determine the most talented student. This is a one-round duel. Anyone using aura or weapons will be disqualified. Only martial skills are allowed. After hearing the rules, both Jian and Burden stepped in to prepare for battle. All right, let us begin. As Reamer's words ended, Burden charged at Jian at lightning speed. But he quickly dodged. Afterwards, Burden continuously attacked Jian relentlessly. Jian kept dodging those attacks. This is the Tiger Strike technique that my father personally taught me. There are no rules against using it, so this is not against the law. Seeing Jian being overwhelmed by Burden, the students continuously praised. Indeed, the young master Burden is different. That kid Jian can T-move while fighting. Burden thought. Someone weaker than me, from a lesser lineage, daring to aim for my top student position. At this moment, Burden remembered the past. Forget it. Burden. The Zigard clan does not need weaklings. Don't disappoint me. Burden Zigard. Father is watching me. I must prove myself. I can lose to someone like him here. Despite Burden's continuous attacks, Jian managed to easily dodge. I can see it. From the punches to the rhythm, all his attacks were clear before my eyes. At this moment, Burden shouted at Jian. Have you surrendered yet? Jian Zigard. I will finish you off with this move. Jian calmly replied. Why should I surrender? Then he clenched his fist and threw a punch at Burden. Their punches collided, but it seemed Jian was stronger. Burden took the full force of the punch and was sent flying. He yelled in shock. What is this? As everyone around was astonished, unable to believe. No way. That is the Tiger Strike technique. How did he do that after taking the punch? Burden collapsed on the arena. Panting, unable to believe, he asked Jian. How did you know the Tiger Strike technique? Jian calmly replied. You taught me. I just imitated your martial arts. In the stands, the crowd kept discussing. He just used the Tiger Strike technique. This is truly absurd. How could he use the Tiger Strike technique? Or was it secretly passed down to him? Otherwise how? This is truly impossible. Witnessing Burden defeated by Jia, Grimmer was also astonished. This kid really has talent. This kid was able to neutralize the spiral of the Tiger Strike technique by creating a counter spiral. Just being able to read the opponent's martial path is enough for people to call him a genius. But he can turn that into a skill of his own. This is the kind of talent that can stand at the peak of this continent. This is what the Zygarde family is looking for, a destined talent. Ending his thoughts, Grimmer announced the result. I think this match is concluded. As you all can see, the result is quite clear. The winner is Jia Zygarde. With this, today's test has come to an end. Sylvia ran down from the stands and quickly approached Jia. She happily hugged Jia and gently patted his head. Both Sylvia and Helen burst into joy at Jia victory, happily looking at him, saying, "I am hungry. Let us go home." Over at Runan's side, Runan's father was so happy that he hugged him and cried. Meanwhile, Burden was taken outside by a butler. Burden saw something that made him feel both worried and sad. In the crowd, he spotted his father looking at him, but then Burden's father turned away and left. This left him feeling devastated. Later that evening, at Burden's mansion, his father called him into the study to talk. He turned his back to Burden and coldly said, "Burden, respond quickly." "Yep, father." Burden replied, "Do you remember what I told you? I told you to return with the title of top rookie and to never lose to anyone." "Yep. That was not too much to ask. I told you to defeat the Sulian Wenchva clan. And after stepping over that Jia, return with the title of class leader. Forget about Wenchdi's home. You lost to that discarded trash from that clan. Are you trying to make a fool of me or what?" Burden's father continued to scold him. He asked Burden, "Or do you want your fate to be like your two older brothers?" Burden said in shock, "Sir, you have ruined your first chance. They will choose the class leader after grading the students at the end of the graduation ceremony. Make sure you bring that position back to me." Saying that, he kicked Burden out of the room. Burden bowed his head sadly and said, "Yep," while thinking about his father's words. "If I want to live under the Zygarde clan, I must not fail this last opportunity." He let himself against the wall, cursing, "Damn it. It is all that bastard's fault. I can't believe all this happened because of that trash. Jia, damn. How did it come to this? I will definitely train harder so I never lose again." Suddenly, Burden stopped. In front of him was the training room. Why am I here? Did I come here unconsciously while thinking? He pushed the door open and entered. He looked around the training room. There was no one here. Probably because the test just ended. Burden was about to train, but he accidentally noticed the storage area. He noticed a compartment labeled with Jioan's name, and out of curiosity, he walked over to open that locker. Just looking a little would not hurt. Right. It is not like I am stealing anything. I am just looking. What he saw left Burden a bit stunned. What is this? Why are there so many shoes? He could even count over 10 pairs. Had he worn all these in just 6 months? He had only changed shoes twice. Burden was amazed by Jion's number of shoes and thought back to himself. But it seemed he had found the answer. Right. Come to think of it, he always trains, while I am just slacking off with the basics and swinging my sword randomly, or taking it easy in my own room while he is bringing out the best of the Gigad clan. I am doing the complete opposite. Burden felt embarrassed thinking about it. He looked around the training room a bit, then put Jion's shoes back and left. A thought quietly formed in his mind. Transitioning to Jion, the Essence was continually lamenting. "Oh my, I can't believe it. The Essence have lived for over 100 years and have never met anyone like you. What are you?" "Who knows? You can think whatever you want. First, tell me what this ability is," Jion said while opening the status panel. "You have won a bet with Anger. The reward will be granted to the winner. All skill points increase by 2. The one who is angry will receive any ability. The intuition of Snowflower has been created. Skill teacher. Jion received the essence. The intuition of Snowflower. The person who received this ability is way too good compared to my mediocrity. This ability can increase a person's awareness range. It is just 1 star now, and still can increase by about 10%. The essence can also perceive things 10 times better than before." Hearing this, Jion was surprised. Really? That is great, but he wondered. But why is it called the intuition of Snowflower? If you like it, then name it that. Is not it nice? Jion expressed disdain. Whatever you think. Your naming skills are terrible. You can also say something smart. The next morning, the butler suddenly came to Jion, saying, "The clan leader wishes to summon you." Young master. Sylvia was startled. What did he say? Did Jion do something wrong? The butler smiled reassuringly. Haha. Do not worry, miss, he explained. The clan leader just wants to personally award you the bronze token. A little later, Jion stood in front of the clan leader, bowing respectfully. Greetings. A clan leader, Glyn spoke. Although I do not like it, I will still keep my promise.
Yep.
A clan leader, Jiaon replied. The butler immediately brought the bronze token to Jiaon. Jiaon. As promised, you will be granted a bronze token. When you return it later, you will receive an item or a special favor. Jiaon looked at the bronze token, contemplated, then suddenly made a request right then. I have a request right now, Sylvia asked. What must I do to regain my mother's former status? Jiaon inquired. His question surprised Glyn a little. He said, the original status? You must mean the position of that girl in the direct lineage.
Yep.
That is right, Jiaon replied. Thinking to himself, he seems to be unexpectedly agreeable. What is going on? The clan leader then provided an answer. Achievements. If you achieve something that the whole clan recognizes, it is possible. But it is not that simple. Gaining recognition from others is as hard as plucking stars from the sky. It is nearly impossible. Especially for a kid like you. Hearing the answer, Jiaon smiled and said, but who said it was impossible? Saying that, he placed the bronze token back where it was. To the astonishment of the butler, that is it. Thank you for your answer. A clan leader. Then he turned around and prepared to leave, but after only a few steps, he was stopped by the clan leader. Wait.
Yep.
Glyn said, you have not asked about your reward. That is just a question. You do not need a token. I can still give you an answer. Jiaon felt a bit skeptical. I did not expect to hear these words from the Northern Destroyer. Go ahead. Express your wish. Jiaon clenched his fist. Determined. Then. There is something I have been thinking about. The one thing I need the most. Thinking this, he made his request. I want a cultivation technique. The trainers will teach you when you start the basic training process. I need a better cultivation technique than what is taught in the basic training. Please grant me a technique commensurate with the bronze token. The shadow cultivation technique from my past life is not enough to restore Sylvia's status and take down Dyrus. I need a stronger, outstanding aura. A Glyn replied. So what you want is a cultivation technique. Right. Then he snapped his fingers as if realizing something. One side of the area where Jiaon stood opened up. From there, shelves appeared surrounding him. Looking at what was before him, Jiaon was astonished. What is this? One of the shelves of the Zigard clan. If you place your hand on the center, the book you need will appear immediately. I see. Saying that, he touched the center, hoping for something better than the shadow cultivation technique to appear. From the shelf, a book flew out and came to him. What is this old, tattered book? Seeing the book in Jiaon's hands, both Glyn and the butler widened their eyes in shock. What is going on? How did you get that book? 10,000 fire cultivation. Jiaon was puzzled, flipping through the book. What kind of technique is this? But as soon as he touched it, a strange light emanated from the book. Consequently, the pages from the book continuously flew out, surrounding him. Jiaon was astonished, absorbing the contents of the book. The current situation suddenly reminded Glyn of the past. Do you think Sylvia is being shunned by the clan? That is not something we need to know. The prosperity of the clan is the top priority right now. Go attend to other matters. Sylvia is getting close to another man and running away from home. Don't bring that trivial stuff to me. After days of only thinking about the clan and pushing aside emotions, I have built an army that can surpass the demonic wall. My clan is growing stronger. So what have I lost, my lord? There is news that your son-in-law and granddaughter have been attacked. The attackers seem to be the twin demons from Eden that Miss Sylvia had once investigated. Miss seems to be fine, but the other two have died on the spot. Report. Due to the attack being too sudden. The clan leader. It is so pitiful. Finally, I have feelings again, but everything can't return to the way it was.
Yeah.
Even if you and Sylvia hate me. This time, I must protect you. Back to reality. Jiaon was constantly surprised, thinking about what had just happened. What is this? My body and mind are being pushed around by them. Suddenly, the clan leader's voice broke into his thoughts. Jiaon. Zigard, what did you just do? Jiaon confusingly replied. I do not know. I just remember the cultivation technique vanished from my hands. What was the name of the book? As the Myriad Fire Cultivation. Myriad Fire Cultivation. You must face the eternal flame. You have memorized all of the Myriad Fire Cultivation. Glyn Zigard suddenly jumped up and asked. You mean you remember the contents? To this, Jiaon confidently replied.
Yep.
Hearing this, he nodded slightly. I understand. That is fine. Hearing that, he nodded slightly and said, I understand. That is okay. His authoritative voice continued to ring out. You have received the reward for the bronze medallion. Now you can go home. This made Jiaon a bit confused, but he still calmly replied. Yes, sir. He then took the bronze plaque and left under the watchful eyes of Glyn Zigard and the butler Lowen. The two of them watched Jiaon until his figure completely disappeared behind the door. Right after that, Lowen spoke up his guess. Was it the cultivation technique that young Master Jiaon received? The other person replied affirmatively. Glenn Zygarde closed his eyes and leaned back gently in the middle seat behind him. He continued speaking slowly. It was the first clan's cultivation technique. Speaking of this, he kept expressing his surprise. In the history of the Zygarde clan, no one could retrieve or read that cultivation technique. But unexpectedly, the boy learned the 10,000 fire cultivation technique. Hearing that, the butler worriedly said, if this matter was exposed, young Master Jia-on and young Lady Sylvia might be in danger. Glenn had naturally thought of this possibility. He smiled confidently and said, don't he worry. No one knows about the 10,000 fire cultivation technique. On Jia-on's side, when he stepped out of the door, suddenly a book inside the library disappeared, which made Loan exclaim in doubt. The Book of Dharma disappeared. What should I do now? Glenn just calmly explained. It has already been passed on to someone else. Standing in front of hundreds of books of cultivation, he slowly said, after all, no one has learned the 10,000 fire cultivation technique. If not passed on to the child, it will be lost. A glimmer of hope crossed his face. I had a feeling. The image of Jia-on practicing appeared. At the same time, Glenn's authoritative voice resounded. The future will have a new breeze. Jia-on sat on the bed in a training position, thinking nonstop in his head. No matter how he thought about it, this was too strange. Why did he give me this? Not to mention the gambling order. Even the gold token is not enough to exchange for this cultivation skill. He closed his eyes and began to enter his training state again. This thing was no less than fire pills. He had to learn it properly. In the mental space, Jia-on slowly walked closer to the fire. He thought to himself, I failed again. Jia-on gloomily stared at his hand. Despite trying many times, it was truly difficult to gather spiritual energy. I did not expect to be able to learn this advanced technique in one go. But suddenly, the essence spoke up, sounding very mocking. Seems like you are having a hard time. He continued. Exert all your strength. You must be careful. If you are interrupted while training, it will be a big problem. Just touching the cultivation technique, and you end up crippled. That would be so unfortunate. Hearing this, Jia-on could not help but frown at this annoying name. What is he plotting? Jia-on could not help but imagine the scene of being backfired. Constantly thinking. 10,000 fire cultivation absorbs the energy of nature and gathers spiritual energy in the energy core. If I get interrupted at a crucial moment, the mana flow or core could be disrupted, and I would become crippled, which is even more dangerous for me since my mana flow contains ice energy. After thinking, he responded to the essence. Yeah. If you know that, then do not interfere. But he merely smiled mockingly. I wonder what will happen. Jia-on slightly raised his eyebrows, showing he did not understand his words. Suddenly he opened his mouth. Wait, do not tell me. Sure enough, as Jia-on suspected, the essence sneered. Just once. Let me interrupt you right at that crucial moment while you are training. Jia-on was speechless before his villainous demeanor. You would better not end up with a crippled body. That would not be fun. Would it? But he just casually replied. It is nothing. He continued. You are just a person who can surpass it. However, even if your limbs are severed or your energy core explodes, I can still recover everything. He leaned closer to Jia-on and whispered. When you are crippled and give up everything, that is the best opportunity for me. Hearing his mischievous words, Jia-on simply smiled faintly. I understand now. You said it is just once. Right. I am looking forward to seeing what you will pull this time. Hearing the human speak such challenging words, the essence became even more self-satisfied. You are getting worked up again. Just be scared every day because you do not know when I will attack. Looking at his self-satisfied face, Jia-on could not help but assess. This guy is truly an enemy, he continued to think. He is a demon spawn from the underworld, always ready to take over my body whenever there is a chance. And he embodies rage. He sighed warily, thinking he had thought he had given up on that plan. But now I have to be wary of him. Then he spoke up. All right. I need to deal with more pressing matters first, the essence asked. So you finally plan to deal with her? Jia-on replied. Yeah. It can't just be a coincidence. She comes here every night. Both moved towards the window and looked down below. Jia-on coldly said. I have to deal with her. Meanwhile, he thought to himself. It has been a while since I dealt with the old flame. Outside the building by the riverside, a woman dressed in maid attire was quietly doing something. The maid of the auxiliary building, Judy L., was writing a report on a piece of paper, mumbling to herself, I do not have anything to report. Just when he keeps mumbling to himself. But this time, I really have something to report. Remembering what had happened a few hours earlier, she could not help but be astonished. I can't believe he managed to receive such a high-level cultivation technique, just with that bronze token. Judy L. also recalled the scene of observing him training, and the mana flow was incredibly fierce while he cultivated spiritual energy. It was unimaginable. She kept writing. This is indeed important information for the Central Martial Academy. As soon as she finished writing, she carefully folded the paper and thought, since it is an order, I have to do it, but he is just a kid. I do not know how much longer I can keep this from him. After that, she gently dropped the letter into the water and watched it float away, just as she saw the letter drifting a certain distance. Judy L. quietly sighed, just when she said, now I will head back. A knife suddenly appeared at her throat, accompanied by a dangerously warning voice. If you dare speak, I will kill you. The owner of the knife continued to threaten. If you dare move, you will die. The cold voice ordered Judy L. to lower her gaze and look into the lake. Faced with this looming danger, Judy L. had no choice but to comply, her mind racing. Is he? She slowly lowered her gaze. Sweat began to bead. Who could exude such a menacing aura? As she recognized the familiar face reflected in the water, Judy L. was taken aback. John Zigard. How did this kid manage to follow me? As if reading her thoughts, John simply explained. Since I returned to this auxiliary building, I have felt your scrutinizing gaze. Did you find any information? This made Judy L. even more on edge. No way. Does he know everything already? Remembering her days of silently observing her target, she had been very careful but was still discovered a long time ago. Judy L. could not stop feeling confused. I thought I left no traces. Did he just pretend not to see? Why is that? Suddenly, John demanded. Speak. Judy L. had no choice but to comply, trembling as she did so. Just then John pushed something into her mouth, forced to swallow the strange thing. She choked and felt nauseous, her mouth overflowing to the point she had to kneel and cover it with a cloth. While she was struggling to get rid of the strange thing in her mouth, John calmly picked up the paper that had not drifted far. He opened the letter but found the words inside had completely vanished and turned to the person who had written it. I can read the content of this letter. This kind of paper requires a specific method to read. Right? John coldly asked word by word. Water. Earth. Fire. Sunlight, just as John said. Moonlight. Judy L. displayed an unmistakable look of confusion. She stammered. How do you know that? John responded by slowly reciting the contents of the letter. Aris Zigard. Karin Zigard. Daniel. Upon reading this, he asserted. So that is an order from Karin Zigard. Leaving Judy L. even more astonished, observing John's impassive expression. Judy L. panicked, thinking, that can be. My expression has not shown any flaw. I have spent years training to become a proficient spy. He could not possibly read that much from my expression. Suddenly, she remembered what John had just stuffed into her mouth. Wait. The painful convulsions in my body. He could easily read my thoughts. The more she thought, the more anxious she became. There was only one way to explain this. The thing he had forced down her throat. The image of the deadly parasite appeared, causing Judy L. to collapse in shock. Could it be a parasite? Amidst the interactions between Judy L. and Karin Zigard, he had ordered her to infiltrate the auxiliary building and send him all information about John and Sylvia. He emphasized, if you perform this task well, I will give you that thing. Returning to reality, the spying maid knelt in fear and asked John, did you give me a parasite? Hearing this, John was momentarily astonished. You know about parasites. After that, his voice turned playful. What you know about parasites surprises me. Immediately receiving that confirmation, a wave of nausea swept over Judy L. She immediately doubled over in pain, clutching her stomach. She realized that by introducing it into the target's body, the poisoner could not only determine the location but also their thoughts. Parasites were one of the most terrifying curses in this world. The poisoner could kill the target at any time they wished with excruciating pain. That expression was undoubtedly true. It is definitely a parasite, John, unfazed by the mix of pain and fear on her face, coldly spoke. The one who sent this letter to Karin Zigard must be a spy sent by the Martial Temple, and this mission must have started 7 months ago, after the judgment ceremony. You must have investigated thoroughly. He held up the paper and smirked. Not just me, but also my mother, Helen, and all the other maids. The expression on Judy L.'s face grew increasingly pale. I thought this was a simple mission. In her mind, the directives from Karin kept replaying. Just gather information about the crippled child John and Sylvia. I thought I could complete the mission easily. But there is a monster living in this auxiliary building, threatened by the aura of the one she called a monster. Judy L. quickly pleaded. I will change the content. I will report false information. But John only coldly dismissed her. Forget it. Even if you change the intel, Karin will still find out about me. He added another sentence, trampling on her pride. It will only make him realize your incompetence. Suddenly, John leaned his face closer to Judy L., his red eyes wide open with a menacing leer, making her tremble. Then he ordered, from now on, you will be my double agent. He continued, you will report any information he will soon discover. Conceal important information. And do not let anyone know. Conversely, you must bring me valuable information from him. Hearing this, Judy L. could only tremble and comply. Okay, I will do as you say. Receiving this answer, John nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he stood up to leave, smiling as he said goodbye. See you next time. His voice echoed everywhere. Enough for Judy L. Still not fully recovered. To hear, I hope to receive useful information. On the way back to his bedroom, the essence curiously asked, how did you manage to control the parasite like that? John casually replied, I would not use that disgusting thing. I gave her a poison pill that made her temporarily suffer severe pain. I did not have her thoughts. John casually explained to him, you can rely on some other factors to probe others. Others can see through it. But the essence was taken aback by John's response. He muttered, this is the real demon. A few days later, while John was still engrossed in training, the day to return to the training camp arrived. Throughout that time, despite his constant efforts, up until the day of departure, John still could not create an aura. At the training camp, the sound of chatter was nonstop, and the atmosphere was particularly lively. John calmly observed his surroundings. There were 42 people who had passed, leaving only a quarter of the original group. He remembered the lively face of his teacher, Reamer, who was indeed very strict about results. Suddenly a voice rang out. John. Hearing someone call him, John turned around and recognized it was the girl. Runan slowly approached him. Then she stood facing John, making him slightly confused. Runan stared at him, as if wanting to say something. A small memory of her surfaced. Young Master John helped our daughter train. That was a memory from a few days ago, at the Solian clan mansion. Runan was enjoying dessert when her mother asked, so she simply replied. Yep. Her mother continued to ask, did you greet and thank him? Runan replied, yep. He gave me food. Her mother continued, what about when he helped you train? Hearing this, Runan pondered for a moment and innocently said, which made her mother a bit curious. Well, Runan obediently replied, father told me not to initiate conversation with boys. Her mother's expression immediately darkened. I see. Then her mother seriously taught her etiquette. Runan, when showing gratitude, gender does not matter. Continuing, if you have received help, you should always respect and be grateful to them. That is common courtesy. Hearing this, Runan's face turned unusually red. Her mother reminded her. Remember, do not forget. Back to reality. Runan gathered her courage and said to Jian, thank you, making him unusually flustered. The essence was equally puzzled, asking, why did she suddenly thank you? But even Jian did not know and responded awkwardly, I do not know. How would I know? After successfully saying thank you, Runan proudly rewarded herself with a thumbs up. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out. Young Master Jian. Dorian rushed over, still panting. Young Master, how are you? For me, I think I might die. Even just being a temporary student, I felt like I wanted to die. After his first sentence, he continued to ramble on. So I can imagine how much harder it would be now as an official student. I keep having nightmares. Last night I tossed and turned and could not sleep. Just worried I would not be able to do it. By the way, it really is. This made the essence look at him critically. You were saying that? Dorian kept talking non-stop. But I am very happy that young Master Jian is the top student. If young Master Boran is the top student, then I. Before he could finish his sentence, Boran's face, as if splashed with cold water, suddenly appeared from behind Dorian, startling him. Dorian was so scared he plopped down on the ground, ready to face Boran's wrath. But it seemed Boran did not care too much. Boran slowly walked over and stood facing Jian, his expression as cold as before. The two faced each other like that for a while, neither speaking first. Suddenly, Boran took a very standard stance and said, I apologize. I admit my defeat last week and allowed everyone to see my shame. He continued, however, I will not give up. His gaze became extremely determined. No matter how hard I have to work, I will stand before you with confidence. After that, he turned to leave, saying, I will not back down, nor will I give up. The essence and Jian watched Boran leave with mixed feelings. Jian sighed lightly. I did not expect a 13-year-old to know how to admit his mistakes. He truly is raised by a great clan. But it seemed the essence was still not finished with the previous incident. So he appeared quite irritated. You have been beaten once already, and still do not know your place. Quickly go and poke his eyes out. Hearing that, Jian sighed. That is good enough. Just calm down. The annoying monster shouted. Who cares about that? Just then, Rimmer's voice rang out. Sorry for being late. He smiled, looking a bit embarrassed. I overslept because I drank a bit of alcohol the other day. Have you all rested well? After all 42 students lined up neatly, Rimmer regained the serious demeanor of a teacher and spoke up first. I congratulate you on becoming official students. We will start formal training from today onwards. Jiawan listened attentively to him. Overall, it would still be similar to the last time, but there would be a few additional training programs. Rimmer began to introduce the lesson. In the first session, we will learn about the method of cultivating spiritual energy. But suddenly a loud noise rang out, causing everyone to turn their eyes towards the source of the sound. It was a girl with long black hair, leaning heavily against the door, while looking at the crowd in front of her. After successfully opening the door, she angrily exclaimed, "Damn it. This door just won't open. Swithy is in trouble." Dorian recognized who was getting angry and stammered, That person is." Then came Rimmer's calm voice. Rimmer said, "I am not the one in charge of guiding her, but she is the student who failed last time." Then he said, "Because from now on everyone will train together. So let us welcome our new classmate." Rimmer began the lesson. In our first session, we will learn about the method of cultivating spiritual energy. When suddenly a loud noise startled everyone, turning their eyes to the source of the sound. It was a girl with long black hair, her hands on her hips, staring at the crowd in front of her. After successfully opening the door, she cursed, "Damn it. This door just won't budge. Swithy is in trouble." Dorian recognized the person who was losing it and stuttered in fear. "That person must be strange." Followed by Rimmer's calm voice. Rimmer said, "The teacher is not the one responsible for guiding her, but she is the student who failed from the last round." Then he said, "Since from now on everyone will train together, let us send greetings to each other." The girl spoke first, confidently introducing herself. "I am Martha Zigart." The direct descendant Martha Zigart suddenly sighed, her expression clearly unfriendly. Rimmer still smiled and continued, "She may seem that way, but she is a very kind girl." But Martha immediately cut him off. First of all, Martha stepped forward, standing among the new students, and asked, "Who is the top student here?" Jiawang remained silent, just listening to Martha ramble on. "You can let someone of a lower rank stand above you like that. You need to see who the jerk is that holds that position." Her expression turned defiant. "Come on out. Let us have a fight." Martha kept moving among the students, searching for a target, taunting, "Why do not we just fight right now?" Jiawang feigned annoyance and whispered to Tin Ho Di, "Is there something wrong with the Feng Shui? Why do we have to deal with these people?" Finally, he calmly stepped forward and declared, "I am Jiawang Zigart, and I am the top student." Immediately receiving a mocking laugh from Martha, she showed her disdain, leaning on her crutch and remarking at Jiawang, "You do not look like a top student at all." Then Martha started to crack her knuckles, ready to challenge him. "No need for words. Let us just fight and see." Boren spoke up, criticizing her behavior. "Martha Zigart, why are you being so rude?" This made her pause for a few seconds. Anger flared up in Martha as she flipped into a defensive mode. "This brat is talking disrespectfully to a senior." She stepped closer, glaring at Boren as if she wanted to hit him. But he stood his ground, frowning and meeting her gaze. Martha threatened, "If you keep talking such nonsense, you will be dead in no time. You should choose your words carefully next time." Boren's firm reply was, "Jiawang Zigart is recognized as the top student in front of the Lord and the trainers. Are you doubting their decision?" Hearing this, her expression turned mocking. "I thought you were making a fuss about that. Were not you?" She continued, "That is why I did what I did." Boren remained unshaken and replied seriously, "I do not want to see my embarrassing self again." Listening to this conversation surprised Jiawang. Boren had really changed. Suddenly, Runan shielded Jiawang, leaving both him and Tin Ho Di astonished. Runan spread her arms to protect Jiawang and said, "Stay away." Seeing Jiawang being protected by these two, Martha scoffed and said dismissively, "That is nice. True friendship. Like a torn leaf covering a rotten one." Then she turned to leave. "If I keep acting like this, I will be the one in the wrong. I will be the villain." Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on Martha's face. "But you know, I truly..." Immediately, she dashed toward Jiawang to attack and shouted, "I really hate cowards who hide behind others. They are even more pathetic than those who try to show off." This clearly shocked Runan and Boren with Martha's unexpected attack. She threw a punch wrapped in magical energy at Jiawang. Catch this, Fate had other plans. Her surprise punch was easily dodged by him, and he blocked it and nullified it. Martha never expected that Jiawang would handle her attacks so effortlessly. Before she could recover, Jiawang swung a punch back at her. Although Martha managed to dodge it directly, the punch created enough force to push both of them apart. Watching the fight, Boren could not help but exclaim in surprise, while Teacher Rimmer seemed amused. Watching them with a smile, Martha was clearly shocked by the punch. It was as if she lost her confidence. Letting out a sigh, the anger and competitiveness were causing her to lose her rationality. Martha laughed loudly. "This is ridiculous." She began to explode in anger, her punches becoming wild and threatening. One hand raised in preparation for another punch. She taunted. "Don't think you can just walk away from this." Rimmer calmly grabbed Martha's hand from behind, saying, "That is enough." She looked surprised. "When did you get here?" Rimmer looked down at the troublesome student and assumed the role of a teacher. "Martha, you seem to underestimate me too much. Even if you think I am lenient, do not act like you are above me." Ignoring Martha's attempts to break free, Rimmer continued lecturing. "Bren and Runen have probably already learned the energy technique, but Jiawang has not yet. Don't you think winning with that advantage is not worth celebrating?" Finally, he released her and smiled, saying, "I will let you fight Jiawang freely after he learns the energy technique." Rimmer replied casually, "I was about to stop anyway." Rimmer seemed used to Martha's stubbornness, chuckling as he pointed, "Get back to your spot." Jiawang moved ahead.
"Yep, sir."
Right after, Tin Hodi shouted, "What are you doing? How dare you let that little brat attack me? You should tear her apart and imprison her in ice for 1,000 years." Jiawang calmly replied, "I already fought back. But that just makes this monster angrier. How could that be enough? You must make her lose her mind." But he insisted. "It is not the right time yet." Tin Hodi looked at Jiawang's calculating expression. "It is better to fight when you want something from her. Lure her with the title of top student." Jiawang followed Rimmer inside and said to the one beside him, "Keep it up. Next time I will show you a good show." Inside the building, all 42 students were training hard. After a while, Rimmer satisfiedly said, "All right. Everyone take a 10-minute break." Boren quickly recharged with water. After replenishing energy, he thought silently, "Just as I suspected. It is not easy at all." Since he had learned the high-level 2-star technique, it was not too hard for him. But reaching 3 stars was arduous as it required combining many advanced techniques. Then Boren glanced at Jiawang, who was still diligently training. He silently assessed. Even though it has only been a month since he started, Boren continued to think. Even I took a month to learn the 7 forms punch. He only learned sword techniques at the same time as me. Seeing Jiawang's precise movements, Boren could not help but marvel. It seems I am not the only one feeling pressured by his progress. His eyes shifted to the one training wildly beside him. "Are you also feeling the heat?" Martha Zegart being called out. She stuttered through her movements, her mouth cursing. "Damn it." Martha stood there breathing hard for a moment, her face expressing disbelief.
Jiawang Zygarde.
How could he progress so quickly on his first time learning martial arts? Martha compared. He does not seem like someone who learned before like Boren or Runen, and his body is not even normal. So how can he train all day with that body? The more she thought, the more jealous she became, grinding her teeth. I can fall behind like this. Martha recalled the praises she received and self-complimented. My talent is exceptional. That is what everyone says about me. She reflected on her past. Ever since she was adopted by the Zegart family, she had always been a hunter. Continuing her self-narration, I surpassed all direct lineages and branch lines. Those useless guys bragged about being geniuses all day long. Martha laughed at them, then mocked them when they were desperate. She continuously reassured herself. I am the real genius. I am the best. That was who I used to be. However, Martha was well aware that her current situation had flipped upside down. She gritted her teeth, thinking, but now I am really worried I can't control it anymore. Late at night, the butler close to Martha had been waiting for her for a long time. He respectfully bowed and greeted her. You performed very well today, Miss Martha. Martha only responded with a sad seeing his master in such low spirits. The butler began to think of ways to console her. Finally, he spoke up. You do not need to worry, Miss. Martha frowned and snapped. What are you talking about? The butler gently replied. Because he showed his good side. People have forgotten. But young Master Jiawang won't have a chance to defeat you. Hearing this, Martha frowned even more and retorted. He will never defeat me. Her voice was filled with doubt. What do you base that on? The butler smiled mysteriously and said, because young Master Jiawang has a fatal weakness that he cannot overcome. Jiawang was still diligently training, his hands wielding the sword with great strength and precision. Sweat soaked Jiawang's hair. Though tired, his swordsmanship was improving. A student approached another and asked, I want to ask you something. But the other student immediately told him to look at Jiawang for inspiration. Look at his stance. However, the student seemed too shy and quickly declined. I can't ask. Hearing this, the other student replied unexpectedly. But his swordsmanship is so good. A clap echoed as Martha applauded, wearing a strange smile as she complimented. Well done. Martha remarked in an unmistakably genuine tone about Jiawang's level. I did not expect that in such a short time you could train alongside me. You are even better than a genius, learning so quickly. Suddenly, Her industrial smile returned to her usual one. But, of course, everything that follows are harsh words meant to provoke Jiawang. Your mana sensing ability is so weak that no matter how hard you train, it will be useless. What a shame. Martha's voice was loud enough for everyone in the training room to hear. At least you could become a decent swordsmanship coach. Everyone fell silent during this conversation, including Reamer. Seeing this awkward atmosphere, Martha arrogantly thought, "No one is saying anything." Just as I thought, she continued to assess Jiawang. No one would think this idiot still has not mastered aura after 4 whole months. Everything stemmed from the conversation between Martha and her butler, as the butler stated that young Master Jiawang had no aura talent at all. Upon hearing this, Martha was astonished, seeing the young lady so shocked. He explained, "You probably do not know, but this happened after you were adopted." But at the evaluation ceremony, young Master Jiawang's mana sensing ability was at the lowest level. His tone was even. The only one who has not learned aura at the 5th training stage is young Master Jiawang. Trainta of Uzong will only help him get medium or slightly better training methods. Just a bit better than everyone else's basic black magic training. He continued, but he still has not mastered any method, so the result of the evaluation must be accurate. He may be the best at swordsmanship and combat, but if he can't use aura, he can become a true martial artist. At this point, Martha's expression shifted from astonishment to excitement, finally bursting into laughter. Recalling her past, Martha self-satisfiedly ruffled her hair. "I am still angry about losing to that guy," she chuckled. "But that guy is not even worthy of my trouble." Her thoughts were interrupted by Runan's piercing gaze. Seeing Runan staring at her as if wanting to say something, Martha asked, "Do you want to say something to me?" Runan ordered, "Go away," making Martha seem quite intrigued. "Is that all?" Runan furrowed her brow and repeated, "Go away." And Martha's face lit up with mischief as she replied, "I am leaving." As she was about to leave, she smugly boasted, "I also have to keep my class in check." Runan watched as Martha walked away, her expression cold. In the evening inside the training room, Jiawang sat resting on a chair, 2 empty water bottles beside him. He sighed warily and wiped the sweat with a towel. That should be enough for today. Then he smiled with delight. This is fun. A memory from his past life surfaced. On the battlefield, he did not learn martial arts but survival and killing techniques. Only his assassination skills were improved. He could not learn anything else. He felt lost. He never thought he would enjoy learning martial arts to develop himself like this. Suddenly, Tin Ho-di angrily shouted, "Are you awake yet? I can't believe you are standing there when you are being humiliated." Jiawang asked curiously. Humiliated? Tin Ho-di was almost agitated. "That little dark-haired girl keeps talking trash about you." But Jiawang casually replied, "Oh really? I did not hear. I was too focused." The monster snorted through his nose, yelling, "You should pay more attention. If she talks about me like that, I would have frozen her solid already." Annoyed by this, Jiawang calmly responded, "I have already said, fighting her won't do any good." He stood up and opened the door, mumbling, "Even without the 10,000 flames technique, I could easily defeat her." Before his words finished, he noticed Runan had been waiting for him behind the door for a long time. He called her name softly. "Runan," he continued. "Why are you standing there?" Runan did not answer but opened the box in her hand and took out a round brown pastry. Then she handed it to him, saying, "Eat this." Jiawang took it and felt the temperature of the pastry in his hand. "It is too cold." "What is this?" Seeing him hesitate, Runan ordered, "Eat it." Jiawang nodded. "Okay." As he was about to put the pastry in his mouth, he thought, "I am an assassin. I should not eat anything someone else gives me." But then, the pastry was successfully in his mouth. She would not poison me, would she? The flavor of the cake began to spread, and Raam was quite surprised by the taste, while the Emperor's essence revealed an extremely delighted expression as he spoke excitedly. "What is this? In the demon world I have never tasted anything this sweet. It is cold too." "What is this?" Runan asked. "What do you think?" The Ryan nodded and replied, "Delicious. So delicious." And the essence of the Emperor kept moving back and forth, clearly very fond of this new dish. "More. I want to eat more," Runan replied. "It is ice cream." Then she left, and the Emperor hurriedly called out, Wait a minute." The Emperor was even more impatient. Give it to me one more time and then leave." Seeing Runan had left, he muttered gloomily, "She is so strange. Why does not she give me one more?" And Raon is thinking about another problem. Is he worried about me? He remembered that Runan loved sweets like a child, and it seemed like there were only 4 of them. He guessed that he probably returned one for himself. He must have been struggling mentally. Thinking about this, I smiled and sighed, but I am okay. As he was leaving, he said, "I must repay him." The Essence Emperor still has not forgotten the sweet taste just now, he happily said. Then ask her for another one. At the annex building, a voice called out, "Aya." And immediately a group of servants came out to warmly welcome me. "You have been on for so long. Why are you taking so long to come back?" Raon gently replied. "It has only been a week." The servant immediately asked, "Are you hungry? I will make you something to eat." Raon immediately refused, but before he could finish his words, the servant's voice immediately ordered the others to hurry. A moment later, Judiel handed over her secret report and Ez said, "This is the report I will send to the Intermediate Martial Arts Hall." Raon. "What did they say?" Judiel stammered. "Nothing much." Then she continued, "They did order me to investigate a bit more, because your swordsmanship and combat skills were improving so quickly. But it seems they lost interest, since you can't use aura." Raon immediately asked another question. "What about Mom?" Judiel did not dare to look straight at Raon and replied, "I think they are also less interested in Madame Sylvia." She guessed that if this continued, they would withdraw me soon. Hearing that, Raon frowned. That would not do. I still had a place where I needed her. Judiel suddenly said, "Young master." Jiawang suddenly smiled chillingly. "Who knows?" he asked softly. "What do you think?" The aura around Jiawang instantly frightened her, making her tremble. "And nothing. I am sorry for asking such a rude question." Jiawang smiled and commanded, "All right. You can go now." Judiel quietly replied.
Yep.
Tin Ho frowned and said, "They actually think you are intentionally not learning." Jiawang casually replied, "Utilizing the situation and environment for one's own benefit is a very smart thing to do." Tin Ho asked him with confusion, "Why is it so hard for you to learn aura?" "I have never found it difficult." Jiawang chuckled and answered, "I do not know. Let us just practice." Tin Ho was shocked. Again, he kept reminding, "This guy needs to go to sleep." Jiawang ignored him and said, "I need to practice." The scene that appeared when he opened the door surprised Jiawang a bit. It turned out Reamer had been waiting for him outside for who knows how long. Jiawang called out, "Coach Reamer." Hearing this, he turned to look at him happily. "You could not sleep?" Jiawang casually asked. "Why are you here?" Reamer approached and nodded. "I am here to teach you." Then he placed a hand on Jiawang's shoulder and said, "I will let you know about your attributes." Jiawang wondered as he followed Reamer into the woods. "I thought you would teach me about attributes or something. Why are we strolling around like this?" Reamer smiled and shook his head. "Don't he complain? Just wait. I am a bit lazy. But I am an excellent teacher." Jiawang curiously looked around. "How do you plan to teach me about mana attributes in a place like this?" Reamer merely smiled at him. He recalled his impression of Jiawang. "I still can't forget the first time I saw your technique." Reamer described it as like a hot flame. "Like lava," he noted. "Completely different from normal techniques." Reamer thought. He has been trying to adapt to the coldness of his body, along with the flame, instead of removing them from his mana circuit. He imagined how exciting it would be if Jiawang could truly master this technique. After reminiscing, Reamer sighed gently, then he said, "That should be enough." Jiawang stopped and observed where he was standing. He asked curiously, "In the middle of the forest. Why here?" Reamer suddenly waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew over Jiawang. Reamer explained, "I want to create a blade of wind to protect my lord. What you are seeing now." Then he began to conjure a stronger wind. Even revealing the elemental colors in the air, he continued with his earlier statement. "It is the wind I chose." Jiawang opened his eyes wide. Feeling the sensation on his hands, Reamer said softly, "I have weakened it so you can gradually get used to it. But you do not seem scared at all. You are not childish." Then he put his hands on his hips and said, "Since I was born, I have felt this wind because I am an elf. But you are human, and half of your mana circuit is filled with cold air. So it will be harder for you." Reamer explained, "There are many types of winds: warm, cold, or sharp." He then raised his hand to the sky and proclaimed, "I want a blade of wind that can cut through anything." Finally, he proudly announced, "And I have achieved it." He told Jiawang, "You must find your own element. Think of the flame you want to have." Jiawang spoke up, "This is the north. Unless I set this forest on fire, I won't be able to see a proper flame." Reamer smiled and teased, "If that is the case, we would be beheaded right away." He looked at Jiawang with an amused expression. Then he said, "But there is a place very suitable for you." After a while, the two teachers and students arrived at a furnace, and Reamer called out to the person inside, "Hey, old man." "Hi." The old man replied in a deep voice, "I did not know why the flames were acting up. Turns out it is you." Hearing this, Reamer crossed his arms and smiled sheepishly. "It looks like I am failing again tonight." Jiawang curiously asked, "Where are we?" Reamer answered gently, "This is the hottest and brightest flame in the north." He added, "A charcoal furnace." The old man inside spoke up, asking Reamer, "What did you bring this time?" Reamer shook his head. saying,
Wait.
he is the heir of the family. But the old man seemed uninterested and replied, I am just an old man who is retired. Unless the family head comes here himself. Jiawang was a bit shocked. What? He looked at the raging fire in front of him and exclaimed, is this really a fire? He recalled having seen countless flames before campfires he made. High-level fire magic created by mages. Now looking at the flames in front of him, he thought. Jiawang felt the temperature, the image, the fire. He began to concentrate, envisioning the type of flame he wanted. Just as his hand was about to grasp it, the flame vanished. Jiawang silently lamented. He lowered the flames. The old man's hoarse voice echoed. My name is Vankan. Old man Vankan reminded. If you want to be polite, you can go elsewhere. Jiawang was taken aback upon hearing that name. Vankan. He looked at the retired man, recalling someone famous worldwide for his craftsmanship. Is it really Vankan? Jiawang pondered. The one who created Glenn Zygarde's True Heaven Sword. But he disappeared 30 years ago. Yet here he is, immediately. Jiawang seized the opportunity to greet him respectfully. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jiawang Zygarde, Vankan asked lightly. Did you hear about me from someone? Rimmer shook his head in denial. Not all. Then Rimmer turned to explain to Jiawang. That old man is a master of Zygarde. He is retired now. But he has been tending this fire for 10 years. Rimmer continued. He has been looking after this flame for a whole year, so that the kids would not see it anywhere else afterward. Rimmer asked, can you help me with something? Vankan pondered for a moment before replying. Why do not you go to those blacksmiths? Teacher Rimmer responded. There are too many eyes there. I do not want anyone seeing this technique before he masters it. Hearing this, Vankan curiously asked. What do you mean? Rimmer replied. Because Jiawang is Sylvia's son. This time, Vankan turned to look at Jiawang. Jiawang seized the opportunity and sincerely said, I won't disturb you. Please allow me to feel this fire. Vankan stared at him for a while, then he replied, I am making charcoal. While Jiawang did not understand, Vankan continued, golden charcoal creates a stronger flame than white or black charcoal. I have been doing that here for 10 years. He then said, if you do not disturb me, do whatever you want. With Vankan's permission, Jiawang's face lit up. He joyfully exclaimed, thank you, sir. After that, Rimmer and Vankan left the furnace, leaving Jiawang inside alone. Rimmer stood beside, praising, you are really kind. Although I did not expect you to accept so easily. Then, Rimmer friendly placed his hand on his shoulder and said, if you treat him well, I will bring you some fine wine. But then Vankan's reply surprised Rimmer. Not because of you. Vankan explained his actions. The fire in the furnace flared when that kid walked in, strong enough to shatter the charcoal underneath. He concluded that the kid had the ability to control fire. Mumbling, if it is him, Vankan smiled. Then I think he can make my dream come true. Jiawang had been visiting the furnace for 7 months, and had been envisioning the type of flame he wanted. Jiawang sat still, continuously murmuring, fire. I understand. An image of a fireball shot up. Jiawang slowly stepped forward to touch it, his mind racing. They say fire is the most terrifying and powerful element, but if I can control it, that is another story. A tamed flame is stronger than any element. And the 10,000 flames technique has awakened. He suddenly recalled Rimmer's advice. Imagine the flame you want. Jiawang murmured. The image. The image of the fire I need. He remembered the enemies of the kin, wanting to cut their throats to help Sylvia gain the title of the main lineage. The path to his goal was shrouded in darkness. Unable to see anything, the torch illuminated the way. The flame defeated the monsters. A lasting flame. A beautiful light shone ahead, and Jiawang gradually immersed himself in it. That was the flame he wanted. Jiawang patiently trained, feeling a stronger fire energy coursing through his body. He felt the temperature of this fiery space seeping into his skin, forcing him to concentrate and catch it. He needed to feel a bit more. In his subconscious, Jiawang's entire body felt surrounded by flames, which astonished him. Is this a completely indefinite state? I can see my subconscious right before my eyes. He bit his lip, thinking, if I focus just a little more. Then suddenly, a stream of elemental ice magic appeared in his left hand. Tinhodi smiled maliciously. It is my turn now. Did not I say I would wait until you were at your weakest? Freeze. Just as the demon finished speaking, an overwhelming force of magic enveloped Jiawang, rapidly freezing his left hand. This left Jiawang in a panic. I have been too complacent. Why does it have to be now? He recalled the past 7 months, realizing he had forgotten that the demon had been quiet lately. But he was not an ally. The smiling face of the demon made him forget that he was a villain wanting to take his life. It was the demon lord. Surrounded by the demon's immense magic, Jiawang struggled uncomfortably. Damn it. It feels like my body is being torn apart. It is hard to breathe. If I move now, I will. Even if I use the 10,000 flames technique, I will still die. He thought hard, I have to focus my aura. Jia Wang struggled to breathe. To survive, I have to think. I need to strategize. Ice began to freeze up to his lower body. And Jia Wang shook his head painfully. My mind feels so dull. The demon watched Jia Wang's painful state with delight, smiling wickedly and sneering. Your struggle is truly beautiful. Do you think you can withstand my power like before? Then he concluded. It is useless. Jia Wang's eyes began to sink into a dreamlike state. The demon's mocking voice echoed throughout the space. Your body and soul are now mine, he declared loudly. Your efforts, your life are all in vain. You are no different from the one working in the furnace. But do not worry. I will definitely take revenge for you. Just as he was about to lose his sanity, the demon suggested a way for Jia Wang to counterattack. Furnace. Furnace. Thanks for the hint. Finally, Jia Wang gathered all his remaining strength to accumulate power. He clenched his teeth, determined in his heart, all or nothing. If I do not do it, I will. The flames in the furnace suddenly blazed fiercely. Instead of absorbing the naturally heated mana, he would directly absorb the mana from the furnace. That was a fire much stronger and hotter, capable of swallowing everything. Jia Wang shouted. Absorb it. Jia Wang's body began to absorb mana from the furnace. Mumbling. I'm trying. Causing the demon lord to scream in frustration. What are you doing? The chunks of charcoal in the furnace began to glow brighter. Vang Khan was still patiently observing the furnace. The clash of mana and the eruption of flames startled him, causing him to stand up suddenly. His astonishment was not over yet. What is happening? Why did the flames suddenly rise so high? I have never seen such a powerful flame before. He looked around, noticing something. What is up with this furnace? Vang Gan looked towards the boy still sitting and training over there. Puzzled. What is Jia Wang doing? Jia Wang was shivering all over despite sitting right next to the furnace, which puzzled Vang Gan immensely. How can it be cold with the furnace burning like this? He then sat up and approached Jia Wang, worriedly calling. Hey, are you okay? Vang Gan pointed at Jia Wang with a finger. Confused. Why are you shivering like a dried fish? Say something. Just as Vang Gan was about to touch Jia Wang, Rimmer appeared out of nowhere, seriously blocking his action. Vang Gan asked in shock. Rimmer. While Rimmer simply reminded him, leave him be. Do not touch him. The frown on Vang Gan's face deepened. What are you talking about? He could die. Rimmer calmly spread his hands to explain. Right now, he is in a completely indeterminate state. We can't do anything. If we touch him, he will cough up blood and die. The frown on Vang Gan's face deepened. What are you saying? He could die. Rimmer calmly spread his hands to explain. Right now he is in a totally unstable state. We can't do anything. If we touch him, he will vomit blood and die. Upon hearing this, Vang Gan reluctantly put his hands down. He asked softly, is that the cold you mentioned? Can't we do anything about it? Receiving a worried nod from Rimmer. It is too dangerous. Rimmer looked at Jia An and silently prayed. Jia An, please do not die. Right now. Inside the consciousness, a fierce battle was still ongoing. Watching the flames break through his ice layer and slowly engulf the entire space, the demon lord screamed madly. Stop right there. You can't do anything, of course. A person full of will and desire like Jia An would never listen to the words of the demon waiting to take his life. Yen's words are resolute. Nonsense. I have already died once. Jia An's gaze sharpens like never before. My previous life was meaningless. In the end, I died without closing my eyes. I will definitely not let that happen again. Jia An gets closer to the desired flame, reaching out with determination, trying his best to touch it. Outside, the temperature in the furnace is about to exceed the limit. Vankin anxiously exclaims. The temperature is too high. If this continues, the furnace won't be able to withstand the sudden spike. Reamer focuses on sensing. The mana in the furnace is gathering in one spot. Jia An. He is surprised by his own assessment. Is Jia An absorbing mana? Jia An screams within his subconscious. The fire power within him erupts. And no matter how hard the demon lord tries, he can no longer hold on. Jia An successfully grasps the flame. The demon lord is finally lost. Immediately, an explosion erupts, shaking the heavens and the earth. The fireball bursts throughout the space, creating a mushroom cloud right inside the furnace, towering as high as a castle. Reamer gasps in concern. Jia An, are you okay? Vankin also worriedly calls out. Jian Zagard. As the smoke and flames gradually clear, Reamer sees a figure emerging from the explosion. Jia An stands up slowly, elemental particles shimmering around him. Even more astonishingly, Reamer realizes that what is on Jia An right now is fire armor. Next to Jia An, a system notification appears. You have learned the eternal fire technique. Jia An observes the snowflake flower in his hand, while the system notification continues to echo around him. The eternal fire technique has reached 2 stars thanks to the high temperature. Fire resistance has been created after leveling up. The freezing curse has melted away. The attribute weakness has disappeared, and the cold air has gathered into frost aura. Finally, the system concludes. Frost aura has reached 2 stars thanks to the explosive coldness. After hearing this, Jia-on joyfully pats his back. Everything is progressing better than he thought. He can develop right away. While he is silently amazed at achieving so much, another notification appears. Jia-on reads the new information intently. After finishing reading, he can't help but be astonished. Is this a dream? Did they just tell me everything? In just a moment, I have obtained everything that should have taken me years to achieve. The demon still could not believe he lost that battle. He gritted his teeth and swore. Damn it. He angrily flew around, moving while venting his anger. What are you? Your spirit has always been weak. How can you endure this? Jia-on responds, adding salt to the wound. I did say not to. Do not misunderstand that. Then he sighs, thinking, I did almost die this time. I need to be more careful. After this incident, it is certain. Looking at the defeated expression of the demon lord, Jia-on becomes even more certain. Though he is a bit closer now, he is still my enemy. I can't let him see my weaknesses or secrets. Suddenly, Vankin's hoarse voice cuts through his thoughts. Are you okay? Jia-on replies calmly.
Yeah.
Hearing that, Vankin asks, did you get aura? Jia-on smiles and says,
Yep.
Thanks to you. He then apologizes. I am sorry about the furnace breaking. That was my fault. Vankin just sighs. It is. As long as you are okay, he continues. I will build another furnace. Just then, a strange light emits from the remaining furnace. Catching his attention, Jia-on curiously asks, what is it? Vankin hurriedly runs over, murmuring with anticipation. What is that? Without finishing his sentence, he uses a shovel and begins to pull something out of the furnace. 3 pieces of golden coal appear on the shovel, all radiating a soft glow. Vankin, unable to believe his eyes, stutters. Golden coal. Memories of the past flood back. The whispers of those around him emerge. Surely that old man is back at the furnace again. He said he wanted to create golden coal. It has been years. Golden coal only exists in legends. I thought he had retired. This is certainly too much. Vankin gazes at the pieces of coal, murmuring. It seems you are not the only lucky one. He shows it to Jia-on. This is golden coal. Vankin begins to explain. It burns hotter than white coal and lasts longer than black coal. What I have created is something I have been trying to make for decades. Thanks to you. Thank you. Vankin's sudden gratitude catches Jia-on off guard. I did not do anything. Hearing this, Vankin pauses for a moment, then he continues. Every time you practice here, the fire burns brighter, and your breathing makes the fire blaze hotter, spreading heat all around. Then Vankin smiles and says, I am just a blacksmith who only knows how to work with a hammer. But I still know what you have done. It is all thanks to you. Finally, he asks, so I want to ask you something. Jia-on, what is your goal? Jia-on softly murmurs. A goal. Vankin nods.
Yep.
What kind of swordsman do you want to become? Jia-on ponders for a moment, then firmly places a hand on his chest and declares, I want to be a warrior who never gives up, no matter what kind of opponent I face. Vankin nods in satisfaction. I did not expect a child to say something like that. A swordsman who never gives up. He continues. In 3 to 5 years, you will be able to have a sword. And when you think you are mentally strong enough, come find me. I will save them for that day. Vankin points at the golden coals and says this. Jia-on is surprised. Wait. You mean you will forge a sword for me? I heard you retired. Vankin replies calmly. People often come out of retirement. Before Jia-on leaves, Vankin reminds him. Make sure to live until then. Jia-on. Vaimo watches the farewell of the two from above. He smiles and says, if you are wondering what happened, it turns out the boy finally has aura. It is truly concerning. Vaimo suddenly turns to ask the person behind him. I'm right. Or not. The person observing with Vaimo is the head of the family. Glenn Ziegert. Vaimo says with a sweet smile. I come here every day because I worry about him. Now I must feel relieved. In response, Glenn denies. I am not here out of concern. Vaimo chuckles and praises Jia-on. Perhaps it is because of the temperature from the furnace that the quantity and quality of the aura are extremely high. The boy has stabilized his aura. Truly talented. Suddenly, Glenn says seriously. This is not good, making Vaimo curious to look at him. The head explains his words. He has turned his weaknesses into strengths. In training hall number 5, Runan is still holding a box of cold cake, eagerly looking at the door, thinking, Jia-on, when will you come back? She recalls the not-so-great comments from other students about Jia-on, asking if they have heard anything about him. He has not even created aura yet. It has been 7 months. Perhaps he is not as good as rumored. If Gia-Boran or Miss Mata should take his place, he probably is not great at all. Runan's grip on the cake box tightens. I want to help him. My mom says I must repay those who helped me. While she is deep in thought, The door suddenly swings open. Runan sees Jiaon's figure appearing. Feeling joyful, each of Jiaon's steps is steady. Jiaon is still arguing with the demon. I told you not to try. To which he replies with a warning. Do not get cocky. One day, Jiaon decides to ignore him and walks away. Nodding. Good luck. But then suddenly stops, seeing Runan standing there as if waiting for him. Jiaon gently asks her. Runan, hearing him call her name. Runan slowly looks up at him, then she opens the cake box, revealing 4 brightly colored cakes that are very eye-catching. Runan holds them out in front of Jiaon and says, Goat. She hesitates slightly as she senses a strange surge of power. Seeing the kindness in her heart, Jiaon does not refuse. He picks up a green cake and expresses his gratitude. It is the ice cream from last time. Thank you. Runan feels the surge of power more clearly and thinks, this cold energy, feeling the power emanating from Jiaon's body. She comments, it is much stronger and more comfortable now. Jiaon politely says to Runan, thank you. He takes a bite. The sweet and refreshing flavor instantly fills his mouth. Even the greedy demon lord gets to enjoy it, continuously exclaiming, so delicious. He enjoys it so much that he forgets about the earlier argument. Floating around. It has been a while since I have eaten like this. But it still tastes as good. Let us eat the other 2. Jiaon has to remind him. You do know this is her food. Right. Don't be so greedy. Get yourself in check. Then he helps her close the cake box, and does not forget to thank her again. It was really good. Thank you, Runan hesitantly asks. You are not eating anymore. Jiaon gently replies. One is enough for me. Thank you. Runan then asks him. Do you feel better? Jiaon feels a bit confused. Then he unconsciously sighs. Yeah, I feel better. Hearing this, Runan smiles in satisfaction. Good. Finally. She happily takes the cake box and leaves. Seeing her joyful expression makes Jiaon smile as well. He softly murmurs, what a strange girl. A while later. During training, Vimo steps up to the podium and loudly declares, you all practicing like this every day is boring. So this month I have prepared something special. He reminds the students. You have been practicing the basics and training for 7 months. It is time for you to start activating your mental energy. The teacher's announcement piques the student's curiosity. A small student asks the person next to him. Why is the teacher doing this all of a sudden? The other person, unsure, just shakes his head in response. I am wondering that too. A flurry of conversations arise. What is the teacher planning? In return is a mysterious smile from Rimmer. Then he reveals the content. You will fight each other for a month. Which clearly excites Matt immensely. He continues. The results of these matches will affect your graduation rankings. Rimmer goes on to advise the students. I suggest you prepare carefully for the upcoming month. While he is speaking, a hand suddenly shoots up, followed by Maida's brash voice. Wait a minute. She speaks ambiguously. What about those who are still behind and have not created aura yet? Her words immediately dampen the atmosphere, and all eyes seem to turn toward Jiaon. However, Rimmer's response dispels this negative atmosphere. Fortunately, the teacher has heard that those students have also created aura. Upon hearing this, Matt exclaims in surprise. Ah. When? He smiles and replies. Maybe yesterday. Or today. I am not sure. Matt glances at Jiaon and grins provocatively. Finally, I have a chance. I thought I would be bored to death. It has been too long. Then she steps closer to Jiaon, her tone increasingly audacious. You remember what I said? Right. I do not take orders from anyone weaker than me. Matt continuously needles Jiaon. I have put up with you long enough. I am sure you have struggled too. Being so out of your depth. Then she confidently declares. I will seize this opportunity and take you down. Suddenly, a hand blocks Mata's action. Boren speaks up again. Mata. Step back. He continues. He has not even gotten aura yet. Is there any honor in fighting someone like him? Of course. Mata pays no attention to this. She shakes her head, patting Boren's shoulder. Our esteemed young Master Boren, you grew up with such prestige. So your honor must be important. Honor is for those who deserve it, Boren reminds her. Mata. But she cuts him off. Those fools learned aura in just a month. But our top student took 6 months. Seeing Boren and the other students say nothing. Encouraged. She continues, her words becoming more biting. Even with advanced techniques, it generally takes about 7 months. Which means this fool is quite untalented. The 2 of you participated in the evaluation together. So you should know. Mata smirks. A swordsman who has not learned aura cannot become famous, no matter how skilled in swordplay. Without aura, it is useless. Then she turns to ask Rimmer. You think this duel is to change who stands at the top? Do not you? Of course. Rimmer just shrugs and replies. Who knows? I do not know. Mata does not care. Then she calls out Jia-on's name directly. Jianzagard, she warns. You have been at the top for too long. It is about time you step down. Teacher Jia-on remains silent. Mata challenges him. So as I said, let us fight to determine the top. Finally, Jia-on speaks up, answering very decisively. He calmly says, without a bet, how can we gamble? If you want to challenge my position, you must offer something of equal value. Mata laughs mockingly at him. You still do not understand your position. Do you? Are you stupid? No one here is on your side. After one of Gion's remarks leaves her speechless. Are you scared? Gion remains completely calm. Even smiling as he says this, Mata incredulously asks, what the hell did you just say? A boastful person like her obviously could not stand being insulted like that. She bursts into a derisive laugh, continuously spewing out absurdities. How ridiculous. Then she regains her usual mocking tone, leaning heavily and sighing. Haha. Fine. I will let you off this time. And you want me to offer something too. Saying that, she presents an item. This is a disaster potion. A divine medicine my father gave me. It will enhance your body and aura. She shakes the item in front of Jia-on and says, if you win, I will give you this. What do you think? Not bad. Right. Jia-on smiles mysteriously, whispering, do you remember when I said we should wait until I handle Mata? I have something I want to take from Mata. However, the demon lord does not quite catch this and asks, what are you talking about? Jia-on just smiles and says, this is our opportunity. A month later, in Mata's room, she stares at the calendar marked for the battle and murmurs. It has been a month. She confidently cracks her knuckles, her face filled with determination. Finally, I have a chance to take revenge. Remembering her first battle with Jia-on, she can't help but feel resentful. Before coming here, she had never been beaten by someone her age. That was the first time someone had hit her. Clenching her fists, Mata is determined. This is the chance to repay the humiliation he caused her 8 months ago. After getting ready, Mata walks confidently. That damn Jia-on has only just learned aura for a month. He can possibly defeat someone who has trained for 3 years like me. Thinking of this, she clenches her fists. But waiting for such a talent is a waste of time. A painful memory floods back. Mata pouts. I have to become stronger quickly because I need to save someone, she boldly declares. This is the end for you. Jia-on. Jianzagard. At training hall number 5. The pair battle is about to begin. Rimmer, a remarkable teacher, shouts. Everyone pay attention. After all the students are gathered, Rimmer begins to give some advice. Observing the match is just like participating in training. You should closely watch the matches of other students and think ahead about your moves. He gently encourages them. Do not worry. Just give it your all. Then he starts announcing the matchups. The first match is between Boren, Jia-on, and Dorian. Immediately Boren shouts. Is it on Dorian's side? He does not seem very capable. The little guy raises his hand and says, Teacher. Rimmer nods and asks, what is it? Dorian stammers. I surrender. His answer leaves both of the other boys dumbfounded. Rimmer blinks and says, we have not even started yet. So Dorian immediately makes an excuse. I am not feeling well. I caught a cold yesterday. So I am still shivering and sore all over. And I could not sleep last night. It is Teacher. The demon lord is annoyed by the situation and yells. If he were my underling, I would have beheaded him on the spot. Jia-on had predicted that Dorian would act like this. So he just nonchalantly says, I saw that coming. Rimmer, feeling helpless, encourages Dorian. You should try to fight Boren. You will definitely learn something even if you lose. Since his teacher said so, Dorian reluctantly agrees.
Yep.
I understand. A few minutes later, Dorian is quickly defeated by Boren. The little guy Dorian, with blank eyes, mutters. I surrender. Rimmer frowns and tells Boren. Boren, you still have not controlled your emotions. If you had fought seriously, you would have beaten him in 5 moves. In response, Boren grumbles a bit. I got angry because of his attitude. Rimmer turns to see Dorian still lying on the ground. Dorian, why do you keep running away? I told you that you could do it. If you had fought back, you would have lasted longer. Hearing this, Dorian awkwardly replies. But it was too scary. Rimmer sighs. Fine. Next, the list of competitors is immediately announced. Runen faces Crane. Rimmer shouts. Begin. And immediately Crane launches the first attack toward Runen. The blade is swiftly approaching Runen's face. Right after, she swings her sword up. Crane's attack is quickly countered by Runen, causing his sword to fly out of his hand. Crane is astonished that his attack was rebuffed like that. His expression says this is the end of the line. Crane's sword is knocked away and clatters to the ground. Rimmer claps his hands to signal. Enough. He begins to give individual feedback for each person. Crane, You were too nervous. You need to relax when holding the sword. And Runan. That was a beautiful counterattack. But your aura could not hold up to the end of the match. Rimmer once again reads the list of participating students. Next is Chi Yu-Su. The students are keenly assessing the final match. As they are the last ones. They are very enthusiastic. The final match is between Mado and Jiaon. Mado swings an attack. Visibly excited, Jiaon immediately blocks her. His expression extremely serious. The battle becomes very intense. With Mado attacking relentlessly toward Jiaon, after a moment,
Jiaon.
And Mado shows a surprised expression at being countered. Another strike from Jiaon comes. And although Mado manages to block it, her expression clearly shows she is being gradually overpowered by him. A blow aimed directly at Mado's neck from Jiaon comes. And she hastily dodges. She immediately retreats. Both fall into a defensive stance. Mado is the first to speak. I did not expect you to be able to block all my attacks. I must admit you have talent. Then she retorts. But your talent is limited to swordplay. With that, she continues to raise her sword to the sky, loudly declaring, a mediocre warrior like you who is not good at using aura will never shine. Her aura suddenly erupts, enveloping her body. One of Maida's feet gathers strength, preparing to leap. Finally, she jumps up and unleashes an attack filled with aura toward Jiaon. Jiaon quickly blocks it. But the heavy pressure makes it difficult for him to withstand. Mado pushes even harder. You can block this. But how long can you hold out? At the same time, Mado thinks, the ability to use aura is incredibly important. Even more so than swordplay. After 7 months, you have only managed to create a tiny aura. At this rate, you have no chance of becoming a swordsman. The more Mado thinks, the more fervent she becomes. Threatening. If you do not give up, my next attack will shatter your bones. But before she finishes her sentence, she is caught off guard by Jiaon's counterattack. Quickly, she blocks the counterattack, but is still pushed back. Jiaon calmly states, you keep talking about talent. Your family overvalues their talents a bit too much. Do not they? Mado laughs and replies, I am sure you find it troublesome since you do not have any talent. So I want to show you what true talent can do. Jiaon coldly responds, if that is the case, then I will show you the opposite. With that, Jiaon unleashes a burst of fire aura, asserting that talent is not the most important thing. Mado is stunned by what she sees before her. Jiaon begins to unleash his ultimate technique, the Eternal Fire Technique. First level, Mado stares at it, murmuring, what is that flame? Her instincts warn her. It is truly dangerous. It definitely is not ordinary fire. Something is hidden behind that flame. Mado swallows hard, then fiercely tightens her grip on her sword. She coldly states, I guess I need to get serious. With that, she unleashes her own ultimate technique, the Point of Annihilation. Jiaon quietly analyzes Mado's skill. The Point of Annihilation is when one gathers aura into a single point. At her age, she can already use it. Impressive? I guess she plans to put all her strength into the next attack. Mado seriously raises her sword. I admit you are strong, but you can't withstand this move. Saying that, she takes a step back and charges toward Jiaon, attacking relentlessly. The clash of aura from the two creates shockwaves, and the ground begins to tear apart. A chorus of students exclaims in alarm. The ground is breaking apart. What is happening? The battle before them has created an extremely tense atmosphere. With dust flying everywhere, a sword has been broken in two. Mado lies unconscious on the ground, still gripping the broken sword, while Jiaon calmly looks at her. Completely unfazed, the students are astonished, murmuring, did Jiaon win? No way. Did Mado lose? What is going on with his aura? Meanwhile, Jiaon remains composed, rubbing his wrist. After observing for a while, he assesses his opponent. Even unconscious, she is still tightly clenched her fists. She possesses something far superior to skills or talent. Jiaon concludes, that is her mental strength. In the main building, Reincarnated says, so Jiaon has defeated Mado. Rimmer replies,
Yep.
He completely defeated Mado, even though she has been training aura for 4 years. It is truly unbelievable. Glenn Wonneton comments, the fire we saw that day was indeed beautiful, like a flower made of flames. Its power exceeded its size by far. I am sure everyone in the family knows about this. Guide the boy. Do not let him become arrogant. Rimmer nods happily. Of course. Then Glenn asks, but what about Maida? Maida seems a bit shaken, but her injuries are easy to heal. Mado is currently sitting quietly on her bed. Rimmer continues, the biggest issue is the psychological shock. He sincerely hopes she can overcome it. Early in the morning, a flower is being carefully planted in the ground by Jiaon. While he is focused on his work, the demon lord keeps jumping around, saying, can you be a bit more careful? Be careful, or I will freeze you. Being continuously talked down to like that annoys Jiaon. He opens his mouth to remind, What can you do anyway? Stop being a noisy fool. The demon lord gets even angrier and yells. It is because of your elemental resistance. Hearing this, Jiaon responds casually. Thankfully you know that. Then he begins to drift into thought. Recalling the night he defeated Mata, the miraculous potion he received has increased Jiaon's power stats. The fourth fire ring has formed. Reaching level 4, the fourth fire ring enhances body and soul. Agility and endurance have increased. Stamina depletion has vanished, and mana sensitivity has disappeared. More precisely, what he has achieved up to now has only now begun to show effects from the many potions from Mata. He continues to think. Many things have been enhanced, but the most prominent is level 4 water resistance. The water resistance has reached level 4. So those attacks from rats do not bother me at all, since today is the last day of vacation. Jiaon wants to spend some time in the garden, but the demon lord rats clearly does not stop his nagging, continuously directing Jiaon. You fool. You have to dig deeper. Don't do that. What are you doing? Jiaon is getting more and more irritated, his forehead clearly showing annoyance. Why do I have to listen to this guy while gardening? He reminds him. You should use your hands to make it easier and not break anything. His knowledge about gardening makes Jiaon wonder how he knows so much about it without John needing to ask. Rats quickly answered for John, his voice full of pride. When I was in the demon world, I always filled my garden with ice flowers. The demons who saw the garden respected me very much. Mata's appearance here is unexpected. Jiaon coldly asked, You are not here to cause trouble. Are you? What are you doing here? But it seems Mata is not ready to answer right away. This makes Jiaon ponder. What is she thinking? I thought she had matured, but she still acts like a child. But it seemed Mata did not want to answer right away. This made John keep guessing. What was she thinking? He thought she was very mature, but now she is really childish. Then he shook his head. It does not matter now. Mata then spoke up, his tone as curt as ever. I want to fight you again. John Zigard. Hearing that, John suddenly said, You are so pathetic. You still have not admitted defeat. Mata immediately refuted. Did not say I did not admit defeat. It is just that I do not understand why. So I came here to find out. John asked indifferently. What do I get? Making Mata exclaim. Jiaon clearly replies. But for me, it is necessary. Leaving Mata gritting her teeth. Standing there, not wanting to fight at all. What should I do? John obviously replied. But for me it was necessary. Making Mata just grit his teeth and watch. Looking at him not wanting to fight at all. What should I do? Her eyes stopped at the beautiful flowers. An evil intention arose. Should she step on these flowers? Min said. You must really like flowers. That is surprising. But John's answer made her pause. Not really, John explained. I do not like flowers. I do not understand why people like flowers. I only garden for my mother. Hearing this, Mata clicked his tongue in annoyance and decided to stop the nonsense in his head. Then she turned and left. Bad. I am going. Suddenly Sylvia came out of the house. She called her son. John. There you are. John saw her and felt a little uncomfortable calling back. She said happily. I was still wondering where you were. But is that your friend? Your new friend from practice? The woman who asked was Mata. Hearing that, she turned her head to look at her, thinking. Is that Sylvia Gigas, the woman who left her family for a man and returned to save her child? The one who bravely acted for her child. Sylvia looked at Mata and said softly. Black eyes and hair. You must be Mata. Nice to meet you. John sensed something was wrong, so he quickly said. Mata said. You handle things here. But she simply told him. I just want to talk to your friend. Then she walked over and grabbed her hand. I heard you fought John. Are you hurt? Mata stood still and replied. Are you okay? Sylvia heard that and said softly. Really? I was so worried. She gently caressed Mata's cheek, making her suddenly blush. She heard that Daniel had brought a talented child. He even gave birth to another one. He was so lucky to have a talented and beautiful child. But I had to answer half truthfully, half lying. I just wanted to say a few things to John. I will go after I am done. Sylvia, perhaps because it was rare to have guests, warmly invited her to stay. You should stay and eat with us, Mata asked again. Surprised. What? Sylvia continued. She could not let John go home hungry. Being held by such a beautiful woman made Mata so embarrassed that he stuttered. That. A while later, in the dining room, John and Mata sat across from each other and enjoyed the dishes served by Sylvia. John thought in surprise. What is this? Why is Mom so gentle? On the other side, Sylvia kept chatting with this special guest. Dawn really liked meat soup, so she always cooked this dish, she asked. You are 1 or 2 years older than John. Mata obediently nodded.
Yep.
I am Feet, she asked again. Do you have any difficulty practicing? Mata replied softly. Not really, Sylvia continued. We have a very good chef. But the meat here is not as good as the meat in the main house. So it may be a bit tougher than what you are used to. Suddenly she put a hand on Matha's shoulder. She smiled firmly and said, "Sign it. Do not get a stomachache." The image of another woman appeared, saying the same thing. "Don't let your stomach ache, baby." Little Matha obediently nodded.
Yep.
The memory ended. Matha idly. After finishing the meal, Matha politely said, "It was delicious." "Thank you." Sylvia said goodbye to her. "Take care of Gioan." On this side Gioan whispered ambiguously to Rad. "What is this? I am sure she came to fight. What did she eat?" Rad did not understand, so he could only answer vaguely. "Maybe so." On the way back, Matha kept thinking, Gioan must think he was crazy. Matha thought of Sylvia again. But that look was so much like her mother's. She could not refuse her. Sylvia's image appeared. Matha silently felt. Her face, hair and voice were all very different. But at that time she had a feeling just like when she was with her mother, recalling the dark past. Matha gritted her teeth. "After my mother was cornered by the white bastards, and I was adopted by Daniel, I decided that I would never lose until I found her. And I have kept that promise until now. But that day, I lost to Gioan." Matha feared a problem. Gigas adopted me for my talent. But if I keep losing like this, I could be kicked out, she worriedly thought. My father is a gentle man. But what if that is just an act? Then I might have a chance to find my mother, she thought to herself. I should not have lost. The voice of the butler rang out. "Miss Matha, you are back." "You are later than I expected," Matha asked. "Were you waiting for me?" The man replied. "I was waiting to deliver a letter from Daniel to you." Matha was surprised to receive the letter. "Did my father write to me?" He nodded.
Yep.
It was written after the match. The letter read, "Matha, congratulations on losing your first match. A loss that does not make you a loser. But do not be too distressed. Instead, think about why you lost. That will help you improve. I wanted to come and comfort you myself, but my mission took longer than I anticipated. I am sorry for not being there for you right now." At the end of the letter, he wrote, "I am still looking for your mother. I have not given up, so you should not either." Matha clenched the letter and ordered the butler. "Tell my father that I will remember, and I am very grateful to him." He respectfully nodded.
Yep.
"Miss," closing the door. Matha sank into her thoughts and touched the blades. I had lost miserably. She touched the blades. Not because I was careless or anything. I just lost. Then she tied her hair up and prepared for a cut, as if she had made up her mind. Now I have to accept my defeat and move forward. I can embarrass my father. Strands of Matha's long hair fell, accompanied by thoughts from the bottom of her heart. If I pretend like that never happened, then I won't learn anything and will be too embarrassed to put the blades down. So I will grip them tight and start over. I will do my best to move forward. I will leave this stupid and miserable past behind. Looking at herself with a fiery will in the mirror, Matha told herself she would become stronger. The next day, Matha's strange change astonished some students. "What is going on? Miss Matha, what happened to you?" Matha stood heavily in front of Jiaon and called his name. "Jiaonga," she continued. "I want to make excuses for what I have done, but I will keep my promise." Hearing that, Jiaon asked curiously, "Promise to sing?" Matha turned away, walking and talking. "What I mean is the promise that the loser has to obey the winner. That is all I wanted to say." Jiaon sighed, thinking to himself. Surprising indeed. Even if she promised, I did not expect her to obediently accept like that. He watched Matha's back and remarked, "Matha has definitely changed in that short amount of time. Even though she is still young, that quality is very admirable." Suddenly, she kicked Dorian, her mouth swearing. "Why are you standing in front of me?" "Get lost," Dorian awkwardly said. Jiaon thought helplessly. But it seems she only acts like that with me. The new year has come, and although small, many things have changed, Jiaon quietly assessed. Contrary to people's thoughts, Matha still followed her own words after the new year passed. He continued to comment. Boren has become calmer and more reliable, and Ronan's sword has become sharper than before. Even though her expression remains the same. But I did not know that I had become quite ordinary. Watching Jiaon progress rapidly, many students could not help but exclaim, "It is impossible. We just learned that trick. And he has already mastered it in just half a day. He must have learned it earlier. How could he become so proficient so quickly?" Those people continued to discuss. Some even compared Jiaon's movements to Rimmer's, but he stood still for a moment with his eyes closed. Right. His posture was even better than the teacher's. For a moment, I did not realize that I had become quite ordinary. A few days ago, Rimmer went to report to the Lord Glen about Jiaon's achievements. Unbelievable. That boy must have used his brain to record all those images. He is a monster. A real monster. Glenn raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you his personal butler or something?" Whenever you see me, you only talk about him. Rimmer, being addressed like that, simply smiled charmingly.
Sir.
I know your intention. I know you want to know about him. Suddenly Rimmer said. I know you want to know about him, Rimmer asked. But the servants in the main building seem very busy. Are they preparing something? Glenn coldly replied. Nothing is being prepared. We just have guests coming, Rimmer asked again. Guests, Glenn said. The ambassador from the Owen Kingdom will arrive in a few days. The Owen Kingdom is one of the 6 kingdoms located in the center of the continent. One of the sides that still maintain friendly relations with Zigard and rarely socialize with others. The Owen Kingdom is one of the 6 kingdoms located in the center of the continent. Rimmer pondered further. Owen Kingdom. Who is the ambassador? Glenn replied. They announced it would be the 3rd prince. But the Duke Tayton is probably the real representative. Hearing that Duke's name, Rimmer muttered. Tayton. That crazy guy has become a duke. Suddenly he thought of something. Wait. The 3rd prince must still be a real representative, Rimmer asked. That crazy guy has become a duke. Suddenly he thought of something. Wait. Tayton must still be a real representative, Rimmer asked. That crazy guy has become a duke. Suddenly he thought of something. Wait. The 3rd prince must still be a real representative, Rimmer asked. That crazy guy has become a duke. Suddenly he thought of something. Wait. The 3rd prince must still be a real representative. He must be about the same age as Jia On and Bren. In response, Glenn only said, I do not know. I have never looked into him. Then he reminded. You should also tell the students to behave themselves. Rimmer was momentarily shocked. Even the 5th training ground is half an elf, Glenn calmly explained. The apprentice knights will escort the 3rd prince. And they say they also want to observe how the swordsmen and knights train. We can let them see Jigas in a bad light. Rimmer raised his hand to stroke his chin in thought. The 3rd prince and the apprentice knights from the Owen Kingdom. About Jioan's age too. Then he smiled slightly. It might be quite interesting. Glenn, standing beside him, could not help but comment. You look like you are plotting something. Back in the present, after Rimmer informed them of a shocking piece of news, most of the students appeared extremely astonished. We are going to fight against the apprentice knights of the Owen Kingdom, Rimmer smiled and said.
Yep.
You must have heard the news that their ambassador is coming to visit. The 3rd prince is also coming. And that day he said he wanted to fight you. One student stammered. But why so suddenly? Rimmer raised an eyebrow and asked. What? Are you scared? I have said it before. A swordsman must always be ready to swing their sword, even if they are asleep. Some other students discussed. I heard that day he wanted to visit the 6th training ground instead of us. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Of course. Everything is related to the esteemed teacher Rimmer. Some time ago, Rimmer went to the camp of the 3rd prince and respectfully said, Your Highness, I heard you wanted to visit the 6th training ground. Judging by your expression, they must have disappointed you. He continued, If you have time, please come visit the 5th training ground. Rimmer particularly emphasized. I will make a great impression on you. Back to the present. Rimmer seemed to show no regret, saying, You kids are right to be surprised. The teacher announced it too suddenly. Let us meet them first and then conclude. Then he spoke up. The door has been opened. Everyone can come in now. A group of soldiers led by a striking blonde young man, Rimmer introduced. They are the pride of the Owen Kingdom. The apprentice knights. The blonde young man introduced himself. Nice to meet you. John observed closely. So he is the 3rd prince of the Owen Kingdom. He is excellent despite being young, he remarked. You can tell he has the strongest aura among these people, Rimmer suddenly asked. John, what about you? Are you excited to fight them? John looked at the 3rd prince, thinking. That prince in the middle could be good opponent to practice the water technique and the starlight swordsmanship I just learned. Then John replied. I want to fight him. Rimmer nodded and declared. If the top student is excited, then surely all of you will agree. Let us start the fight. We need a total of 20 people. Follow John and choose the people you want to fight. Suddenly he paused for a moment. The teacher forgot one important thing. Rimmer's voice, although it sounded like a joke, carried a hint of danger. I have already bet everything on you, so you must win. If you lose, I will kill you all. Leaving the students stunned, unsure of how to react. After a while, John had chosen the participants for the duel. He said, This should be enough. Then he ordered. You guys observe the knight you will face first, he reminded, and observe their hands carefully. Some students noticed an interesting detail. They exclaimed. They are trembling, John explained. From the outside, they seem confident. But they are just like us. They are just apprentice soldiers around our age, and are nervous about the upcoming battle, he confidently asserted. We are no less than any other kingdom in terms of technique. A few tears from you will bring back worthy results, John strongly encouraged. Do not worry and do your best. Show them how skilled we are. With John's encouragement, All the participants in the duel shouted loudly, loud and clear. Then he said, "I will decide the order." He carefully analyzed. "The first match is very important because it will boost everyone's spirit. That is why I will send someone who will definitely win." John pointed at someone and said, "Martha will be in the first match." John asked, "Can you do it?" Martha immediately waved her hand. "Sure. I will finish it quickly." Rimmer's voice rang out. "When you are ready, step into the center." The students, after seeing Martha's opponent, could not help but be surprised. Wait, is he really our age?" The students shouted. "Why is he so big? Looks like a real knight." The one on the other side introduced himself first. A fighter from the Owen Kingdom. Your physique is in great shape despite being young. I think we will have a good match." The voices of the students mixed together. "Honest, it is too big. Even if it is Miss Martha, she will still have a tough time." But clearly, Martha's condition was extremely good. She did not seem affected by the weight of the scale. "It is going to be a good match," she confidently said. "I will..." "Stop talking nonsense. Just get up and go." The third prince was immediately attracted to the first battle. He commented, "She is overpowering the opponent. The swordsman from the second training ground is truly strong." He evaluated that they lived up to the name Zygarde. And in terms of skill, they were definitely strong enough to match the knights in this kingdom. But he was quite disappointed with the next destination. He remarked that the sixth training ground was quite disappointing. Though well trained, they could not even compare to the apprentice group of the Robert clan. Back to the present. Jir was extremely astonished by this match. He assessed, "But it seems this training ground also has some very talented apprentices." The Duke Tayton said softly, "So yesterday the sudden invitation to join me at the fifth training ground was for this?" Rimmer shrugged and replied, "Getting to spar with one of the 6 knights of the Empire is a rare opportunity. And I think this is a rare opportunity. I think this will be a good lesson for them." Tayton snorted. "I really find it hard to believe the words coming out of the mouth of someone who once claimed to be a swordsmanship genius." Rimmer glanced at Tayton and said, "So do you want to bet a little against me?" Tayton mumbled and shook his head. "That gambling habit never goes away." "What do you want to bet on?" Rimmer replied. "There will be a total of 20 sparring matches, and there will be a prize for the winner too. Would not it be more fun to bet something rather than just standing and watching?" Tayton inquired. "They have all been trained systematically in Owen. Do you think your kids can win?" Rimmer shrugged and replied, "Seems you have a lot of trust in your apprentices." Then he looked at his students and said, "But I also have my own confidence." In the match, Martha was wildly overpowering her opponent. One of her attacks immediately broke her opponent's sword, making him exclaim in shock, "How is she so strong?" Martha still had plenty of energy. She gifted him a punch with the hilt of her sword to his belly. Taz cried out in pain. Then he cradled his stomach and collapsed. Rimmer's voice rang out. "The winner is Martha." John stiffly thought, "I take back what I said. I thought her swordsmanship had gotten worse after fighting me," he noted. "But on the contrary, both her speed and strength have increased." While Martha smiled confidently and said, "Just relying on strength." And yet he did not dare to go all out for the first strike. "What a fool," John mumbled. "This match is really interesting." Wrath beside him scoffed and frowned. "Interesting. Watching 2 ants fight is so entertaining. I am bored to death." John shot him a reproachful glance. "You are just a dog criticizing a cat." Wrath huffed and began to boast. Recalling the time when I was still in the demon realm, he rambled that even younger demons fighting would be more interesting. And not wanting to let him off easily, John quickly clapped his hands, successfully trapping him in a separate space. Mumbling, "You are such a buzzkill. Be quiet for a bit." Rimmer's voice rang out again. Next. Match 18. Runen and Idalia. Hearing that John subtly signaled, "It is your turn," 2 opponents, one with white hair and one with red hair, walked out onto the field together. Idalia spoke first. "You are Runen." That dazed look. "I really do not like it." Saying that, she began to release fire aura. Runen frowned and replied, "I do not like fire." Without delay, Runen immediately released ice aura. 1 ice and 1 fire charged at each other. As soon as the 2 different auras collided, they created a vapor, forming a mist that greatly benefited Runen's technique. Idalia, alert, held her sword tightly and observed her surroundings. Runen's image appeared behind her. Idalia immediately sensed it. She swung her sword up. Over there, but Runen's image suddenly disappeared. Idalia frowned. An illusion. Just as she lost her guard, Runen successfully placed her sword's blade on her opponent's neck. Rimmer announced loudly. Match 18. Runen wins. Idalia looked at Runen preparing to leave and quickly called back, "I lost. But that was a great match." But Runen paid no attention to her and just ran over to ask John, "Did you watch the match just now?" "Of course." John observed very closely. He commented, "Your footwork has improved a lot." Well done. Runan happily sat down on the ground and said, Thank you. Rimmer cheerfully encouraged. Win or lose. Those were all beautiful matches. The atmosphere is getting hotter now. Let us continue with match 19, he said. Boren and Saren. Step forward. The two opponents met, with Owen introducing first. An apprentice knight in response. Boren graciously introduced himself. I am Boren. And in turn, below the stands, John quietly assessed. This Saren guy is quite strong. Besides the third prince, he is the strongest among the rest. Rimmer shouted loudly. Begin. Immediately, Boren took a fighting stance, charged at each other. Neither yielding, exchanging and blocking each other's fierce attacks, realizing his opponent was on par with him. Boren thought, both of our techniques are quite similar. So if I lower my guard even for a second, it is... And he is probably thinking the same. Then both once again used all their strength to charge at each other. They fought so fiercely that both of their swords broke in half. The students outside the match discussed. Both of their sword techniques are broken. Well. Rimmer smiled and announced the final result. The result of match 19 is a draw, John said to Boren, who was walking past. Well done, Boren. That apprentice knight was the strongest on their side, but Boren seemed not very satisfied with this result. He furrowed his brow and muttered, What does that mean? If I am going to fight for the honor of Sigurd, then I must win at all costs. John gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry. John's gaze became sharp. I will win this final match and bring glory back to House Sigurd. The third prince looked at his opponent with a bit of disappointment. Do I have to fight him? He secretly assessed John. The martial power I perceive from him is quite mediocre. Then loudly asked, Are you the direct descendant of Sigurd? However, he was not what he expected. John casually answered, making Gia frown. Wait. I did not expect to have to fight such a straightforward match. He looked at Martha, Runan, and Boren. Wishing to fight one of them, Gia asked. Teacher Rimmer, I have a proposal. Rimmer nodded and asked. What proposal? He pointed at Martha and Runan, saying, I do not think those two are tired yet. Can I fight them after defeating him? Hearing that, Rimmer smiled and replied, Well, I am fine with that. But you must win. Okay. He smiled and waved his hand, telling them to warm up. The match will end quickly. He prepared to draw his sword and confidently thought, I want to use aura to save my strength. Up above, Duke Tayton noticed something about John. He immediately asked Rimmer, What is up with that monster? Rimmer, I almost did not notice him because he is so unassuming. Rimmer smiled and said, You are not blind. Are you? If you knew, why did not you warn the third prince? The third prince seems to underestimate John. He continued. He will soon become the future of the Owen kingdom. But he has never known defeat. Teaching him a bit about losing here is also a good idea. Tayton frowned and said, But the third prince is very strong. Even if he is a swordsmanship genius, he won't win easily. But Rimmer calmly crossed his arms and replied, That is true. Not easy. Saying that, Rimmer set up another bet. How about we bet? Tayton glanced over. Again. You really love to bet, do not you? Rimmer smiled and said, Just a simple bet. One wager. Tayton reluctantly agreed. Okay. What is the bet? Rimmer raised 5 fingers and confidently said, John will take down the prince in 5 moves. Below the stands, John had begun to unleash his aura and was in an attacking stance, clearly indicating he did not expect things to unfold like this. Tayton was equally astonished. John quickly took down gear, causing a spurt of blood, and he collapsed. John sheathed his sword and said, That should be it. Rimmer laughed. Oh my. It has not even been 5 moves yet. Gear gradually regained his strength. He was still shocked. I underestimated him. I guessed for some reason he fell behind. Watching John leisurely standing and looking on, Gear concluded it was because he was too strong. Tayton, unsatisfied, questioned, Is that really an apprentice knight? His techniques in swordsmanship are completely perfected. When Rimmer heard his old friend say that, he was even happier to boast. That is why I said John would win. Rimmer began mentioning the betting again. I will book a place at a luxury spot. Gear used all his strength to sit up. He quickly called out to John. Wait. I am not done yet. Rimmer chimed in. Your Highness. The match is over. But Gear immediately interrupted. I still have not shown you my true skills. If I had fought with all my strength from the start. Before he could finish, Mata jumped in from somewhere. Is that barking I hear? She added. Why can't a prince accept that he lost? It is so annoying. Mata was clearly mocking. Just like someone I know. Gear's eyes widened as he looked at Mata. Who are you? Once again, Mata interrupted his speech and said, Hey Prince. I am being really nice to you. Then she glared threateningly. Get out of here right now. You have lost. He clearly could not take it anymore. She yelled. Shut up. You are talking to the prince. But Mata just laughed provocatively. He is royal. But I am the true lineage. Why should I bow down? Rimmer noticed the atmosphere gradually getting tense, and clapped to calm things down. Enough. Let us just hear John's thoughts, he asked. John. You can choose what you want, John replied. The teacher has placed the bet. The match is over. So there is no reason to continue fighting, but the third prince stubbornly refused to accept. He shouted. I accept defeat, he sincerely said. I underestimated you. I have underestimated you since before the match. I am very embarrassed about this. Then he knelt down and pleaded. Please fight me one more time. If I leave like this, I will regret it for a lifetime. Gia sincerely bowed. I asked. John Zygot. John showed a face of disbelief as he looked at Gia. He thought to himself. I did not expect that he would apologize and lower his sword. I thought he was just an arrogant prince. Finally, John reluctantly agreed. All right, but just once. Gia. Of course. Would not miss this opportunity. He hurriedly said. Of course. Another match began. Gia tightly grasped the golden token in his hand, mentally reminded himself. I was careless and underestimated him, which led to my loss. Then he pulled the string around his neck, the one holding the golden token. With determination, he unleashed his enormous aura and firmly declared, this time I will fight with all my strength. This aura made everyone present tense up. Tayton was even more astonished. He stammered, the third prince. That sword technique is. But Gia knew what he was about to say, and he replied, this is not the time to hide my strength. In a low voice, he said, I will fight him with all my strength. Rat appeared out of nowhere. He grinned and assessed Gia. This guy is dumb. He does not even know that he is hiding his strength. John just looked at him and confidently said, this time I can also win, Rat amusingly remarked. He has much more aura than you, and he is even stronger than you. So John suggested, do you want to bet? Rat immediately agreed. Of course. A notification from the system appeared. Raging Fury wants to place a bet. The condition to win is the third prince of the Owen Kingdom. If he wins, all stats increase by 4. If he loses, Raging Fury's emotions increase by 10. Gia began to declare war. So let us get started. He used his foot to launch an attack. Then with force, he struck at John. John quickly blocked this attack. The clash of auras created an extremely spectacular shockwave. The two continued to charge at each other. The aura continuously unleashed. Gear frowned. I have used all my strength. But he has not retreated at all. He looked at John's extremely serious expression, and could not help but marvel. John Zygot must be a genius. He is certainly a monster. Finally, he took a long breath as if he had made a decision. All right, he was determined to fight with all his strength against John. Gia continuously cast spells, and the aura was once again accumulating immensely. John stood far away observing. That must be the Para's sword technique, passed down only to the heirs of the Owen Kingdom. Looking at the magic accumulating in this sword move, it is clear he is about to unleash all his strength in the next strike. John also began to unleash his skill. He released a large amount of aura and prepared himself in a ready stance. All right, Gia emphasized. All my strength is here. Take this. John Zygot. John cautiously observed Gia's ultimate technique. So that is the Perez swordsman, a type of swordsmanship that is only passed down to the heirs of the Owen Kingdom. He must have planned to pour all his strength into the next attack. He firmly held his sword and told himself, I have memorized all the sword techniques that the third prince used. Then he also began to unleash his ultimate technique, the fire of 10,000 techniques. Sight Cloderson. Gia slightly furrowed his brow at this skill of John's. On John's side, he had completed his ultimate technique and shouted, the golden fire breaks the heavens. Gia reminded himself not to waver. He gritted his teeth, thinking, not yet. Then he began to unleash his move. The sword filled with magical power swung towards John while shouting, I have the skill too. John quickly used his sword filled with aura to block this attack. Two types of aura with two different elements collided, creating a stunning contrast. John and Gia continuously unleashed their techniques, strong and weak, all aiming to take down their opponent. One blow. Two blows. Soon Gia had knocked John back. Gia happily bit his lip. I have pushed back his sword technique. I am gaining the upper hand. But Gia did not have time to rejoice. John unleashed a strike that broke his sword in half. The third prince watched in shock as his sword was now only half. He gasped, gritting his teeth. My sword. An opening was clear. John quickly unleashed a strike to take down Gia. He smiled subtly. This time you also intend to disrupt my attack. Gia quickly collapsed. Rimmer's voice rang out once more. The winner is John Zygot. While the prince sadly knelt, remaining in the position of being defeated, he picked up his broken sword and thought, surely I am faster and stronger than him. Gia smiled faintly. He used the hilt of his sword to counter my blade. Then he adjusted his spirit and approached John, saying, "The world is really vast, is not?" He shed the feeling of defeat and happily accepted it by turning to John. "Thank you. Thanks to this match, I learned a lot. I admit I lost." John smiled and shook his hand back. "I learned a lot too." So the two shook hands. Gear spoke first. "Sorry for underestimating you. Let us pretend I did not see you." Hearing that, John politely replied, "It is." Then the prince asked, "May I ask your age?" John honestly replied, "I am turning 14 this year." After hearing that, Gear shook his head in disappointment. "I lost to a swordsman younger than me in both swordsmanship and character." Then he handed John something and said, "Take this." John could not help but be curious. "What is it?" John received the golden token, the one Gear had worn around his neck, and to his amazement, he explained slowly, "That is proof that you are the third prince of Owen." Gear added, "Owen is ready to accept any requests from you later on." This surprised John. "After all, I lost to a swordsman younger than me in both swordsmanship, and he gives me something so precious." Gear lightly said, "I lost, but you really made me enlightened. I feel like I have just realized a lot. I think I am lucky to have lost to someone like you." He turned and walked away, his face full of hope. "Surely one day we will meet again. I hope that day you will still be stronger than me." The third prince responded, "I think wanting to catch up to you in strength would also be quite interesting." Then Gear approached Rimmer and said, "Coach Rimmer, we lost. You won the bet." Rimmer generously nodded. "All right." Then he told Tayton, "Duke Tayton, let us go back," completely pulling Tayton from his dazed state back to normal. "Oh yes, Your Highness." Gear smiled and said, "I have something to do right now." On Jian's side, he tightly held the token that Gear had given him with a complicated mood. "In my past life, completing tasks without any payment was very normal. Now being rewarded like this surprises me too much." He smiled. Feeling quite strange, he walked, followed by the students from the 5th training ground, each step filled with excitement. "This life surprises me in ways I never expected." In the main house, Renzi Gat, after hearing the reflections of Prince Gear, calmly concluded, "So that was the lesson you learned from the recent match?" Gear nodded and said,
Yep.
"I thought I was the best, but he helped me reassess and learn many things. He feels like a mature swordsman with much experience." He placed a hand on his chest and spoke with a very respectful tone. "I have fought many battles in the 6 kingdoms, but this is the first time I see such a strong apprentice like John. He is younger than me, but I can learn a lot from him." Green Seat replied, "I understand." Gear continued, "That is why I intend to return after this training session. I want to practice and learn from what I have learned from him." Understanding Gear's excited mood, the head of Glenzigard nodded slightly. "All right. Please thank the king for the letter." Gear immediately replied respectfully,
Yep.
"Thank you, sir." The sky was now painted in sunset hues, casting light on Owen's envoy returning from the north. On the way, Tartan rode closer to Gear, hesitatingly saying, "Your Highness." Gear quickly turned his attention to Tartan and asked, "What is it? Do you want to say something?" With Gear's permission, Tartan decided to voice his thoughts. "I think it was a bit much for you to reveal your strength by using the Perez sword technique in the battle with Garen." Bantam reminded him that hiding one's strength is very important. After hearing Tartan, Gear could only laugh helplessly. "I know. I did go a bit overboard." Tartan was still worried. Giving him the token was also a bit much. But this time Gear gently dismissed it. "Not all." He slowly rode his horse, evenly expressing his thoughts. "Garen Gigard has shown goodwill towards me. He might have been very angry for underestimating him, but in the end, he still treated me politely. So I am just returning that goodwill." He continued, "Moreover, Garen showed me a secret sword technique." Hearing this, Tartan still had some objections. "That is true." But Gear smiled slightly and added, "And that token is an investment." This puzzled Tartan a bit. "What do you mean?" The third prince explained. "He has skills, character, and spirit at his age. He will definitely become an outstanding person in the future, even if he is not a direct descendant." Then he expressed his true intent. "If we become close with someone like that, would not it benefit us?" After hearing the third prince reasoning, Tartan had to admire the depth of his thoughts. "You have thought very far ahead." Gear simply smiled. "I grew up in the royal family. If I can't think like this, I might as well just die." The conversation ended, and Gear silently thought of the person who left an unforgettable impression on him. John Zigard. He recalled John's awkward expression when surrounded by praises. Wondering, I am really curious about how strong he will be the next time we meet. At that moment, in the Zygarde main building, Butler Lo maintained a standard posture while conversing with his master. Must be very happy to see your grandson recognized by a prince from another kingdom. Right, master. Hearing this, Glenn asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Lo replied, pointing out an aspect Glenn had not realized. It has been a long time since I have seen you smile warmly like that. Reflexively, Glenn raised his hand to touch his face, mumbling, smile. Really? To which Butler Lo responded,
Yep.
You smiled when the prince mentioned young Master John's name, did not you? Glenn could not believe it and denied, You are mistaken, old man. But the butler just smiled knowingly, seemingly used to his master's cold exterior hiding warm feelings. Then he changed the subject. Master, I am a bit worried about what Tartan said. What do you plan to do, mentioning this issue? Glenn pondered for a moment, recalling the conversation from a few hours ago when Tartan said to him, I have something to discuss with you besides the prince's letter. Once Glenn gave his permission, Tartan seriously conveyed, I have a message from Emperor Owen and Lycross Amberton G. Owen that needs to be delivered to you. Glenn furrowed his brows slightly, sensing that this was not good news. Indeed, the dark forces were starting to act again. At the 5th discussion hall, Reamer wholeheartedly praised his students. You all did very well in the practice battle with the interns from the Kingdom of Owen. Then he began announcing a new training content. It seems like you are all ready now. Next week, I will prepare a special skills training session for you. Upon hearing this, the students began whispering. Special skills? Dorian timidly asked. What does this special training entail? Reamer honestly replied. Well, saying it is special training is not entirely accurate. He emphasized, it needs to be a real battle. You all should prepare yourselves to sweat and cry. Reamer elaborated on the content of this training session. In the southern Zygarde territory, deep in the mountains, there are bandits who call themselves the Snow Tiger Claws. He continued, their accomplices are in the north and south, and they survive by charging tolls on the roads here. But lately, they have been acting more brazenly. Reamer recounted recent incidents to the students. They have been killing and robbing merchants more frequently. After hearing this, some students, although seemingly unfamiliar with the mission, bravely asked, So our mission is to eliminate them? Reamer pondered for a moment before responding. That used to be the case. But another student interjected. Used to be. Another asked, Has the mission changed? Why do not we ambush them? Reamer immediately cut off this student. We can he said coldly. They ambushed and wiped out a village in the south, burning everything to the ground. Clearly, the terrifying and dangerous nature of this mission left most students trembling in shock. Reamer observed for a moment and then said, That is why the mission has changed to tracking them down before eliminating them. Although they are just a band of thieves, they all possess the ability to manipulate energy, so you must not be careless. Finally, Reamer concluded the start time for the mission. We will set off tomorrow night, so be prepared. A leaf was swiftly cut in half by a sharp blade. The one wielding this skill was none other than Runan. She raised her sword and practiced a bit, then displayed a sad expression. I want to practice the stance a bit more before setting off. But things are not going as I wish. She recalled John's fluid and elegant movements and thought, John's thrusts are so agile and smooth. I do not know where my problem lies. Her gaze turned towards the inside of the training hall, thinking, John is probably training in there. Should I go ask him? Runan kept staring at the building for a while. Finally, she turned away. Maybe not. I do not want to disturb him. She firmly gripped her sword and focused on training. Just training on her own. Some time later, the sun began to set near the horizon. The water's surface, stagnant from rain, reflected the image of the training hall, causing a slight ripple. Runan tiredly lay down on a large rock, thinking, I have gotten weaker than before, but my movements have become smoother. Today is enough. After that, she jumped up and looked towards the training hall, guessing, John is probably still training. I should stop by to say goodbye before heading home. Suddenly, she paused for a moment. Runan remembered her mother had told her, Come home early this weekend. I bought some ice cream. Runan decided to follow her heart. All right, I will go home. I will ask him tomorrow. I will bring him some ice cream when we meet. Runan walked away, but she sensed someone was following her. A strange man appeared behind her. He suddenly called her name. Runin. And she immediately turned to look. Reflexively, she asked softly, Who's it? When she fully saw the man's face, fear spread across her previously indifferent expression. The man had white hair just like hers, and he smiled. It has been a while. While Runan trembled and called out the man as name. Saria. The man named Saria Slyan smiled lightly, his face resembling Runan's by about 70 to 80%. He slowly approached the trembling Runan and said with a smile, "Aren't you happy to see your brother again? You look sad." "It makes me feel bad." Suddenly, the warm tone of his voice became sharp. "Didn't I tell you not to make that face?" Saria knelt down and gently said to his sister, "Anyway, Rimmer's training has been quite good. You have become stronger than I expected." He smiled and said, "I am very proud of you, Runin." But Runian's fearful expression proved that his words held no good meaning. Saria suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Runan while lowering his voice as if to threaten her. "But you would not risk your life to join a battle or a reckless confrontation, would you?" Runin was frightened and screamed, tears almost spilling out as she used all her strength to distance herself from this dangerous man. Saria sighed, and as he spoke, he reached into his pocket as if to pull something out. "Have you forgotten everything I taught you? I guess I have to remind you." He recalled Runan's painful memories with an extremely casual tone. "That squirrel you raised before was named Ruby, right?" And just as he hoped, Runan screamed in fear. "Brother." Saria's hand appeared a small squirrel, curled up in his palm and still breathing evenly. Saria presented it toward Runan with a friendly smile, as if his words had crushed the fakite. "Do you remember? It is how Ruby died because you did not listen to me." Runan screamed in horror, wanting to stop her crazy brother. "Brother. Wait." But just as Runan rushed forward, Saria's hand that was holding the small creature mercilessly crushed it, turning it into a bloody pulp. Runan was left completely speechless. Her eyes became hollow and lifeless, as dark memories flooded back. The deaths and haunting visions surrounded her with Saria's hated face, leaving her too frightened to resist. Runan cried out in agony, clutching her head tightly. The haunting memories were now deeply ingrained in the mind of a 14-year-old girl. Runan gasped. Her screams echoed everywhere, as if she wanted to use her voice to save herself. "You should listen to your brother," Saria whispered slowly into Runan's ear, each word deeply engraved in her young mind. "Runin, remember you belong to me," he continued. "Those words are like a demon hypnotizing a person. Until the day of judgment comes," Saria warned. "Don't do anything dangerous. All you need to do is survive until I tell you to do something again." Suddenly, a surprise attack came straight at Saria, creating a loud crash and collapsing a sturdy wall. But Saria managed to dodge in time, his face extremely cold as he observed the one who just ambushed him. Runin was still haunted, seemingly unaware that there had just been an attack right in front of her. Trembling and clutching her head in despair, John appeared, standing guard to protect Runin, sword in hand, looking extremely vigilant as he called out to the opponent. Then he coldly asked, his eyes filled with killing intent, "Who are you?" The second lap was no one's number one. He did not answer but instead reminded him with a mocking attitude, "When facing someone like John, it is better not to say much. If you rebut, there is no way out. The one blocking the way in this narrow alley is you. How can you say that to us?" Hearing John speak, Saria wanted to shout, clearly displeased. "You are a thief, right? Or a robber?" But still had to maintain a facade to save his image. Hearing him say that, Sarian wanted to spray glue, hiding her face, obviously not happy. She was a thief, or a robber, but still had to maintain a fake attitude to save her image. "I understand why you think that, but I am not a thief. In fact, I am her brother." John was not convinced, glancing at Runan wanting to hear her confirm, but only saw her terrified expression. She could not speak, her body trembling uncontrollably, her expression showing that something was wrong. Knowing that he would raise suspicions, he shot Saria a bullet-like glare. Runan seemed quite fearful. "Are you really her brother?" Saria was also at a loss in this situation and had to raise both hands and surrender. "I might have joked a bit too much since it has been a while since I last saw her." Immediately, John scolded him. "You must be crazy. Do you think squeezing a squirrel to death in front of her is a joke?" Saria continued to laugh awkwardly, scratching his head to appear innocent. "Haha. So you saw it? That was not a real squirrel." Just seeing that John would not believe him, he reached out for John to check. "I have nothing in my hands." Saria had to win the argument. Otherwise, he would never admit to threatening his sister. "I did not kill a real squirrel. Do not think too much about it." John did not hear a single word, simply because he had witnessed everything. He had seen Saria drain the blood and flesh of that squirrel with his aura. He was very clever in providing a reasonable excuse while John's sword remained ready for battle. "I just came to bring her some food and to see her. I have a mission that will take a long time, so I came to meet her." Saria stared at her, speaking with a hint of implication. "Runin, it seems you have a good friend. You two should be good friends." After a long ramble, he finally left. "Sorry if I joked a little too much." Remember to stay healthy. See you later. Only then did John realize who he was. I know that man. He had a handsome appearance but a wicked heart. He had known everything about Saria for a long time. He was a swordsmanship genius from the Sulian family, and one of the 12 monsters expected to become the next legendary swordmaster of the continent. His distinctive floral pattern symbolized his power. Making swords. Saria Sulian. That is why John had seen through Saria's character a long time ago. Just wanting to see if he could act convincingly before reincarnation. He had only heard his name before. This was the first time he had seen him in person. He was a lunatic pretending to be a benevolent hero. Today's encounter with Saria made John realize he also emitted a disgusting stench, just like when he faced Dyrus. After finally seeing her calm down, John reached out to help her stand up. Ruining. He did not know why he felt he was only gentle with her. Ruining. From his gaze to his actions. I will see you home. Getting her to the carriage. John and she stood there looking at each other, unsure of what to say. Before getting into the carriage, Runan paused for a moment. Thank you for walking me home. He knew she had been very frightened. Gently reassuring. All right. Sleep early tonight. See you tomorrow. Still worried about Runan's condition. The carriage had gone far, but his eyes did not leave it. Runan bowed her head helplessly, blaming herself for not being stronger. Even after returning home, she could not escape the haunting memories. Never turning on the lights in her room. The box of items Saria brought was opened by her, but Runan did not care much. Leaving it on the table, she remained immersed in the past, burying her face in her arms, fearing she might cry. He is back again, just as before. He had not changed at all, remembering the past. She had once been scratched by Ruby on her arm, although she had tried to explain to her brother. Runin hugged her pet tightly. Sarian. Ruby was just a bit sensitive because she was pregnant. It does not hurt at all. No one could have imagined that he could make Ruby unable to heal. Not stopping there, Saria had a somewhat abnormal personality, saying things that were incomprehensible. You are mine. You cannot be hurt. You must breathe and live well. All the threats he made to her caused Runian's spirit to deteriorate more and more. If you tell Mom and Dad, I will kill them all, even if they are your family. I will destroy everything. I will burn everyone except you. Because of that, she turned herself into a timid person, thinking someone would get hurt if she mentioned them. It was best for her to live in silence, simply because she feared Saria would put them in danger. She isolated herself. Everything would be fine as long as she did not speak. Later, Runin's attention shifted to someone else. I thought I was the only one who felt lonely, the only one who had to endure pain. She felt somewhat comforted. Her fear seemed to gradually dissipate, as if there was someone with whom she could share the pain. The moment he was by her side, Runan became more determined and confident in the path she had chosen when she met John Zagard. I know how good he is, how hard he tries, and how much he has to endure. He is like a ray of light, and through my admiration for him, I gained strength to fight. Seeing him change others' perceptions through his efforts, I thought I could do the same as him. I tried my best to be by his side to improve myself. Reality was always harsh for Runan, but it seemed she still could not manage to do it. If she remained weak, she would never escape the nightmares. Just like the box he brought. It is all right, as long as I can still endure. The houses here had their own unique characteristics. In the southern part of the Zagard territory, the village of Gietten, the group of swordsmen arrived with Rimmer, and before parting, the instructor reminded them, we will stay here tonight. Hearing the instructor say so, the students felt a weight lifted. You all did very well traveling through the spatial door. You must be tired now, so rest well tonight, as this will be your last chance to relax before starting the mission. The host even came to guide the students. Hello to the swordsman from Zygard. This way. I will lead everyone to the resting room. Rimmer thanked him on behalf of everyone for his hospitality. The fire blazed brightly in the cold winter. Indeed, nothing could be better. John suddenly spoke nonsense. It does not make sense at all. Thanking him, making the host wonder. What are you talking about? He began to remember when they were investigating someone. If no one had hinted, I would not have noticed yesterday. I did not know he was hiding his energy. The host felt something strange over there. Thanks to that, John noticed. Strange. It felt like something was blocking my nose. He murmured. Of course. I would do that for that girl with the cold ice cream. He felt a bit more at ease, knowing he would not return for a long time because he was on a mission. Runan will always be like this if he is still her brother. The host was surprisingly bolder than him. Give me your body. I will return you right after I kill him. John snorted at its decision. Damn it. It soared through the air, proudly boasting of its own reputation. I will repay you double and take revenge tenfold. The girl who introduced me to this delicious ice cream. I will do this for her. John was also caught up in this situation. Are you kidding? I refuse. I can't do that. But it still insisted. I am serious, the host said. John Kenny bet on such foolishness. Even if you are telling the truth, he had his own way of thinking. Deeper understanding. He had hurt Runian. Even if you kill him, it won't change what has happened to her. The host also pondered. It turned out this connection had begun long ago. Her image still lingered in his mind. Runian. She was the first person to care about me. In both this life and the last, John engraved in his heart that he would strive to protect Runian. If anything happened to her, he would kill the one responsible. All the students were in a state of fatigue, looking like they had just been carsick. 2 days after leaving the Zagard territory, we arrived at the village devastated by the snow tiger. Suddenly someone shouted after seeing a pair of blackened legs. What is this? The swordsman could not understand. That is exactly a charred human. Why did they do this? The visiting students were shocked. It was not just one, but many others were in a similar state. Too cruel. Boren, upon seeing the charred corpse, stood still for 5 seconds. What the hell? They are all humans. John was furious at their actions. So cruel. They decapitated them before burning them. He noticed a female student who was not afraid at all and remained calm, not even flinching at the sight of the corpse. She must have seen a lot in the past or even killed someone herself. When he accidentally turned his head, he noticed something was off. Wait, while John was unsure where she was running, in front of her was a charred corpse. Where is Runian? Her feet were now at the hand of one of the victims, killed by the bandits. Runian tried to control herself, covering her mouth with her hand to avoid screaming. After a while for the students to see clearly, Rimmer gathered everyone to explain. The terrible scene you are witnessing is the result of the White Tiger bandits. While the instructor was lecturing, Boren was not focused and was lost in thought. Remember this moment well and never forget it. Stay vigilant if you encounter them. The instructor brought out an item, repeatedly emphasizing the importance. This is called the silent whistle. It will not make any sound no matter how hard you blow it. The only ones who can hear this whistle are those trained to do so. So if anything happens, do not hesitate to use it. Rimmer also received one. The instructor watched to see how to use it. While Rimmer was still talking, the instructors would immediately respond and come to your rescue as quickly as possible, no matter how dangerous the enemy is. The instructor still believed in his students. Their swords would be merciless when confronting them, and the consequences are unimaginable. Of course, instead of immediately blowing the whistle, you should do everything you can first. You can try to fight them without our assistance. Rimmer was very straightforward and feared no power. Do not hesitate to kill them the moment you have the chance. Their crimes are deserving of death. In contrast to everyone's brave spirit, Rimmer fell into silence. When the instructor announced the day's activities, she stood behind, not daring to speak up. Okay. Let us split into groups according to the captain's orders. Martha will be in Group A and Brent will be in Group B. Everyone will move in groups of 3 or 4. Holding a sword in her hand, she was still haunted by Saria's words. Remember, Runian, you are mine. His threatening image became clearer and clearer. Do nothing dangerous that could hurt you. Just keep living until the day I need you. I will kill anyone who dares to hurt you. Before she could calm down, she jolted when she heard someone call. Runian. John unexpectedly invited Runian to form a group. Are you coming with me? Her condition still had not improved. The anxiety in her heart unresolved. The snowflakes fell more than before. Runian hesitated. But with him by her side, Runian decided to follow to ease her tension. As soon as she saw the scenery here, John already had a plan in mind. That is Root and Sao Peak. Being at that high point will likely help us observe the situation below, and it will also be easier to escape from the enemy if we find ourselves at a disadvantage. It would be a perfect hiding spot, based on his past experiences, he confidently asserted. But because that place is so perfect, the bandits would not hide there since it could be a focal point for us. John boldly guessed that the bandits usually hide behind large trees in the forest. They would not choose such an obvious location knowing many people were trailing them. They must have thought that we'd guess they were hiding there. So they found another safer hiding place. Simple reason is that the most dangerous place is often the safest. He looked ahead and only saw snow, meaning hiding in that hill would be their only option. Outside seemed like that place could be completely observed due to its openness. But perhaps inside, there was still another hiding spot. Not leaving her alone, he called back. Runian, let us hurry up. In the group with John, she felt very comfortable. Using half of her skills from her past life was enough. We should check that hill first. Let the other teams handle the forest. Runian trusted him wholeheartedly. All right. Watching her figure leave, John felt the sadness deep in Runian's heart. The host appeared just in time. Worrying for her was quite obvious. Aren't you going to say anything to her? Though he truly cared for her, he could not focus on Runian's private matters. He was not sure what to say to her. Moreover, that was related to her family's issues. Deep inside his thoughts, he knew his relationship with his mother was not good. because he could not even understand his current feelings towards Sylvia. There was no way he could give her good advice regarding her family. It did not mean he would give up midway. John believed that if he tried a little every day, he would definitely succeed, but he knew what Saria had done to Runan in the past. Perhaps he could resolve this issue if he had the chance. But finding that opportunity would be difficult. As he and Runan reached the end of the road, John confirmed his thoughts were correct. Furthermore, everything was within his expectations. They clung to the tree trunks to move. The path was more difficult because it was all snow. But that could not stop his understanding. There was a forest hidden behind the hill that outsiders could not see. It was quite deep. Past life experiences helped John easily identify their tricks. It seemed that the traces of humans had been concealed so others could not find them. Yet, such tricks could only fool amateurs. He had to act. The rice would be husked. Useless against him because John had trained many necessary skills for every situation. Killing a target alone would not make him the best assassin. The skills of hiding, reconnaissance, and gathering information had to be the best in all those aspects. With the bandits' abilities, he not only guessed they were hiding but was not afraid at all. They might fool an ordinary hunter or someone else, but it would be useless against him. John still felt the need to be a bit cautious. Follow me. Try to be silent even in your breath. Runan also followed his lead. Alright, suddenly, he and she abruptly stopped, his right hand ready to draw his sword at any moment. John discovered there were only a few mouse traps on the ground. What is this? This is not anything to worry about. Underestimating others would bring danger faster. He was confident. Thanks to his predictions. They do not have anything special other than the traps at the entrance. Perhaps they thought no one would reach here, because there were many signs of living people around. However, John did not expect the bandits to be outside the gate with a young boy. They seemed to have underestimated them. Just by looking, he could guess. That kid is a hostage. Right. His observations remained sharp over time. The bandits guarding the gate were quite large, but he did not sense any strong energy from them. These were just low-level warriors. Recognizing the enemy's strength, the massive figure near the hostage was strong enough to make a living with his swordsmanship. To acquire the analytical skills he had today, John had worked hard in the past. The bandits must be gathering inside. There was no way they would leave their only hostage outside to guard so simply. Essentially, he envisioned the situation being unfavorable for direct combat. Considering there were dozens of bandits inside, should I blow the whistle to alert everyone? I could retreat now and attack with the main force when they arrive. But that was in his mind. Reality did not give John time to prepare. The hostage's current situation was extremely critical. At this rate, the boy would freeze to death. He would not survive until the reinforcements arrived. He was ready to draw his sword to fight them. Theoretically, that was how he would proceed. They had not yet noticed his presence. The best course of action right now was to rescue the hostage before they found them, and handle them as quickly as possible. He and Runian were very clever to hide in the grass opposite the boy. She did not trust herself, fearing she would mess things up, but what calmed Runan was his concern. Runin, look at me. John knew how to soothe the people. Standing in front of her, he assured, don't worry too much. We can save that boy. But I need your support. He had to make sure Runan would agree with the plan he outlined. When I signal, you should use magic to block the sound. I will take care of the main task. And you keep an eye on those thugs. Can you do that? Runin did not dare to express herself, worried she would be a burden to him. Can I change? Like he did. Finally, she bravely looked straight ahead. Alright, finally. She bravely looked straight ahead. I will try. A robber yawned, complaining to his buddy. I am so sleepy, dude. How much longer until our shift ends? How much longer? Pull up. Her sudden appearance left them stunned. Who are you? Runan, with all his confidence, took center stage, releasing his aura, blocking the flow of sound. By the time they realized the shield surrounding them, it was too late. Damn it. The thief was confused and did not know what to do. Our voices could not escape outside. Did that girl just silence the noise with magic? She keeps criticizing the village. Why is there someone who can use magic in a place like this? At the same time, John rushed towards them with his sword. This is my chance. I will take care of that guy behind first. Before I could see Vung Kiem, I swept past them, taking care of these two first. Who would have thought? The explosive power was so strong that the thief's head was accidentally seen by Runan. She immediately froze, unable to believe her eyes anymore. The image of Ruby lying motionless on the ground appeared in Runan's mind once again. She recalled the horrifying scene when the squirrels underfoot could no longer move. Runan's shriek made the shield vanish. Singing. Just when it mattered, something went wrong. The John's face changed color. Damn it. The soundproof barrier has broken. Now he realized that his actions had unintentionally affected her. Was her psychological trauma triggered by that situation? Runan crouched to the ground, feeling anxious. John felt worried. If it continues like this, The thieves will discover us. Just as one of the thieves intended to harm Runan, John quickly rushed over. You can run into me. That is fine. But if you dare to touch a hair on her head, you are choosing death. Runan was still in a state of fear, unaware of the danger she was in. Fortunately, he managed to subdue him, the sword close to his throat as a warning. John always does what he says. It is not an ordinary threat. If you know what is good for you, do not scream. If you dare to speak without my permission, you are dead. You will answer my questions. And if you do not comply, I will take your life. I had to accept 3 parts frustration and 7 parts like a fool. I had to yield to him. Okay, even if John is rough with others, she is still an exception. He always cares about Runan. If he did not care, how could he tell by her breathing that she was scared? Without a word of reproach, John smiled gently, silently acknowledging Runan's contribution. Thanks to her, he could act. And despite her fear, she did very well. His dialogue with the thief was concise and to the point. The information about them was necessary. They belong to the White Tiger gang. Right.
Yep.
How many of you are there? Where are you hiding? A total of 39 people. They are in the forest. And how many hostages are there? 1 person. The worry in John's heart increased another level. Indeed, there is still 1 more hostage. At that moment, the boy who had just been rescued stammered. Are you the hero? The hostage inside is my sister. Please save her. Runan quickly reassured the boy. Do not worry. Once we calm down, we will rescue her. Okay, he said it sincerely. But she did not believe it. Human strength is limited. Runan. I am not saying that, but she was sure. Anyway, he would do it somehow, which made it hard for John to refuse. Runan, let me tell you the reason for my lack of confidence. I only do what I can accomplish. It is not that I am afraid of the thieves, but it would be better to call for help. The hostage would be safer. With 36 thieves and 1 lone shark, it could be very dangerous. This was the first time she voiced her opinion. John agreed with this decision. We can be reckless in a dangerous situation. Shall we blow the whistle for a signal?
Yep.
I think that would be better. Runan blew the whistle with all her might, as if afraid it would not make a sound. John saw her gripping the whistle tightly, and felt more confident. Being so close, he still could not hear the whistle. That must be why Rima gave her this whistle. The ones who needed to hear it were nowhere to be found. Before they knew it, the thieves were more perceptive than expected. They screamed, causing John and Runan to panic. It was a silent whistle. They were charging towards us. Not understanding the mechanism of the whistle, he doubted humanity. What the hell? How did he have such sharp senses? I am right next to her and I can hear it. Runan did not want the boy to see this scene, and he had no choice but to use a thief as a hostage. The leader of the bandits had yet to see John's might, rudely mocking him. You jerk? Are not you afraid to come here? You are reckless. He was the one who heard the whistle. What are you trying to summon here? As if what I care about is not why he can hear it. I do not need you to know who we are summoning. Let us exchange hostages. His words surprised the bandit leader. You want to exchange hostages? John was just applying the same method they used. If you hand over that child to us, we will return this one to you. You are overestimating this guy. The leader is not likely to let the girl go. Haha, that bastard's life or death has nothing to do with me. He does not deserve for me to let this kid go. The situation turned around. The leader successfully threatened him. If you do not want to see this little girl's head roll, then drop your sword now. The girl saw the sword and was scared, tears almost spilling down. Sobbing, to temporarily ensure the girl's safety. It seems John accepted the situation of making concessions. All right then, you truly are a refined young man. You do not want her to see the bloodshed. It would only worsen her trauma. Runan, step back and wait for my signal. Unexpectedly, John swiftly sent the thief to meet the King of Hell, causing the others to panic when they saw blood splattering everywhere. The other thieves felt fear before his power. Damn it. What did you just do? John simply controlled the sword and used his strength to throw it forward. The 3 thieves were not prepared mentally when they realized they were under attack. In an instant, the thief holding the sword threatening the girl was dealt with. John signaled her to carry out her mission. Runan, create a fog and work in harmony according to his instructions. The scene before the thieves was like they were about to experience a snowstorm. The bald guy along with the other thieves were furious at having to close their eyes. Damn it. The fog obscured their vision. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, John quickly carried the girl away. By the time the thieves realized it, they had already inhaled a mouthful of dust and lost their trail. Damn it. He took the girl and ran. That bastard must not be let go. If you see him, kill him right now. The weather is getting colder by the minute. While the 2 children were bundled up in coats on the snowy ground, John did not forget to explain to her. I think the kids are too cold and fainted. So it will be hard for them to run. I can't forgive those thieves. If I let them be, who knows what other evil they will bring to the village, even though they are many. I must eliminate them right here and right now. He believed she should not follow because it would be dangerous. Runan, you stay here and watch over the kids. But she only looked at his wounds. John, your hand is bleeding, not wanting her to hide for a second longer. John said. Tron N. Runan, it is. Once I deal with the thieves, I will be back right away. But he did not know she was also worried about him. Runan pulled at his shirt. Her gaze at that moment was filled with his image. John, do not. You are hurt. Fighting is too dangerous. Runan really did not want John to fight the thieves alone. The teachers would be here soon. Wait for everyone to help you. Her worry made him hesitate to leave. Runan. John sat down and looked at the little girl. Knowing that Runan had to endure so much fear with those people, he spoke very gently to her, always keeping his voice at a moderate level, in contrast to how he spoke to others. Indeed, every battle is terrifying, both for experienced swordsmen and for students like us. Gently shifting the topic, John's eyes sparkled. But do you know what is the scariest thing? Runan felt discomfort when he mentioned something she had never intended to change, which was sitting still and doing nothing. John could not contain his anger when he saw the current scene of the village. The thieves had committed unforgivable acts. Some had sacrificed themselves to protect the village, and some fought to protect their loved ones. We can turn a blind eye to their sacrifices. He looked directly into her eyes, reaffirming once again, we are swordsmen. His words seemed to add a source of indomitable energy. John was like a psychologist who must fulfill his mission until the very last moment. We must follow in the footsteps of those who came before us and protect those who remain. John's action of standing up showed his determination, also reinforcing Runan's faith in the power of courage. I do not know how her brother treated her, but the more she fears someone, the more that person's shadow appears, and the fear will become more ingrained in her mind. If she keeps running away from her fear, it will torment her for the rest of her life. Every word he spoke to her was gentle yet filled with affection and encouragement. Runan, only you can protect yourself and your loved ones. John reached into his left chest. Not knowing what important item it was, he placed a small item in her palm, reminding her to move forward. From now on, whatever you do is up to your own hands. Runan, in a posture more than just a challenge. John approached the shop. No need to hide in the dark anymore. She remained seated, even though she did not say anything. Tears seemed ready to spill. It was truly touching that John brought a new ray of hope. With the little wooden squirrel in her palm, Runan shed tears onto it. Want to forget? I do not want to be bound by the past anymore. I want to protect the most precious thing I have. I won't hide in the dark anymore. The little wooden squirrel he gave her today soothed some of her childhood memories and pointed toward a bright future ahead. I must keep moving forward. John charged into the thieves. With one sword strike, he took down several of them. Seeing this, they shouted, "Damn it! Kill him quickly." The soldiers looked on at John with concern. John continued to shout, "Damn it! Stop him! Stop him quickly! He is just a kid." But no one could stop him. John gradually moved towards the thief. He shouted, "Why can't you stop him?" John remained calm while looking at him. Suddenly, a thief came from behind to attack him, but he noticed, and when the strike came down, John quickly dodged away, not letting him think too much. The thief took the opportunity, swinging straight towards him. Inwardly, he thought, I am definitely dead. That damn rat. His sword came down, causing debris to scatter everywhere. But as the dust settled, not believing his eyes, he exclaimed, "What?" Looking down at the blade, John was no longer there. He was surprised. Where did he go? John suddenly appeared behind him, coldly saying, "How long are you planning to wait for an opportunity like a coward?" As soon as he finished speaking, John swung his sword, beheading him, blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding thieves were terrified. A monster. How could someone so young be so strong? Is he really just a rookie? John coldly looked at them. Surrender. Your leader has fallen. Before he could finish, an attack came from somewhere toward him. Rune quickly took out her sword. The leader's laughter rang out. Ha! How ridiculous. Are you admitting defeat to that kid? If it goes on like this, when we join the North-South Alliance, we will embarrass ourselves. You seem wealthy. You must come from a decent family. Right. John did not respond. Calmly looking at him, suddenly he jumped up, swinging his sword towards him. While still talking, I was just worried that when I caught you, you would not have much money. God has not abandoned me. Just as he finished speaking, he swung with great force towards Ruin, shouting loudly, I will take you as a hostage. Rune struggled to deflect the blow from the leader, thinking to himself, this guy is the leader of the White Tiger bandits. He must be a novice swordsman or a proper swordsman. While fighting with the leader, a voice shouted, I found them. That bastard and the hostage are here, outside. Rune was struggling to fend off the thief. Her whole body was tense. Rune was panicking, worrying for her. Damn it. Rune was not ready to fight yet. I must help her. The leader took advantage of his distraction to attack harder. How dare you look elsewhere, while I am right in front of you? Are you worried about your comrades? Then he laughed joyfully. You and I can have more fun here. He continued to attack relentlessly, putting him in a passive position. In his heart, he silently cursed. Damn it. Outside. The thief grew increasingly annoyed with Runan. Damn it. This bitch uses too many weird skills. It seems you have never killed anyone before. Just as he finished speaking, he rushed towards her, handing over the hostage. Do not hesitate anymore. Seeing the thief rush at her, she felt worried. Telling herself, I must protect the children at all costs. But to do that, I must kill the enemy in front of me. Fortunately, he is not a heavy opponent. Her hand tightened around the sword bit by bit. She kept reassuring herself. I must kill him. I can do it. Kill him. Do not forget what Xion said. Once again, she saw Sarian appear. Runan stared blankly at Sarian, blocking the sword with her hands. Inside, she was confused. Her inner self cried out. I am seeing him again. I must chase him away, but I can't forget the fear of that day. Can I protect something like Xion did? I can't even swing the sword properly in this situation. I'm scared. I have never been able to protect anything. While lost in her thoughts, she heard Xion call out. Runan, hearing that call, she suddenly woke up from her thoughts. Xion looked at her with a reassuring smile. It is. You can do it. Runan teared up as she looked at Xion. She felt Xion reaching out to her. Do not worry. Come here with me. It was as if Xion was pulling her from that frightening darkness. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she told herself, I must thank him. She swung her sword fiercely because he had given her courage. She faced Sarian without any hesitation, and with one swing of the sword, it felt like she had chopped away the darkness within her. She continued to think about how he had helped her move forward, how he had believed in her. She dashed past the thief, delivering a strike to his back, causing him to fall back. Then she returned to a calm demeanor with determined eyes. The leader saw this and appeared displeased. Did those kids actually beat you, useless bunch? Hearing him say that, Sarian quickly retorted. She is not just a kid. Stop it. She is a child who can overcome her past on her own, and she has a kind heart. Saying this, he tightened his grip on the sword. Flames rose around them. Sarian calmly said, she is a swordsman who has overcome challenges. When the worry for Runan was no longer there, he gathered energy. A flower of fire appeared. The ultimate fire technique. Luffy Ho. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarian swiftly struck the leader, knocking him down instantly. After a while, Xion went to check the thieves' belongings, thinking to himself, I need to check for traps before the teachers arrive. He held up a flower. It was a rare two-colored flower. But did they slaughter the village just for this? While Xion was pondering about the flower, a voice suddenly called out, Is it over? He saw Xion holding the flower and asked, That is the two-colored flower that the bandits have. Then he put on a cheerful expression. You guys took them all out. Turns out he is the leader of the infamous Richter band of thieves from the North-South Alliance. Sarian coldly replied, I took them out. So what? Richter was still smiling. You are really brave. Not only that, but you are also good at assessing the situation. You must feel confident because you are skilled. Xion did not listen to him. He asked, You belong to the North-South Alliance. Hearing this, Richter was a bit surprised. Then he introduced himself.
Yep.
My name is Richter. Upon hearing this, Xion thought to himself, so he is Richter. I have heard that name once before. A talented swordsman who joined the North-South Alliance with just one sword, and became the leader of a large band of thieves in 10 years. The White Tiger gang does not compare to him. He is a truly powerful swordsman. Not letting him think much, Richter spoke up. A girl from a famous family. Direct descendant of the family. Right, your martial arts skills are not impressive at all. So you must still be a rookie. What should I do with you now? Upon saying this, his voice dropped threateningly. Should I kill you? After that statement, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. No one said anything further. Xion looked at Richter, thinking to himself, his intention to kill is very clear. He actively grasped the sword. For himself, having lived a life as an assassin in his past life, this was nothing. Suddenly, Richter burst out laughing. Can you withstand this pressure? You are not an ordinary child. Xion remained very calm, his face not changing at all. He assumed a fighting stance and thought in his head, surely if I attack from behind, I can kill him. If I attack head-on now, I won't be able to win against him, but for some reason, I do not want to back down. Sessran slowly unsheathed his sword. He did not choose to attack from behind, but boldly challenged him. Draw your sword and fight me. Richter was also surprised by his decision. If you do that, you will die. Sessran still maintained his calm demeanor. The weak falling to the strong is normal. Richter was slightly stunned. Not many kids your age can say that. He returned to a cheerful demeanor. After understanding your character, I do not want to fight with you. Killing you here would be too wasteful. Sessran coldly replied. A warrior cannot choose where he dies. Hearing this, Richter sighed. You are quite something. Are you sure you are not a child? You have a collection of profound life quotes. Then he turned away to look elsewhere. There is another reason I do not want to kill you. The evil wind has been watching us for a while now. Hearing this, Sessran appeared somewhat confused. After saying that, Ritter jumped onto the nearby cliff and called back. If you are part of the North-South Alliance, it would be a lot of fun. He looked down from above and asked, What is your name? Sessran slowly replied. My name is Sessran shone brightly at that moment. Ritter smiled upon hearing this. Sessran. I understand now. Then he jumped away, saying one last word. I hope one day I will hear your voice from across the Tarukan Mountain and Vibo River. Sessran saw this and said to Ronan. He turned to her. Runan. She agreed. All right. Just as he was about to leave, Runan called him back. Sessran. He turned back. What is wrong? She shyly asked him. Am I? Upon hearing this, Sessran stood there for 5 seconds looking at her. Then he broke into a gentle smile. Zarvanrid. You are the best. Hearing this, Runan joyfully smiled brightly. And that is it. My short yet long mission has come to an end. When he returned with the head of the bandit leader, he calmly raised the head. This is the leader of the Snow Prowler bandits. Burden was surprised. How could you? Burden and Matter are so fierce yet lost to me again. Rimo was comforting the other students for not performing well, and seemed to be giving them advice. Then ended up recounting the story of his first snow mission. Online Jiat also did not miss the chance to boast about himself. Putting on a smug face, he told him. The story of that big-eared guy is not impressive at all. I even froze a castle on my first mission. Zion could only listen in helplessness. Hearing those two talk made my ears want to burst. The rescued children had lost their parents, so the Xilian family decided to adopt them. The children seemed to like this because they liked Runan. After returning and completing the mission, Runan and I were summoned to the king's palace. We were both awarded medals for our achievements. I was very surprised to receive his praise, but I was even more surprised when he gifted me a 2-colored flower. Exeon held the flower with a surprised expression, saying that it was something I obtained, so I should keep it, even though it is a very rare herb. It should be good. After everything was done, Sion returned but was very surprised. What? Sion was surprised and asked, Why are you here? Dorian cheerfully replied, Young master, you are back at last. Dorian scratched his head and continued. The lady asked me to stop by and let her know when the mission was completed. Upon hearing this, Sessran said nothing. After a moment, he asked, Did you tell her everything? Dorian, moved, wiped his tears. Of course. I told the lady about your touching story. Sessran was dumbfounded, thinking, what has this fool done? Just then, his mother Sylvia and a maid appeared. Sessran, is that you? The young master is back. Seeing this, he thought to himself, Sylvia will be very angry if she knows I confronted the bandits. Then he stammered. It is not what you think. Before he could finish, his mother lunged in and embraced him. Sylvia looked at him and praised. Well done. Sessran. When Exxon saw Sylvia's attitude, he was confused. Then she took his hand. Why do you think I would be angry with you? Sessran asked back. You always tell me to be careful. Then she told him about the head of the family. The head of our family wields a sword to protect the weak. I heard that he always extends a helping hand to those in need. The Xichat family continues to uphold his wish. She smiled and continued. My dream is to become a swordsman like that. Why would I scold you for saving those hostages? Sylvia placed her hand on his shoulder and emphasized. I am very proud of you. Sylvia hugged him once more, making him feel awkward. The maids nearby were also joyful. We are very proud to hear this story. Tomorrow I will go to the main hall. I will brag about this everywhere. Sylvia said emotionally. My son has grown up to be a good man. Seeing this, he hugged her back, thinking, I can understand him. It is such a complex emotion. Then he suddenly remembered Dorian. Never mind that fool. Ovley appeared. I just remembered that bastard. That coward ran away a long time ago. Hearing this, John said nothing, glancing back surprised. Then he clicked his tongue. It is not a bad night after all. Shift to Runa. She was reaching out for the wooden squirrel, lying down with a happy smile. Rune remembered when John encouraged her. You do not need to hide in the dark anymore. Remembering that moment, She told herself, next time I must definitely thank him. No matter what. Another place. Rima was also peacefully lying on a hammock. He recalled when John fearlessly confronted Richter, drawing his sword and fighting Tati. Rima felt intrigued and could not help but smile. He leisurely lay there inside. It has been a long time since I have seen the shadow of a lord in someone else. It seems that is the seed for the next king. Now everything is just beginning. The scene shifts to the main villa of the Robert family. There was a person sitting in a dimly lit room doing something. It turned out to be Robert sitting and writing something. But suddenly he felt something. It was because his hands were bleeding, staining the pages. He looked at his hand and thought, the wound is not healed yet. Robert sat and reminisced about that scene from years ago. It has been 17 years. I have tried many high-quality herbs. I even invited talented and famous scholars. I have done so much but still can't heal the wound. He looked at the wound and remembered the figure of the one who caused it. An unhealable wound does not get worse. It is as if I was just injured yesterday. Perhaps it wants to remind me not to forget that day. Robert wondered. Is there a dead soul that wants me not to forget him? He smiled and continued. It is too bad I am not one to dwell on the past. Then he disregarded the wound and leaned on his hand, speaking confidently. There is only a short time left before my lifelong wish comes true. If to Jian. He was checking his status board. He smiled to himself. Even though it is only the first level, I have worked hard to reach it. At this moment, the Essence Emperor appeared. Amusingly, the spirit has become weaker, and the fire technique has reached 3 stars. The unfortunate spirit has reached 3 stars. Master perception has reached 3 stars. And fire resistance has reached 3 stars. You have completed the goal of becoming a swordsmanship expert. The speed of controlling the spirit has increased. All stats are rising rapidly. Swordsmanship proficiency has increased, and proficiency in footwork has increased. When John read those stats, he was overjoyed. Finally, I have reached the expert level. He smiled to himself. Even though it is only the first level, I have worked hard to achieve it. At this moment, the Essence Emperor appeared. How ridiculous. Even if he is a master swordsman, he is nothing more than a small insect to me. Yet just a bit of progress and he feels proud already. John replied. Not every 15-year-old can reach my level. Even if you search this entire continent, you won't find anyone my age as skilled as me. The Flower Emperor retorted. Only fools would focus on age on the battlefield. Age does not matter. Weak is weak. John agreed. That is right. Once on the battlefield, no one is obliged to give way just because they are younger. I completely agree. The Flower Emperor continued. Idiot. If you keep this up, you won't be able to touch even my finger. Or not even my fingernail. John smiled in agreement. Is not that right? The Flower Emperor asked. Why are you still smiling? John calmly replied. Because I am happy. In my past life, I could never reach this level. You also admit I have ground. Right. The Flower Emperor said nothing. Just looked at him. After a while, he shouted. Do you think I would praise you? As for someone like you. John mocked. Then why are you angry now? John walked while speaking. I can hear your voice trembling. So I am sure I am not wrong. I have been with you long enough to know what you are thinking. The Flower Emperor appeared annoyed. How dare a mere human see through me? It is infuriating. Then he shouted. John ignored it. Your rage can do anything to me. If you do not regain your power soon, I will eat you. The Flower Emperor immediately switched to storytelling mode. Hearing you speak such trivial words reminds me of the old days. Seeing him like this made John lose patience. The Flower Emperor kept rambling about his past. Remembering the day in hell when demons came to challenge him, John immediately slipped away. I am going to stretch. The Flower Emperor called him back. Where are you going? Listen to me. In a training session, Reamer clapped his hands, saying, Everyone stop. He spoke to everyone. Today's practice ends here. You have worked hard. Seeing such an early break, Boren said. Master Reamer, you were 20 minutes late today. We need to make up for that time. Reamer immediately replied. We can make it up tomorrow. Today is enough. Boren beside him felt helpless. This irresponsible spirit. When everyone saw Reamer leaving, they also took a break. John said, Then it is over. Today, whoever has to clean stays. Dorian walked over to open the tool cabinet door. He opened the door wide to take the tools from inside. When he closed the door, Martha had been standing behind it the whole time. She grabbed Dorian's shoulder, scaring him. She angrily said, Is cleaning with me that terrifying? Dorian stammered. It is my honor, Martha angrily said. Just the training alone has kept me busy enough. Then she turned and yelled at those around her. What are you all staring at? I have to clean this up. Get out of here. Gioan witnessed this, sweating and thinking. She really can only stay calm when she is next to me. Reamer suddenly appeared from behind, smiling. The girl has not changed at all. I am sure she is only calm when she is around you. Gioan turned to call out. Reamer, I thought you had run away. Reamer replied, I forgot a few things so I came back. Everyone thought. I wonder what he forgot. Then Reamer stood on the podium, calling everyone's attention. Listen up. I still have something important to announce. Someone grumbled. What time is it now? Reamer awkwardly smiled. Then he continued. It is about your second mission. Everyone listened attentively to what Reamer had to say next. Reamer, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. Haha. Sorry about that. Everyone looked stunned. Did he really forget something that important? Those nearby, upon hearing about the mission, fell into thought. It has been almost half a year since the first mission. Time to do the second mission came longer than I expected, with less experience than the last lifetime for the Xichet family to handle. Reamer then recalled and began to narrate. Orcs suddenly appeared and invaded the southern territory of Xichet. Your mission this time is to eliminate the orc threatening the villagers and protect the people and the village. In other words, your task is to protect the village and hunt monsters. Hearing this, everyone below was excited. We are going to hunt orcs. Everyone chimed in. Yeah. This is the kind of mission I have wanted to do for a long time. Finally, I can test my sword skills. While everyone was buzzing, Reamer interjected. I am sure everyone is excited about the new mission, especially you newcomers. Reamer reminded them of one last point. This time there won't be teachers accompanying you. You will have to go to the village on your own and must work together to complete the mission. Boren questioned from below. But if we find ourselves in a situation where we can't escape, what then? Reamer replied. That depends on you. If it is a mission you can complete, then you have to know when to give up. That is a statement. So a leader must be able to accurately assess the situation. The important thing is that the leader must judge what is the worst and best situation for that event. Dorian, hearing this, also voiced his opinion. Is not running away from a mission not regarded well? Reamer continued to explain. Usually.
Yep.
But it also depends on the type of situation. If you are alone surrounded by 5 monsters and can still escape, that should be praised. Dorian was secretly pleased. That is great, so if I run away, I won't get into trouble. Bren, seeing him like that, felt helpless and said nothing. Then Reamer said, you will be leaving early the day after tomorrow. Leaving everyone stunned. Together they said in unison. In just 2 days. After hearing this, everyone was worried. Why is there so little time? That is too much. It is already late. We only have 1 day left. Reamer instructed the students. There are many things you need to prepare for monster hunting, compared to defending or exploring dungeons. Then he smiled and added, you will be in trouble if you do not prepare well. So remember to be careful. Bren immediately shouted. We will prepare better than you said. Reamer concluded his speech. That is enough for now. While Bren looked over at John, he saw John calming everyone down. Professor Reamer has always told us that we want to know when the mission will start and how it will unfold. Now is not the time to panic. We should prepare. The more you complain, the less time we have. Hearing this, everyone calmed down a bit. Well, he is right. There is no guarantee we can prepare after the mission starts. Let us. Reamer saw that he could calm everyone down and unconsciously smiled. Then Reamer turned to say to everyone, also, Tron Ting is more aggressive and stronger than you think. Compared to your previous matches, they are much more difficult than just relying on their numbers. They have a lot of them, so you do not have a numerical advantage. He continued to explain. It will be very hard when facing them one-on-one. It is best if you can dodge their attacks instead of taking them head-on. Bring as little luggage as possible and gather here at dawn 2 days from now. That is all. When Reamer finished speaking, the sky was gradually darkening. Time quickly passed into the morning 2 days later. John at home had already finished preparing his luggage. He looked into his bag, thinking, a pack with a weight-reducing spell on it. Clearly, he does not intend to help us store our stuff. I think he is trying to say that we have to do everything ourselves. Well, that is fine with me. Ho-A appeared and seeing him relaxed said, you are so arrogant. Then he explained to him. Do you think everything will go as you plan? Surprises can happen at any time. John nodded in agreement. That is probably true. Then he turned to tease Hosei. Just like how you give me all the stats. Ovi angrily replied. I want to sew your mouth shut. John continued to tease. There is no way you can do that. While they were talking, there was a noise coming from outside the door. John opened the door, puzzled. Who would come at this hour? He opened the door and asked, who's it? When John saw the person outside, he was surprised. Speechless. After a while, he finally managed to say, his mother reprimanded him. John, tell me, do you have a mission? Ren, confused, asked, how do you know? Did Dorian tell you? His mother replied, Rimmer told me. John cursed Rimmer in his heart. That bastard. Then he turned to his mother. looking apologetic. His mother sighed long and then sat down. Then she took his arms and said, John, Sylvia reminded him. Being a class leader is not just about representing the other students. You also have a responsibility to guide the other students on a better path. You should not handle the mission on your own. You should assign suitable tasks to your teammates to minimize losses and lead everyone to success. Your life depends on your decisions. Hearing these words, he thought to himself, I thought Mom would come to scold me. But it turns out she is giving me advice. Then she placed her hand on his back and said, the mission to hunt monsters may seem easy, but is actually very difficult. Ensuring the elimination of each monster to protect the villagers. Sylvia continued gently. You should realize this when doing the mission. You are no longer a student, but a Zikhat swordsman. I want you to prove that you are a swordsman. Someone who can inherit the will of the Zikhat family. Then he asked, you thought Mom came here to scold me. Sylvia showed her anger. I am very angry. I am worried and uncomfortable. But that is not it. She suddenly hugged him. However, this is not the time to scold you. Because of the sudden hug, he felt a warmth. Sylvia comforted him gently. You will be prepared to be scolded when you return. I am glad you are shining brighter than when you started training, but I still cannot stop worrying about you. He was surprised by her words full of love. He felt his mother's love and hugged her tightly. On the morning of the mission, everyone gathered fully. Rimmer on the podium said, finally, anything can happen, so be as careful as possible. He said his final words before his students set off on their mission. Step back if you think it is too much. Everyone below shouted.
Yep, sir.
Rimmer sat down. Then off you go. It usually takes a month, but since we have cleared the way, it should only take about 2 weeks. Then he wished everyone good luck. Everyone replied in unison.
Yep.
Professor Rimmer. Then John turned to direct everyone. Let us form 4 lines. We will move in the formation we discussed. Rimmer felt relieved seeing John like that. I am sure they will be fine. John not only excelled in combat and spiritual energy but also in strategic planning. John was directing. Everyone remember your positions in case of a fight. Rimmer looked at John and sighed. John instructed everyone to double-check everything before leaving. Dorian and Crane checked all the items and the condition of the members. Once everything was checked, everyone started moving. Rimmer was watching John from behind, thinking, I am looking forward to seeing how he performs. An assistant worriedly asked Rimmer, should we go keep watch at this distance? Those kids won't notice if we leave. Rimmer disagreed. Some of them are sharp. Then he lazily yawned and said, I will take a nap before we leave. The assistants beside him were speechless. Then they turned to each other and said, is this okay? Should we go now? Seeing this, Rimmer interjected. You should worry about those Tronton more. In a desolate forest where human skulls were stacked into a huge wall, a man dressed in dark clothes said, are you sure about that information? The other respectfully replied,
Yep.
We have confirmed it is in that village. Then he said, all right, then let us go. You can kill anyone who gets in your way. The man in the dark had his eyes glowing red as he shouted. The scene shifted to the forest next to the village. John looked surprised as he saw someone. It turned out to be Ken, the top student of the 5th Training Academy. Ken Zegan. He was also surprised to see John. John asked, why are you guys here? Ken asked back. And you? John looked at him and thought, this is Ken Zegan. I heard he entered the 6th Training Academy late due to an injury. He seems to have recovered now. Then he assessed Ken's physique. Seeing he was someone capable of wielding a sword, at that moment Ken spoke first. We are on a mission to eliminate Tron-10. What about your team? John replied. We are also on a mission to eliminate Tron-10. Ken was surprised. The same mission. I have not heard anyone mention it. John was also surprised. Why the heck? On the day before the departure at a nearby bar, someone called Rimmer. Rimmer heard that the last mission went really well. Right. I heard they are very young. Yet they defeated the bandits. Rimmer happily replied. I told you. I praised them. But it is really impressive. Why not let them ambush Tron-10? They will surely rush there. And then I also got praised by the head of the family. While speaking, someone interrupted him. The 6th Training Academy will take this mission. He came closer to Rimmer and said, in an ambush mission, teamwork is more important, not focusing on individuals like the 5th Academy. The 6th Academy is more suited for this mission. Recently, the 6th Training Academy has passed the Hell Training Week without any obstacles. So we will take this mission. Master of the 6th Training Academy Mathun. Rimmer, not backing down, retorted. Are you worried about my kids getting attention? Why not just let both teams go together? Mathun, confused, asked. Do you want to send 2 training academies on the same mission? Rimmer smiled and replied. Since we have to wipe out Trahunt anyway, why not let both teams go at it? Racing against each other will be faster. What do you think? Mathun agreed. Okay. Then I will ask the head of the family for permission. Rimmer happily thought. I am looking forward to the outcome. Back in the forest near the village, Boren spoke up. There must be a mistake. Everyone can go back now. Back in the forest near the village, Boren spoke up. There must be some mistake. Everyone can head back first. Then he concluded. We will handle it. Which made the channel uncomfortable. He immediately retorted. I can let your words slide. Boren. Have not you been arrogant since the training in Team 5? This mission requires teamwork skills. Clearly, our Team 6 is more suited than Team 5. Team 5 will have a hard time with their lack of experience. Boren responded confidently. I know your skill level, but do not underestimate Team 5. Jia-on, next to them, was deep in thought. Rimmer must have known this in advance. But why did not he warn us? Then he closed his eyes to think carefully about the reason why. Rimmer believed that experience was extremely important. If so, this mission would be very practical, but both teamwork and strategy are important. Yet our team lacks both. Maybe he wants Team 5 to fight against Team 6 to learn how to improve. He thought his reasoning was right. Jia-on felt a surge of determination. That makes sense. That sly guy. Well, let us consider it a good opportunity for those kids to learn. Besides, Mom also warned me before I left. Jia-on recalled his mother's words. She wanted to see him as a swordsman who protects others. Then he told himself, I won't let her down. After thinking, he approached the two. Calm down, you two. Are you planning to waste time arguing here? He stepped closer to persuade them. If we keep this up, we won't get anywhere. Let us see how it goes, Boren asked. What do you mean by see how it goes? If you do not understand the current situation, why waste energy? Jia-on bluntly replied. They do not want to give up on the mission. Neither do you. Then he turned to everyone and said, this mission will have many Tron Tin, also known as an ambush. So we will definitely face difficulties. Then he pointed to the sky and continued. So let us see who will be the commander in this mission. He continued to persuade Ken and Boren, taking down the enemy leader to create chaos. What do you think if the main team runs into trouble? It will be an opportunity for the other team. Both of them listened to him, but remained silent. Then he turned to Ken. Is that all right? Ken agreed. Okay. Okay then. John looked towards the distant mountain and said, let us start at that mountain. Then everyone changed into their uniforms and ran towards the mountain. Martha smiled confidently. Simple conditions. Destroy or take the enemy space first to win. Much simpler than having to defeat each person. Hearing her say that, John asked, then let us plan. Martha confidently replied, why do that? They are all losers. I will wipe them out. Just sit back and wait. Then she dashed towards Team 6. Martha happily exclaimed, I see them. The members of Team 6 went into a defensive position upon seeing her. Martha shouted, with losers like this, there is no need for a strategy. And with that, she slashed down powerfully. At this moment, John from a distance activated his spiritual sense. His perception heightened to the point where he did not even need to open his eyes. John could sense the battles between the two teams were starting. He thought to himself, the fight has begun. Runan asked him, can we jump in without a plan? John replied, they are all confident. And even if I said something, they would not listen. Runan then asked, so is there a chance of winning? John confidently stated, we want to lose for sure. At this point, Martha seemed to be struggling, and so was Boren. His words seemed to come true. They were losing badly. At this point, Martha was frustrated. Why can't I break through? They are all the weakest. But their defense is too strong. A member from Team 6 shouted. You guys are not the center of the universe. Do not underestimate us. Martha felt the momentum of Team 6 and found it difficult. The sky began to darken. The sun was starting to set. And Team 5 looked battered and dirty. Boren and Martha avoided John's gaze. John teased them. See how easy it is? Look who is being pushed back now. Then he turned to everyone and said, misjudging is one thing, but the world 1T stands still waiting for us to improve. Everyone underestimated them because the kingdom did not value them. They thought they would win due to our previous achievements. Is that what you think? This is the consequence of fighting without a strategy, knowing neither ourselves nor our enemies. Just rushing in arrogantly without a care, wasting energy and spiritual energy only to expose all our techniques to the enemy. How brilliant. John seemed to hit their sore spot. And no one spoke up. Then he looked over at Team 6. They are training every day. Just because we look better does not mean we can underestimate them. Runan looked at him sadly. Does that mean we lost? John replied. There is still a chance, causing Boren to stutter in surprise. Martha, although calmer, said, defeating those bastards. I will do whatever you want, John calmly said. At least we still have the spirit to try. All right then. Then he confidently declared, I will chart the path to victory for our team. The rookie knights sat around chatting. The 5th training hall was way too easy. Watching them struggle was refreshing. Don't let your guard down. The 5th training hall can take down the alliance of the North and South. The Snow Tiger Claws. One of the knights spoke up. I bet they won. Give up. Suddenly, this person stood up, hand already on the sword handle, ready to fight. Just as predicted. We will end this. The enemy appeared out of nowhere to taunt us. They are truly fools. Turns out Mata heard all their insults. She raised her voice, warning them. If you speak ill of us again, you will regret it. With her words just finished, Mata immediately dashed forward. The leader of the insults shouted loudly. Attack. Team Formation 4. Focus your aura forward. Mata calmly stepped forward with lightning speed. Mata thrust her staff into the opponent's stomach. He could not block in time, so he could only grit his teeth and think, what the hell? She attacked from the flank. At that moment, the wind blew through the leaves, rustling as if cheering for Mata. Boren joined in, raising his wooden sword. That was the preparatory stance he had taken earlier. A knight with long brown hair and a ponytail shouted, counterattack like we prepared. But Boren swiftly glided by like lightning, not giving the opponent a chance to touch him. Boren's expression was cold as he cursed. Stupid. Then he swiftly glided past all his opponents. Boren's speed left everyone astonished. The opponent was knocked down. Only the brown-haired guy from earlier remained standing, slightly shaken, but he was also astonished. What the heck? How did he move so fast? The eyes of the others were glued to Boren. Their minds came to one conclusion. They have changed their fighting style. Those who looked down on him earlier now had only one expression: astonished and fearful. What on earth has happened to make them change their fighting style? Meanwhile, Martha was also 1 against 3. But her momentum clearly overwhelmed her opponents. Martha laughed excitedly as she fought. He is right. At that moment, John had told them, including Martha, that why would you think we would lose when we are stronger individually? Boren hesitantly commented. Information and strategy. John immediately chimed in. Exactly. He started discussing strategies with his team. The 6th training hall had understood our personalities and skills. They prepared a strategy around that. Everyone listened attentively to John's words. However, they had not prepared anything because they thought they would win anyway. In the end, they lost shamefully in a match they could have won. Dorian, hearing this, trembled, sweating profusely. So will we lose? Martha angrily shouted, grabbing Dorian by the collar, yelling, shut up. So he stammered. John crossed his arms. His demeanor remained calm, saying, even if we do not consider it a total defeat, we have lost a lot of stamina and aura. We are indeed at a disadvantage. John spoke a line that made the team members stare intently. But it is not just about information and strategy. Boren hesitantly asked his friend, John, do you have an idea? John pointed out the strengths of their opponents. Ken Zickhart, the top student of the 6th training hall, has very sharp vision and instincts. John calmly analyzed. Thanks to that, he can detect others from a distance and direct the students to fight. Martha impatiently interrupted. Ken Zickhart. Then John immediately connected with his team members to find out the winning opportunity. Martha's strength is in her power and endurance, but her attacks are too predictable. So he sent skilled swordsmen to drain her aura. Boren is quick, but his skills are quite basic. So he sent skilled swordsmen to counter him. John continued to calmly explain, his face very composed. So how do we win? The simplest way would be to change the order of combat. Then John quickly dismissed the idea. But I think you do not want that. Martha immediately reacted. I do not like that. I have to win. Sorry. I feel the same. John calmly advised the members. Then you must fight differently. Differently. John sincerely pointed out the shortcomings in each member's fighting style. The way you fight is too aggressive, but still has many flaws because they are not good at maneuvering their aura around them. So find the flaws and attack there. Starting with Boren. John said, Boren, you rely too much on your instincts to fight against your opponents. But those guys are usually easy to trick. You need to abandon your usual fighting style and deceive them. Martha impatiently spoke up. Listen to that. But we're not you here the whole time. Sounds like you are just observing us fight. John remained calm and confident in his reasoning. Indeed, he has sharp instincts. Better than average students. But, with a confident yet humble attitude, John confidently declared, my instincts are sharper. John carefully and meticulously observed each member fighting. They were doing very well. Dunan seemed unlikely to lose. A quiet footstep approached from behind John. He slowly spoke. Now then. Without needing to turn back. John already knew who was looking for him. He casually said, shall we get started? John is Kenzik Hat, the opponent with the keen observation that John mentioned earlier. John remained seated for a few more minutes. As the situation had changed from before, Kenzik had no choice but to look for a flag. Kenzik is the strongest in the opposing team. But unlike his team members, he does not seem arrogant or proud. His manner of speaking to John is also not provoking. I am wondering why they lost. Turns out you told them to fight differently. The rumor that you are not recognized by other students is truly false. John, facing these words, remained silent. Not bothering to retort, Ken coldly declared, with an attitude of utmost confidence. But this battle will end here. Kenzie gripped his sword tightly. John, I heard your aura is of the fire attribute. He too emitted an aura that was identical to John's. If so, both are officially seen as equals. Competing fairly. John was slightly surprised. Ken also possesses a fire attribute aura, Ken said, his serious expression unchanged. Unfortunately for you, I have the highest quality fire attribute aura. I also have more aura than most official swordsmen. Theoretically, you can win against me. John began to speak, his words clearly dripping with disdain and sarcasm. Why do you all talk so much before the fight? The fire god began to rise within John. His gaze no longer relaxed. Staring intently at his opponent, both held their wooden swords firmly. Let us begin. Everyone was thirsty for victory. John declared, I will show you that my fire can dominate you. Without waiting for a response from the opponent, John moved at lightning speed, disappearing in an instant. Ken was flustered. He seemed slightly startled. Too fast. And those flames. But Ken quickly regained his composure. Moving. I have heard he not only defeated Mata but also Prince Owen. His aura is not as powerful as mine, but I am sure he is very strong. At this moment, John appeared right before Ken. Of course. Both quickly charged at each other. Ken regained his confidence, thinking. However, in the fiery battle raging, he encouraged himself. Ymir Steel stronger. Both charged into battle, their wooden swords clashing, producing dull sounds. The more they fought, the more John seemed to have the upper hand. The sword grazed Ken's cheek. He looked on in disbelief. Shocked, Ken could not believe it. What is this? It is absurd. He could not accept this situation. His fire was weaker. Ken screamed internally. No way. But just a few minutes later, Ken could no longer withstand John's attacks. He screamed out of frustration and pain. The two flames merged, creating an explosion in the forest. Ken was defeated. Lying on the ground beneath John's sword, John mocked. Your fire is stronger than that. But he was very serious, affirming, whether it is recognition or pity for the opponent. That is right. Dorian stopped singing. Martha and Boren silently stared ahead. That person is, Dorian exclaimed, with a look of shock and surprise. What is Ken Zickhart doing here? Ken stood quietly, leaning against a tree, his clothes and face muddy from the recent battle. He thought silently, the best way to turn the tide of battle is to defeat the enemy leader. Did you know this was going to happen? Boren spoke softly. And not only that, Boren recalled earlier. During the fight, he was right. They were easily deceived. Even I was too. If it were not for you, I might have lost to the 6th training hall, Mata straightforwardly expressed. Although I do not want to admit it, you are right. If your judgment was wrong, perhaps even I would have turned against you. But in the end, we still won. So they looked at Jian and sincerely said, we have understood your talent and efforts. We will listen to you without complaints from now on. Jian smiled slightly. His mood lightened. It seems after this, they have matured quite a bit. That is good. In his heart, he felt proud. This is the 5th training hall I know. Jian smiled faintly. His attitude cheerfully brightened. It seems they have matured quite a bit after this. That is great. He felt a sense of pride inside. This is the 5th squad I know. Jian stood among the apprentice knights, firmly saying, everyone did great. You probably understand now. Everyone listened to Jian, no longer with an attitude of disdain or mockery, the consequence of getting complacent in victory and acting without thinking. If this were a real battle, everyone would be dead. Jian advised. Do not forget what you learned today. Kaimfin silently leaned against the tree, watching Jiaon's back. He whispered the name in his head. Jiaon. And Jiaon did not notice he was watching. He instructed the knights that the sun was about to set. Today we will camp here. Divide into smaller groups. Gather firewood. And take turns to keep watch. Kaimven finally acknowledged that he was better than he thought. He was good at fighting and also knew how to lead. An admiring smile was evident on Khan's face. He felt more favorable towards Jiaon. He thought the 5th training hall was full of arrogant guys. But it turned out he was the most arrogant one, with a friendly attitude and a smile. Kaivan approached Jiaon, reached out his hand, and said, I have learned a lot from you. Jiaon. Kaim sincerely expressed his admiration for Jiaon, saying he taught him to never let his guard down and always have a backup plan in case the previous one fails. Kaiman also admitted his earlier mistake, saying he thought he would definitely win because he believed he understood them well. He honestly acknowledged that he not only lost a team match, but also lost a one-on-one match against him. Kaizin spoke with a very friendly attitude. What he thought was confidence turned out to be arrogance. Now he understood how small he was in the warm glow of the sunset. Kvam said warmly. Thank you. Hearing this, Jian immediately smiled. A happy and light smile. He was more sincere than many of his direct relatives. The two shook hands. Jian humbly said, It is nothing. We will dedicate ourselves to you. 2 weeks later. By now, winter had arrived, and heavy snow covered the forest. The trainee knights stopped. Standing on a cliff, Jian looked down at the village below and announced, We are almost there. Jian carefully analyzed the mission again. It was a small village with nothing special. Just a place with people living and farming to get by. This mission was not special either. It was to deal with the monsters that occasionally appeared and caused trouble. However, a sense of unease suddenly rose in Jian's heart. Yet, Jian felt a chill down his spine. He wondered why he felt like someone was watching him. Jian looked around, his expression thoughtful. There were no judges following him. And moreover, the aura contained a sharp energy. He had to find a way to cope temporarily. It was best to figure out his location first. Jian spoke to Boren. Boren, I have something to ask of you. Jian suddenly delegated the leadership role to Boren, seemingly worried about the sharp energy. He told Boren, You will lead everyone in this mission. Jian's abrupt suggestion left Boren confused. He asked, Why is that? Jian calmly explained to everyone that in the first mission, only he and Runan could face the snow tiger claws. So it might be better for him to lead. Did not he say he wanted to be like him? Jian had immense trust in Boren. If so, prove yourself with what you have learned. All right, I will show you. Boren understood quickly and agreed. He placed his hand on his chest, promising the members. I will be a good commander, Jian announced to the members. Everyone heard that. Right. From now on, we will follow Boren's orders. Got it. Jian turned to the only girl in the team. Martha. I will explain to you later. Just act as normal, Martha coldly replies. Then turns her head and leaves immediately. You do not need to single me out like that. I will follow your arrangements. I am still acting normal. Jian looks at the members and smiles gently. Then whispers to Thunars. Thethananirs. Do you also feel like someone is watching us? He glances over at him. You know. Thunvan exhales, flying around playfully. Of course. You inherited Takoma's abilities. Jian just wants to find those hidden weapons. He asks, Where are they? How many are there? Thun Unrza responds with a somewhat teasing attitude. If I tell you his direction, can you guess? But Jian quickly cuts him off. There is only one. Seeing he realized so quickly, Thunundra feels a bit embarrassed. Jian patiently explains. Because you said it is he. Not they. Jian has a nonchalant expression. But his words cut into people. Thanks for letting me know. Thethananirs. Thethananan feels insulted and grits his teeth. That guy. He yells from behind Jian. But he hardly pays attention. His mood has never relaxed since he discovered the stalker. He keeps doubting. Still, can he be sure there is only one? Jian raises his vigilance. Even if there is only one person tailing him, it is very likely he has accomplices nearby. He must not lose his senses. Thinking too much makes Jian develop a headache. He wearily sighs, staring blankly at the snowy forest in front of him. Jian mutters. This mission is not going to go smoothly. Deep in the forest, a rugged-looking man is asking where they came from. The subordinate reports to him. Most of them are from the Red Hat tribe, one of the 6 great emperors. Nothing noteworthy, the subordinate predicts. I see they are just a bunch of rookie soldiers. And I do not see a guide with them. So it is highly likely this is their second mission. Have they been discovered? Answering the leader's question, the subordinate respectfully responds. Of course not. I am sure even if I got close to them, they would not notice me. The leader also smiles in satisfaction. I did not think a group of regular rookies could discover someone. The subordinate wonders about something else. He asks. But we have controlled the Olk tribe. Why are they sending rookies here? The leader leisurely replies. Perhaps the villagers noticed the number of monsters increasing and requested support. But our search for the crystal has been too slow, because I was a bit overconfident, the subordinate adds. We have searched this area thoroughly but still found nothing. It is probably inside this village. He lowers his head, asking, Should we attack now? The leader dismisses it. Wait, the subordinate insists. But this is the best opportunity to take out those rookies. The leader has a plan in mind. He says, Killing a few rookies is easy. But the matter of the mana stone will be exposed. That would do more harm than good. He wants to use the rookie knights to deal with the monsters. He says, Let them defeat the monsters. Then return as if they have completed the mission. He gently puts on a mask, deepening his voice. Then, as soon as he puts it on, the leader suddenly transforms. His sharp fangs protrude, and his yellow eyes glare frighteningly. His hands also grow larger. The pale skin turns dark green. His body also becomes much larger. He tells his subordinate, "Once they leave, I will attack the village." His appearance is no longer just imposing like before. He looks like a monster, with a steel body and cruel schemes, destroying everything in his path as night falls over the village. The knights enjoy the dinner prepared by the villagers. John stares at Boran, silently calling him Boran Zichhat. He looks at Boran for a long time, thinking to himself, "At first, I was a bit worried for him, but he is doing much better than I expected." John has been closely observing Boran. He does not take advantage of the Zichhat family's reputation to be arrogant. Instead, he prioritizes the mission, reassuring the villagers. He feels that the decision to let Boran manage the night team was correct. He can see that he is trying to do better. While eating, John thinks to himself, "But I should not worry about Boran, even if I am not here. Boran and the trainees can handle the monsters." John suddenly turns to look outside the window. The one observing us while we are on the outskirts of the village is the real problem. I am not very sure, but I sensed them disappear toward the mountains when we entered the village. Many vague thoughts arise in John's mind. Is the Zichhat family testing us? Or is it someone completely different? Overthinking makes John reassure himself. We will surely find the answer tomorrow. His hand is fiddling with the footprints on the ground. Boran looks at the monster tracks left behind. He concludes, "There definitely seems to be monsters around here." Elder Lang stands opposite, sadly saying, "Monsters appear at this time of year, like this year. They are 3 times more than in previous years. We can handle so many monsters." He recounts, "We have observed more than 100 monsters since then, which means they could have a total of over 200 lives." Elder Lang is most concerned about the safety of the knights. The issue is not only their numbers. "I am sure you are not familiar with the forest here. We will prepare a guide for you so you won't get lost in the mountains." He is the youngest and quickest boy in the village, so I am sure he will be of help. The guide Elder Lang mentioned is a young man around the same age as the night team members. He was assigned by Elder Lang to guide them up Mount Cebu. His name is Kanba. It seems Kanba just rushed over because he is out of breath. Last night, Elder Lang came to see me, and I knew something was going on, but he asked me to guide the trainees of the Gu family. This is my worst nightmare. Seeing the anxious mood clearly on Kanba's face, someone said, "Do not worry, it is Jia." He is reassuring both Elder Lang and Kanba, with a very serious and trustworthy attitude. "We promise to return home safely." The mission begins. Leader Boran shouts, "Everyone pay attention. The monsters usually fight better than others, while elves and little elves play dirty with poison or something else." Boran also carefully advises the members. A small injury could very well be a fatal wound, so do not let your guard down. Everyone unanimously agrees, shouting together,
"Yep, sir."
Boran tells the small group leader, "Training Hall 6. Please surround that area. Watch any monsters trying to escape." He nods. "Got it. Leave it to us." Boran also leads a small group with him. He motivates the whole team. "So let us begin the raid against the monsters threatening this land." Boran loudly declares to the knights, "Let the monsters broaden their horizons. See the power of the Red Hat family." So the knights surge forward in a wave. "What is our move?" Thanondus watches from a corner observing their fight, feeling angry. Those idiots. Doing something really stupid. They have all prepared an ambush all this time, then suddenly start shouting and revealing their positions. What is the point of an ambush? Jia on, hearing this, explains to Thuminus, "They are just shouting to try to calm their nerves. Such a mistake can be forgiven since this is their first raid mission." Athunundri stays silent, quietly observing Jia On's demeanor. He should also be on his first raid mission. But instead of being anxious, he is looking at the bigger picture. Athunun suddenly thinks, he seems like a seasoned veteran. The knights fight vigorously. There are no monsters that can escape their blades. Matt excitedly shouts, "I will eliminate all of them." Boran reminds, "Handle the elves and little elves first before attacking the Tron Tin." A knight warns the whole team, "They have breached our formation. 2 Tron Tin are moving the other way." Kanba, who does not have any combat skills, can only hide from afar. Seeing the Tron Tin rush towards him, growing closer, he can only shiver in fear. The Tron Tin are coming here. Kanba feels like he is about to cry. "I should not have come here." Jiaon sees the situation getting tense and quickly rushes out. He slices decisively at a Tron Tin. Jiaon moves quickly. Each monster he slices with precision only once. No one can move faster than Jiaon's blade. After dealing with them, Jiaon quickly shifts his sword, his expression still very calm. The Tron Tin he sliced are staggering, about to fall. Kanba, panicking, sits down on the ground.
Ah.
When did they die? Jiaon. Are you hurt anywhere? Kinba, startled, replies. I am relieved. Jiaon begins to converse with Kinba. He asks him, I want to ask you something. Is there any urban legend about this mountain? Kinba stammers. Urban legend? Jiaon.
Yeah.
Something like a great treasure or monster. Kinba recalls and exclaims. There is one. Kinba starts to tell. According to the legend, hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle took place between the kingdom of the elves pouring down from the west and the Night Order here. Jiaon listens intently, his eyes widening in surprise when hearing the line. They say the snow buried the ring of the elf king somewhere here. Jiaon remains silent, thinking, I understand now. The gazes I sensed watching me right now and before are from Eden. Eden is one of the 5 demons. They are notoriously insane. These Edens are incredibly vicious. Their goal is to revive and restore the era when monsters ruled the world. They want to return to those times and see the monsters as deities. The more Jiaon thinks, the more vague it feels. But if that is all, they would have been wiped out long ago. They possess the ability to control and deify monsters. Although they are human, they can also use the abilities of monsters. Their power is comparable to the Zichat family. Eden has instilled countless fears into humanity. Their strange powers are a secret. Even the most renowned families on the continent do not know. Thinking about this, Jiaon's face becomes serious. But I know that secret. The reason he knows this secret is because of the villain who ruined his life. Namely, Dyrus Robert. In his previous life, when he was an assassin under the Robert family, Jiaon encountered Eden. He recalls. We ran into Eden during a mission ordered by Dyrus. Eden killed the entire stealth team, leaving only me to return from that hell. At that time, Jiaon was very confused. He did not realize then, but it was definitely very strange. From the beginning, Dyrus knew Eden used Mana Stone as one of the 6 emperors. How could he know about that? Why did not he reveal it to the world? Thummonin sees Jiaon standing still and asks, What are you thinking about? Thunamov also starts to sense something. He feels a deep and dark rage within. Jiaon suddenly feels a pang in his chest, thinking of Dyrus. Mixing up his emotions, he tries to regain his composure. Breathing evenly. Stay calm. Right now, Eden is what matters. Breathing evenly. Stay calm. Right now, Eden is what matters. Thinking that, Jiaon concludes, I am sure a very powerful Mana Stone is buried somewhere. He stands alone, staring blankly around. So their plan is definitely to make us think we have completed the mission, so they can find the Mana Stone once we leave. Borin is also fighting hard. He yells. If so, that leader. I will end this with a supreme attack. While attacking, suddenly the snow is flung up, blocking Borin's path. When the snow gradually melts, Borin finally lowers his hands. It turns out Mata has taken this Tron tin. She smiles brightly, saying, It is. He scolds. How undignified. Then he orders the knights. The leader is dead. Now we just need to deal with the rest. John still has some questions. Kinba. About the story of that elf king. Has anyone ever found treasure or jewelry in the mountains since then? Kinba hesitates. Actually, when I was young, he continues. The village chief went up the mountain and came back with a red piece of jewelry he found at the top of the mountain. So where is that jewelry now? As Kinba recounts, John is stunned. Most people pay attention. But the village chief buried it under his house. In fact, for some unknown reason, it makes the village warmer. John hesitates. That is, he clenches his fists. A strong sense of unease rises. The situation is worse than I thought. What if Eden finds the Mana Stone in the mountain? John imagines the scenario where those Edens massacre the village. He panics. They will burn this village down. The swordsman. After dealing with the remaining orc. Report back. They say we do not see any orc around anymore. Another swordsman hastily adds. Same here. We have completed the expedition. The village chief steps forward, takes Borin's hand, and sincerely says, Thank you all for getting us this far. He smiles kindly and praises him. You truly are skilled, as the Zichat family has said. I sincerely thank you. Borin smiles back. Of course. I am glad to have helped you. Jiaon looks at the backs of the swordsmen being sent off by the village chief, deep in thought. Suddenly someone speaks up, making him jump. Is everything going according to your plans? Martha sits on a high branch, munching an apple. Jiaon looks up at her. Since she is far away, he can see her expression clearly. She continues. Although I do not know what you want anymore. Martha crunches on the apple. Jiaon suddenly calls her. Martha. He says I am not sure either. But I will tell you when the time comes. His words not yet finished, Martha suddenly jumps down, calmly saying to him, "Do not worry. No matter what happens." Martha brushes past him and continues, "I will follow your orders until the mission ends." Jian hears her words and is taken aback. A moment later, Runan walks over, looking at Jian, asking, "Jian, what are you doing here?" Jian clenches his fists. His long hair covering his eyes makes it impossible to tell what he is thinking. Runan asks with concern, "Are you worried about something? You seem a bit unhappy." Jian looks at her and replies, "There is nothing wrong. The village chief says he is throwing a feast." After saying that, he looks into the vast space in front of him, thinking to himself, "He didn't want to show up until we leave." The next day in the outskirts of the village Cebu, the sky is blue. White clouds float lazily. A gentle breeze blows. The weather is rarely this nice. Boren leads the team of swordsmen out of the village, his whole body relaxed. He thinks to himself, "Perfect." He looks at the other swordsmen following behind him, feeling even happier. "We have taken down all the monsters on Mount Cebu, and we will finish with very few injuries. Although it is the first mission, we have managed to complete it excellently." He glances towards Jian. He can sense his presence. He thinks to himself, maybe that is why Jian did not insist on leading anymore. Jian is still vigilant. Looking around, Bren is completely unaware. He is lost in his thoughts. His leaders made no mistakes. I am not sure why he handed over the authority to me. Brent raises his hand to his chest, feeling happy and proud of himself. But I hope he realizes that my leadership ability can match his. Thinking that, he happily orders the whole team, "Let us hurry up and get out of here." They move a long way until the sky gradually turns to dusk. Jian, who is walking at the back, suddenly stops. He raises his voice. Everyone stop. Everyone turns to look at him, starting to murmur, "What is going on?" Someone can't help but ask, "Can't we continue?" Another person adds, "It is still too early to set up camp." Jian puts on a serious face, looking straight at everyone and says, "This is when the real mission begins." Boren, confused, asks, "What do you mean?" Jian calmly replies, "The mission is not over yet." Boren faces Jia, asking a bit excitedly, "What are you talking about?" Boren tries to rephrase, "We have taken down all the orc and even cleaned up." "So what do you mean by that?" Jian's long hair hides his eyes. No one can tell what he is thinking. He calmly states, "Our mission is to eliminate the monsters and protect the village." Boren still does not understand and asks again, "So what is the problem?" "The Jia. Someone was following us just now." Boren pauses in disbelief. "What?" Jian recounts what he sensed earlier. When they left the village, a mysterious person had been following them. They followed us for about an hour before disappearing. You could say it was a guide. But I sensed hostility. Too much hostility to be considered a guide. Jian continues seriously. I sensed those prying eyes even before we set foot in the village. And I felt them disappear when we got far enough from the village. Boren, somewhat in disbelief, asks again, "Are you serious?" Martha, standing behind Jian, can't help but speak up. "Wait, you mean since before we arrived?" Jian turns back to answer. "More accurately, since we set foot at the foothil of the village." Martha stops and seems to understand. "So the reason you handed over command to Boren is..." Jian admit.
Yep.
"I concealed my presence to better sense the enemy." Looking at the astonished expressions of Martha and Ken, Boren can't help but think, I bet he sensed this during the Fishgate incident, but his tactical senses and other instincts are much better than other guides. Even I could not tell someone was following us. Boren now understands. He stutters a bit. "So that is why you handed command to me." Jian appears calm, replying, "That is right. I think if you take command, you can take good care of the rookies." Remembering what happened after arriving at the village, Jian rarely praises. "You have done very well. I am sure the enemy thinks you are the one in charge of the rookies. And they did not pay attention to me." Jian steps forward, pats Boren on the shoulder, and says, "You are a true Zikhat. I will propose you for rookie top 2 when we return." Boren lowers his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Damn it. I thought I was on par with Jian, but he was actually just gathering more information on the enemy, while no one noticed. I did not even realize that, and was happy thinking I was equal to him, remembering the monsters they faced.
Jian.
From the very beginning, monsters are beings that cannot interact with other creatures. But in this mission, the Oros and goblins are working together, which means the enemy has used some kind of magic to control the monsters in that seemingly peaceful village. There are always vigilant eyes watching. Our first mission is to protect the village. Our mission is still not over, because there is still a hidden danger threatening the village. With that said, Jian turns around and orders, "We will return to the Cebu village. But we must be very discreet so the enemy does not realize we are coming back. Saying this, he feels a bit regretful. It would be great if we had proper gear for this, but that means we do not have any. Dorian, hearing him, quickly speaks up. He lays out a pile of gear on the ground and cheerfully asks Jiaon, "Is this gear discreet enough?" Jiaon looks at the pile of gear laid out on the ground, puzzled. "Where did you get all this from?" Dorian cheerfully replies, "I brought it just in case." Jiaon looks at him in surprise. "You brought 40 of them just in case." Dorian gives a thumbs up to him and smiles brightly. Preparing thoroughly is not excessive. Although I am a bit surprised, Jiaon still praises him. "Very good." He turns to everyone. "So we will proceed as we practiced for stealth. You should report to a nearby Zik Hat family branch and our current situation, because you are the fastest among us." Kren, being pointed at by him, is slightly startled but quickly reacts, immediately responding loudly, "Got it." After finishing his words, he leaves immediately. Jiaon puts his hand on his sword hilt, turns back to everyone. "Everyone, from now on follow my orders at all costs." After saying that, he changes his tone to a more serious one. "I will not accept any acts of defiance." 5 hours later, at Eden's temporary camp near Mount Cebu, a person hiding in a black cloak bows respectfully to someone, quickly reporting back to that person. Finally, they have all left. "We checked the other side just to be sure, but there is no problem." The person replies, "Then we will start our plan." The eyes of the leader orc shine with a green light. It moves and emits a human-like voice. "Restore." Immediately, it steps forward. Its large and powerful body causes the ground beneath it to crumble. It carries a long axe on its shoulder and roars loudly. Then it stumps its foot on the ground, causing the earth around it to tremble. The leader orc commands the orcs armed with weapons appearing all over the mountain. The leader orc stands on the cliff, shouting orders to the orcs below. "Kill them." The orcs collectively rush up. The leader orc, with fierce eyes, says, "Do not let a single one escape." On the other side, the swordsmen led by Gia are on their way back to the village. They have reached a nearby hill. Boren, still unsure, asks Jiaon once more, "There are still orc, right?" At this point, Boren immediately puts on a determined face and speaks loudly, "We must truly eliminate them all this time." John looks at Boren, calmly saying, "Not yet. I thought I told you there is someone following us." Boren halts at what he says, not understanding what he means. John continues, "It is not the monster's eyes, but a human's. We still have not identified the enemy's identity." Boren feels confused. He immediately raises his voice at John. "But look at how many Orisikia there are. The village won't be able to hold off all the Orisikia." John remains calm, saying, "If we intervene now in a defeat, then everyone will die." Boren disagrees. He voices his thoughts. "We better intervene now if we want to save the village." John looks straight at Boren and asks, "Do not you remember the guide said understanding the mission is very important? It is not time yet." John's voice resonates loudly enough for everyone to hear. "And we even have to be more careful because the enemy comes from Eden." His words astonish everyone. Can he help but ask, "Wait, Eden?" Martha also turns around. Kalip exclaims, "You mean Eden from the 5 demons?" Boren falls silent but clearly has the same thoughts as everyone. John calmly replies, "If they could be Eden or a monster of Lord level, then we need to be cautious." Boren sweats profusely, slightly bows his head hesitantly before speaking. "I understand how strong Eden is, and you are right." Just as Boren lifts his head, he looks straight into John's eyes and asks, "But if we do not act now, half the village will have to die. And we just sit here while the enemy massacres the villagers." At this point, Boren grits his teeth. His face darkens, his voice trembling with anger. "I thought you were a worthy person for the name Xesh. But this is absurd. We have to act immediately." Boren raises his hand, slamming it firmly against his chest, his expression resolute, loudly declaring, "That is what Axe Knight should do." With that, Boren draws his sword, charging down the cliff towards the village with determined eyes, loudly declaring, "I do not care if you follow me or not. Anyone among you who believes they are a true Xer Knight, follow me." John watches Boren's back, feeling a bit helpless. That guy. He has not finished his sentence. Runan, standing beside him, casually says, "I am going now." With that, she, like Boren, jumps straight down the cliff. The rookie team starts to move as well. Some can't help but say, Sir Boren is right. Being from the Xh family, being scared just because the opponent is one of the 5 demons is very shameful. Another agrees. Right. We are rookies in the alliance of 6 emperors. They rush toward the village together, shouting, "We are going too. We must quickly protect the village and the villagers." Ken looks straight ahead, loudly shouting, Training Hall 6. Boost morale. We will help Training Hall 5 attack Eden's shadow forces. The rookies behind him shout in unison.
Yep, sir.
A while later, only a few shadows remain on the hill. John thinks everything is unfolding just as he predicted. He looks at the remaining people with tears in his eyes, observing that Boren and the rookies, with their personalities, they will not stand for injustice and will rush to stop Eden and the monsters. John recalls what happened this afternoon. He sends Runan and Aura a message to follow them for now, along with Boren, Runan, and Kenna going there. Even Eden can't withstand it. If anything goes wrong, he turns to look at Martha, who is leisurely leaning against a nearby tree behind him, curious in his heart, asking, Martha, why are not you going? I thought you would be the first to run away. Martha crosses her arms in front of her chest, calmly replying, I already said. I will follow your orders until the end. John lightly pulls at the corners of his mouth. He exhales a breath. John and the others stand on the hillside looking down below. He speaks up. All right, if that is the case, let us head to that village like they do, but let us hide our presence as much as possible while moving. Eden's lurking forces are definitely hiding somewhere. Not on the front lines. John looks at the barren mountain in the distance. He thinks to himself, I can particularly feel a very strong malice coming from that mountain. Not from the village. The training halls 5 and 6 can deal with the remaining enemies. But if they face off directly against that one, they will be in danger. John's face becomes serious, his gaze deep and sorrowful, looking into the distance. But that only happens if they confront him head-on. Assassinating him is another matter. In the village, everyone is trying to eliminate the orc. Boren's voice echoes everywhere. Do not directly press the monster's attack. Fall back, then counterattack. 2 rookies are attacking an orc together. If fighting them alone is too difficult, then team up. Remember, if we do not stop them here, the village will be in danger. Boren swings his sword to take down an orc, gritting his teeth and panting. Then thinks to himself, these Trontin 10 are much more aggressive than the ones we fought yesterday. But if it is just this much, protecting the village won't be a problem. Boren, sweating profusely, glances in another direction. The problem is as long as Eden, our enemy, is still there, they will never stop here. Thinking this, he can't help but exclaim, damn it. In the end, Jiran was right. Boren warns everyone. All troops, beware of dangers above and dangers hiding in the forest. Everyone jumps at his words. Someone in disbelief stutters. It can be. Everyone is astonished to realize the figures hiding in the trees in the forest are Eden's Phantom Green Brigade. Boren looks at those people, gritting his teeth, thinking, wearing elven masks and hoods means it must be them. I guess they would come. But I did not expect them to come in such numbers. The rookies have been surrounded. They grip their weapons tightly in a state of alert. Boren quickly assesses the enemy situation, quickly glancing. There are more than 40 of them. We should play it right if we want to fight against so many enemies. After understanding it clearly, Boren immediately orders, you hold off the Trontine with the others. Do not let them into the village. Runan uses her air magic to freeze the feet of the Trontin and the green phantoms. Her whole body stiffens. She loudly announces, I will charge in. Runan replies, understood. Then without hesitation swings her sword. Her whole body seems to be cloaked in a layer of magic. Runan loudly declares, I will freeze them all. After saying that, she immediately slashes. Countless ice chunks shoot out from her swing. The ice rushes toward the orcs, directly turning them into ice pillars. The frozen orc, its whole body covered in faint layers of ice, roars. Ah! What just happened? Seizing the opportunity, Boren swung his sword, using a continuous sword technique to gather strength before striking down with one foot firmly on the ground. Immediately after, he stomped his foot down and charged forward. Boren moved so fast that the orc group could not react in time as he dove into the midst of them, swinging his sword. With just one slash, he instantly took down one of them, repeating the action until none were left before stopping. After defeating all the orcs, Boren was exhausted and drenched in sweat. A member of the Green Illusion Legion, sitting on a nearby branch, suddenly took out a hidden weapon and placed it to his mouth, aiming directly at Boren below, preparing to attack. Feeling the murderous intent, Boren jumped in surprise. The person immediately blew the hidden weapon down from above to attack Boren. Because he had been on guard beforehand, Boren quickly dodged the attack, but he could not help but exclaim in shock. After reacting, Boren immediately shouted loudly to alert everyone to be on guard against the falling projectiles from above. Use your aura to block them or dodge them. Everyone hurriedly looked up at the sky. They quickly followed Boren's instructions. Suddenly, a noise was heard nearby. A large bag released an unusual black gas. Everyone quickly covered their noses. They threw a bag of poison gas down at Boren. Boren also noticed it and thought, damn it. This poison is stronger than the one used by the monsters. He immediately shouted to remind everyone, cover your mouths. A moment later, those who inhaled the poison collapsed to the ground, unable to bear it any longer. One of them spoke up, sounding a bit weak. Forget the aura. I can't even hold my sword anymore. Boren noticed that his sword hand was also starting to tremble. Just in that moment, not only did the remaining members struggle, but he himself had inhaled the poison, his body refusing to move as he wished. Boren gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his skin, unwillingly thinking, if it continues like this. Boren felt a bit desperate. They would wipe us out. Just then, someone suddenly attacked, a sword slashing down in front of Boren, raising a cloud of dust. Boren stood frozen in place, confused, feeling this energy, this destructive power. He exclaimed in shock. Martha. Martha appeared just in time, holding a sword and staring coldly at the Green Illusion Legion. Martha ordered the rookies following her. Let us clean up this mess created by Eden. Don't let a single one escape. Her words spurred her and everyone to charge forward. Seeing Martha leading the charge into battle, everyone was astonished. Stammering. Reinforcements. And soon there were cheers. Lady Martha and the reinforcements have arrived. One of them could not help but say joyfully, if they had come even a moment later, we would have fainted from the poison. Another person quickly regained composure and responded, standing up to join the fight. While Boren was still worried, he still had not seen Jian, but with Martha and the reinforcements, the situation could turn around. If things continue like this, we might win. The Green Illusion Legion was pushed back by Martha and her team, retreating in disbelief. How could rookies be so strong? We have to run. If we stay until the end, we will die. The words had not even finished when suddenly someone appeared before them. That person spoke, their voice filled with authority that sent shivers down the spine. Are you trying to flee the battlefield? The words made the two escaping jump in shock. Suddenly, a deathly sound echoed from somewhere, causing Martha to freeze in place. Runin's eyes widened in shock, unsure of what happened. Boren stammered in fear. It can't be. Before the three of them stood the lead Orozi. Boren observed it and quickly analyzed in his head, a presence much stronger than those he had faced. The champion of the Green Illusion Legion, and capable of human speech. Boren quickly recognized and exclaimed, Eden Green Battle Phantom. Its blue eyes glowed, and it radiated a terrifying aura. It is Eden Green Battle Phantom. Faced with such a strong opponent, all three of them looked at it with caution. Boren asked loudly, what is a warrior like you doing here? Eden Green Battle Illusion calmly replied, I received a report of you returning here. Did you return after realizing our intention to ambush you and want to stop it? Her face remained still. Her two hands holding the sword became even more alert. The voice of the Green Eden Fighting Phantom echoed. You guys are pretty good for a rookie. From what I observed of your strength, that black-haired woman seems to be quite strong. It slowly aged as the greatsword resting on his neck was lifted up. But if he knew it was difficult and wanted to keep his life, he should have quietly left. The reason you guys will die here today. He raised his sword and attacked, while loudly saying that it was because you people did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. A loud explosion echoed through the forest. The sound was so loud that it shook the whole area. Boren was hit and lay on the ground. He thought the pain was getting worse.
Yep.
Even Vunan and Mata fell at its feet. The surrounding rookies were shocked. With just one strike, the three of them, whereas the person next to the gold duster replied. Sir Ken was already facing the mortals beside the wooden fence. Receiving this answer, the new recruit worriedly said, Damn it. What about Sir Jian? The person beside him immediately replied. There was no way he would show himself after witnessing that scene. Mata looked at the sword on the ground and wanted to stand up. Eden Green Battle Illusion seems to see something interesting. It spoke. Whole. Fish can stand up. Mata looked at the sword and gasped. She looked at it with unwilling eyes. It continued to say, It seems like you are the best and a half of all the half-wits here. Of course that is obvious because people can sense our presence. Its eyes lit up with a cold light. But even so, it was still just a sprout that I would trample under my feet, you common worms. Without effort, without strength and without discipline, your luck is over. Facing Mata, who had just stood up, it raised its greatsword high and continued. All of you will die here today. Suddenly there was a bright light, followed by someone saying something out of nowhere. John suddenly appeared behind it. He swung his sword up. The surroundings were covered in bright red fire. He raised his eyebrows and shouted loudly. People died. Eden Green Battle Phantom heard the sound and turned back. By this time John had rushed closer and was about to reach it. It leaned away from the attack. John used his 10,000 fire technique to slash down. The flames around him jerked left. One arm of the Green Eden Fighting Phantom was cut off. Its arm fell to the ground with a thud. John lowered himself down and landed safely behind it. The Green Battle Phantom Eden lost an arm. It laughed loudly and praised. That ambush just now was quite good. Taking his words, he continued. but it seemed like he did not think I had a way to avoid their attack on my neck. John turned his head to look at him. Eden Green Battle Phantom turned to face John. Although it was a surprise attack, but to chop off my arm. Your skill is quite good. A promising little brat. But that is all. Eden the Green Battle Phantom turned around to face John. Although it was a surprise attack, to be able to cut off my arm was quite a feat. A promising singer. But that was all. Looking at John, who was holding his sword and breathing heavily in front of him, he continued, judging from his current appearance. It was clear that he had used up most of his strength in that attack. John's sword-wielding hands were a bit thick. Just as Han said, I pushed myself too hard with the intention of ending this with that surprise attack. So now I can't even stand, John asked. Are you the one in power here? John still cautiously watched it. You crazy people never act as predicted. John still looked at it warily and said, You crazy people never act as predicted. Eden Green Battle Phantom aged with its greatsword, its eyes shining brightly. Its face and tongue were quite sharp. It charged forward at John and screamed. To see how long he could hold his tongue, John hurriedly used his sword to block the attack. He had not fully recovered. But John's sword and Eden's green greatsword fought in a phantom battle and clashed, flashing a dazzling light. He was very clear at this moment, and so was he. Eden Green Battle Phantom clearly a little surprised. You can endure. You are much better than I thought. John fought it without any weakness. He put on a cold expression and replied, If I can't handle just that, then I would rather give up being a swordsman. Eden's Green Battle Phantom screamed to concentrate its strength in attacking. Seeing that it was ineffective, it immediately withdrew its great path. Immediately after that, it raised its greatsword again. That is a good way of thinking. Brat. John and it continuously changed positions to attack. Each bright sword strike was somewhat dazzling. Momentarily both sides were in a balance, neither willing to lose. Boren sat on one knee on the ground watching the battle. He was surprised and could not believe it. What is this? Seeing John fighting evenly with the Eden Green Battle Phantom, he could not help but think that Green Battle Phantom even took them down with just one blow, yet he was able to fight on par with him. Not only that, he also used the same continuous sword technique as me. Once again the weapons clashed and separated, leaving a spark of light between John and the Green Battle Phantom. Boren thought in amazement, thinking he had caught up to him. But he was not even at the rookie level anymore. Martha, standing beside Boren, did not seem surprised at all. She calmly said, That was his true strength. What he showed earlier was just the surface. Boren was silent, not knowing what to say. Looking at this fiery battle before her, Martha thought with some sadness. But this was not enough. It looked like a draw, but John did not even have time to recover the strength and spirit energy he had consumed in that surprise attack. Martha felt worried and doubtful. Could he defeat the Green Battle Phantom with that little remaining strength? At this moment, Runian suddenly spoke up, We must help John. Both Martha and Boren turned to look at her in surprise. Martha leaned on one hand and breathed heavily, saying, Can't you see I am also saving my strength? You are even weaker than us. What can you do? If she charged in there, even one mistake would mean she was killed in one blow. Runan paid no attention to Martha's words and headed straight towards the battle. Runan gripped the sword in her hand. A faint aura appeared around her. So what? Martha looked at Runan with a bit of surprise. I thought she would be scared, but she was calmer than usual. Did that mean she was different from when she was chasing John? Boren put one hand on the ground and looked forward. He suddenly spoke. I felt ashamed that I even hesitated. Like Runian said, we have to help John. His words were a bit startling.
Wait.
Did you forget about that previous attack? Do you think it would make any difference if all three of us charged in together? Boren stood up and followed Runan forward. The two of them turned their heads to look at Martha. Boren spoke. Even so, I cannot turn a blind eye to my comrades defending themselves. We are swordsmen of another chain. Martha leaned heavily on one hand and rubbed her head with the other. It seemed like she had given up. She closed her eyes and moved forward. Whatever. If anything went wrong, you guys would be responsible. Martha gripped her sword tightly and followed behind the two of them. Let us fight desperately. The Green Battle Phantom of Eden stood facing John, its entire body emitting a gloomy black aura. It suddenly spoke. It is truly amazing that a rookie can hold out against me for so long. He is so talented that I want to summon him to Eden. It asked curiously. What is the person's name? John gripped his sword in his hand. He stood there breathing heavily and replied. John sang. Hearing his answer, the Green Battle Shadow Eden's eyes flashed with green light. It asked uncertainly. Wait. Are you a direct descendant of the Singer? Looking at the person's hair and eye color, one feels suspicious. John stood still without answering. He saw the silhouette of his brother from his figure. It seemed that the blood of the Northern King of Destruction was flowing through his veins. The entire body of the Eden Green Battle Phantom exuded a terrifying aura. It spoke. I withdraw my recruitment. In this situation, I will disregard all costs and use all possible means. It explodes all the power in its body to kill people. The black gas emanating from its body became denser. Its breath also became heavier. It rushed forward and attacked. This time both its strength and agility increased significantly, surprising John, seeing its greatsword getting closer and closer. John widened his eyes and could not help but think. This guy. The great saber wanted to take John's head. John quickly leaned back to avoid. He was faster. John gradually fell into a weak position. He thought with some difficulty. Is he using his own life force to help gain more strength? I barely held on with the fire pill. But I am not fully recovered yet. At this moment, Mata suddenly flew up into the air, and then swooped down to attack the Green Eden fighting Phantom from behind. John was surprised to see her. Her name immediately popped into his mind. Mata. Mata used both hands to grip her sword. Her expression determined as she attacked. A sword slashed down, sharp and accurate, slashing right into the middle of the back of the Eden Green Battle Phantom. Eden's Green Battle Phantom was injured by her. It was so angry that it almost turned around to look immediately. A small thing like a human also dares. Runan pointed her sword at Eden Green Battle Phantom, using Ice Aura. Frost began to surround her. Runan pointed her sword at the Green Eden fighting Phantom. She used Ice Spirit. Around her body began to appear cold mist. She aimed straight at the Eden Green Battle Phantom, and used her Winter Breath to attack. A sword slash out, temporarily holding back the Green Eden fighting Phantom for a moment. Runan shouted loudly. Immediately, Biren understood and quickly rushed forward. He swung his sword at the Green Eden fighting Phantom, and then stopped growing. Biren used continuous sword techniques, lightning and starlight to attack it. Countless sword slashes were slashed all over its body. The Green Battle Phantom Eden suddenly caught Biren. It tightly grabbed his arm, causing his internal organs to feel like they were being crushed. He got up and spit out a mouthful of blood. Eden's Green Battle Phantom lifted Biren up high. His whole body was restrained by it. Frozen, unable to move, it spoke fiercely. You guys think that wrestling tricks can defeat me? It seems you guys underestimated me. His voice echoed everywhere. If he was not at least as skilled as that blonde brat, he would never be able to touch me. Biren was seriously injured, but he still tried to stay conscious. His voice was a bit shaky. He admitted.
Yep.
As you said. With the attack we just used, it would be difficult to take him down. But Biren struggled to get the rest of the sentence out. At least it bought time. Eden Green Battle Illusion asked again in confusion. What? Martha used her skill. The dirt and rocks around her were gradually being swept up around. Her sword was covered with a layer of light brown gas. She used the old spirit gas, circulating the momentum. Immediately after, she raised her sword to see if you could block this blow. Martha charged at it, countless slashes leaving marks on its body. It angrily turned around, its eyes blazing as it roared. You brats. It tightened its grip on Biren, and then moved its hand back at a rapid pace. Immediately after, it used force to throw Biren and hit Martha near it. The force was so strong that the two of them were thrown back, and hit a large tree not far away before stopping. Their whole bodies were in pain. Eden's Green Battle Blood Shadow came before the two people. The fly should know its place. At this moment, John, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, not without meaning. Eden Green Battle Blood Shadow just now remembered him. It was a bit surprising. John stood there. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand. His whole body was covered by a ring of bright fire. John's eyes were filled with determination. He said loudly, "Thank you, everyone. Thanks to everyone's efforts, I had enough time to recover." Looking at Martha painfully hugging her arms and leaning against a nearby tree, John continued, "I promise I won't let this opportunity, which everyone risked their lives to create, go to." Boren lay on the ground unable to move. He heard John say, "Leave everything to me." Eden's Green Battle Blood Shadow turned to look at John. It could not help but ask in surprise, "How do you still have so much power? Who are you?" John raised his sword high. His entire body was covered in red flames. "The Green Battle Blood Shadow of Eden. You should feel honored. This is the first time I have used this skill on an enemy." John saw lotus flowers floating in the water. He thought he could not use it yet, but thanks to the enlightenment he received in this battle, he can. John used the Flame Fist Wind attack. The flames around him burned fiercely. He looked straight at the Green Battle Blood image of Eden before him. His gaze was like looking at a dead man. The flames around him crackled. Eden's Green Battle Blood Shadow was a bit stubborn. That new flame was different from what he displayed before. My instincts are telling me he is dangerous. No matter the cost, I have to kill him now. Thinking so, it immediately rushed towards John and attacked. Screaming, John swung his sword down, his eyes flashing a sharp red light. His sword slashed down, and the Green Battle Blood Shadow of Eden was stunned, its greatsword still in its raised position. Unable to slash down, John used all his strength to swing his sword beautifully, slashing through the green fighting Blood Shadow of Eden. The crimson flames wrapped around the sword blade, carrying with it a destructive power, as if it could burn everything. John raised his eyebrows and looked straight ahead with a cold expression, the red flames still crackling around him. The head of the green battle blood shadow Eden was chopped off by him and fell to the ground. Rolling around, John stood facing the corpse with his sword, which he had slashed with a black line. Sweat poured down John's head. His body was covered in blue blood. He was breathing heavily and tiredly, but I hugged my stomach and said in surprise, "John, you really?" Boren propped himself up with his hands behind his back and looked at this scene. His expression was filled with disbelief. He really defeated the green battle blood shadow. John raised his sword high and said loudly, "Everyone, it is not over yet. The green blood shadow legion is still here. For the peace and prosperity of the kingdom. Kill them all." Boren's weapons group shouted in unison, obeying orders. Everyone surrounded the corpse of the green battle blood shadow of Eden, their faces filled with joy. Boren stood up. He called out to John, "Hey John." John heard the voice and turned to look at him. Boren hurriedly said, "You are right. If it were not for you and the reinforcements' timely intervention, we would all have died. Moreover, the people in the village we were supposed to protect would have died as well." Boren's long hair covered his facial expression. He continued speaking sincerely. "Thank you for saving us. And also sorry for not listening to you. It is just, even though you reminded me, I still did not pay attention to the village." Having said this, he stopped raising his head, clapped his hands in the air, and then firmly continued speaking. Turning a blind eye to injustice, because he was too weak, was not what a swordsman of the ditch should do. John held his sword in one hand and put his hand on his hip. He let out a calm sigh and turned away. Boren was a little taken aback by John's attitude, as if it was nothing important. He paused a bit in disbelief and asked, "Auntie?" Under the watchful gazes of Lunan, Mata, and everyone else, John spoke calmly. "Fighting with everything he had, I was able to defeat the hexagram. Largely thanks to you guys." John looked at the hand that was gripping his sword. Even if just one person was missing, unforeseen things could happen. John turned to look at Mata, praising, "You did well too, Mata. I also owe my chance to recover to you." Mata looked at him in slight surprise. John looked straight at her, sincerely saying, "Thank you for following my orders." Mata slightly lowered her head, her long hair covering her expression. She pulled the corners of her mouth into a faint smile, indicating her mood was quite good. Mata squinted her eyes, gliding past John while calmly saying, "If I can't even follow orders, I would rather die. I came to help them in the village. You do what you want." John pressed his hands down on his knees and relaxed, exhaling a tired breath. Then thought to himself, "Is this it? Is it over?" Suddenly, John felt dizzy. His whole body swayed, and he could not see the scene in front of him clearly. "Damn it. I relaxed too soon. I can't feel my legs anymore." Before he completely fell, Runin hurriedly rushed over to support him. She let him lean against her, looking concerned and asking, "John, are you okay?" John turned to look at her, slightly surprised, saying, "Runin, have you been here all along? How did you know I was about to fall?" Runin widened her eyes, giving him a serious look. "Just like during training. It is as if all your strength was drained away." John was exhausted, but he still smiled and said, "I feel that way too." He secretly felt happy that not only did he care about them, but they also cared about him. Thinking this, John felt relieved, smiling sincerely and saying, "Thank you." Suddenly, something caught John's attention. He opened his eyes to look toward it. Before him, a series of system status windows kept popping up. "You have displayed your capabilities by surpassing your own limits in the recent difficult battle. All stats increased by 1. You have successfully ambushed a stronger opponent. You have received the special skill, Stealth Strike. You have defeated an opponent of a higher level than you. You have received the title, Unyielding Mind. Status window. Name, John. Title, Unyielding Mind. Status, Cursed Misfortune. Special skills, Wrath, Flame Ring 4 stars, 10,000 Flame Technique 3 stars, Fire Resistance 3 stars, Cursed Energy 3 stars, Master of Senses 4 stars, Water Resistance 1 star, Stealth Strike 1 star, Agility 58, Strength 57, Stamina 59, Energy 42, Sharpness 64. John looked at the newly updated statistics. He was astonished, unable to help but think. Defeating that Eden Green Battle Phantom yielded quite a good harvest. All stats increased, and I also gained a new skill and title. John immediately stood up. "I will examine this closely later." He turned to Runan and said, "Runin, I feel better now. You go back to help them in the village. I will check around to see if there is any danger left. A moment later, John sat on a rock, focusing on the information displayed on the system. Thinking, this unyielding mind title is more effective than I thought. Looking at the system display explaining the title. Unyielding mind. This title is awarded to those with strong will, who remain steadfast when facing powerful foes. Effect: when fighting against stronger opponents, your stats will increase by 3%. John thought to himself, 3% seems low, but as long as I become stronger, that extra point will be significant. From now on, I will have to fight against much stronger foes, so this will be very effective. In addition, the system also explained, Stealth Strike 1 star. When executing a lethal blow, your aura will diminish, increasing the critical hit chance of that attack. John stared at it, thinking, Stealth Strike seems like a special skill from the assassin class. If I had obtained it before fighting that bastard, I might have killed him on the first ambush. The essence suddenly appeared, panicking a bit. Wait, you defeated a low-level monster and got such good rewards. It could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This system was created by me. But how could this happen? John used one hand to operate the system while placing the other on a stone, cheerfully saying, as you can see, I am rapidly becoming stronger. Thank you. Wrath. The essence angrily shouted. I won't let you die easily. I will skin you alive and drink your blood, letting you die in agony. John ignored it, standing up and walking forward, waving goodbye. Go ahead if you can. The essence felt like a punch into cotton. Ineffective. It was stunned. When it regained its composure, it angrily yelled.
Wait.
John acted as if he did not hear, smiling as he happily walked forward. The rookies actively helped the villagers rebuild the village that had been ravaged by the orcs. Some carrying wood, others hammering nails. Each person had a clearly defined task, bringing over some wood and debris from earlier. And the wooden fence was already completed. John opened his eyes, his expression still a bit dazed. Sleepy, he pulled up the blanket and sat up, rubbing his forehead. I just intended to take a quick rest. Who knew I would fall asleep completely? John opened the door and stepped outside. Outside, everyone was still actively working together, coordinating seamlessly. It seemed that while I slept, they finished repairing the fence. Just then, someone called out to him. John, you are awake. Runien brought a basin of water over, seeing him and asking with concern, how do you feel? John turned to look at her, saying, I feel a lot better after a good sleep. Upon hearing him say that, Runan urged, then hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. John, bit confused, asked, who is waiting for me? Runien replied, the people of Cebu village. As night fell, the villagers gathered around a crackling fire, bowing their heads in gratitude. The village chief stood before the villagers, addressing John and his group loudly. On behalf of the village, we thank you. The swordsman of Xh Hat. Thank you for protecting us. A couple held their child in their arms, smiling with apparent happiness. The chief's voice echoed. Everyone risked their lives to protect us, and there are other innocent villagers. Without you, this village would have been destroyed. We will always remember this. The chief spoke slowly, clearly, embedding the words deeply into John's heart. Where he felt warmth for the first time, John suddenly turned to look at everyone. Behind him were his comrades who had fought alongside him. He could feel it. He fell silent, the night concealing his expression, the respect from his teammates, and the sincere gratitude from the villagers. This was the first time he felt this way. John remembered his feet stepping into the muck of his past life. In his previous life, when he lived as an assassin, doing good was something he never did. He seemed born to be submerged in darkness. He stood on the edge. The only thing that mattered was living or dying. His eyes at that time were extremely cold, emanating an aura of endless malice. All because of that Dairos Robert. He had to fight and kill many people. His hands were stained with fresh blood from all the filthy deeds he committed, all to gain recognition from him. A demon disguised as a holy angel. John suddenly realized. But now, I have to live a different life. He led the rookies to face the village chief and the villagers behind him. Had I ever thought like this? He clenched his fist, feeling ambition rising within him, a desire occupying his soul. He gazed at the moon shining high above. From now on, I will live as a swordsman, and I will see this scene many more times. The moon above was round and bright. The gentle black wind blew softly, creating a particularly serene atmosphere. John's eyes brightened. He realized, that is my goal, my ideal. At this moment, everyone on the road was chatting and laughing merrily. Suddenly he asked the village chief, Chief, do you have a moment? I want to ask you something. The chief replied, John. Sure. The two went to a nearby farm to talk. I have something I want to ask. The chief replied, John. Sure. The two went to a nearby farm to talk. He asked, What do you want to ask about? He replied. Do you know who controlled the monsters that attacked the village this time? The chief answered that.
Yep.
The green-haired swordsman told me. I heard it was one of the 5 demons of Eden. He continued. I do not understand why they targeted this village. It is just an anonymous little village, he replied. In battle. I heard Ganbai say that he once brought a small gem from the Ibu V mountain, the old man said. I found one on the mountain when I was young and brought it back to the village. That can be, the old man hesitated. He replied. That is right. Eden is targeting that gem. So are you saying all this chaos is because of that? For a moment, I might have destroyed the village myself, the old man said sadly. Now he said. This time we managed to stop them. But as long as that gem is here, Eden will continue to attack. The old man worried. How could that be? After I buried the gem, the fields became greener, and the village felt warmer. So we regarded it as a protective deity. I never imagined it was a gem that attracted Eden. What should we do now? Should we dig it up and throw it away? He replied. I will take it with me. The old man was surprised and worried. Why will you? Eden sees humanity as sacrifices for their resurrection. Even if you throw the gem away, Eden will look for it. I will take it to Ga, the old man told him. But then Eden will target Ga. We can't put such danger on you. He replied. It is. Then he placed his hand on his chest and said loudly. That is the path of Ga. The old man looked at him with a satisfied and trusting expression. He bowed his head and told him again. Once again.
Yeah.
Has shown us boundless kindness. He wondered once more. The old man explained that decades ago, when I was a bit older than you are now, the current head of the family, Glenn, saved this village. He suddenly started. The head, the old man replied.
Yep.
I still remember vividly. He saved the village from a horde of monsters, just like you. He smiled kindly at us and treated us with respect. The head of Ga was a man with golden hair, wearing a very cool red cloak, especially. He had a very kind face and a very friendly smile. He thought of the current head and wondered. Smiling kindly. It is unimaginable with his current attitude. Then the village chief turned and told him. This old man's nonsense story has gone on long enough. Please follow me. I will take you to the location of the gem. Then the two went to the field. The old man dug up the earth and pulled it out. It was buried here, unexpectedly. What we believed was protecting the village turned out to be a cursed object. He asked what the cloth wrapped around the gem was. The old man replied. It is the cloth passed down in my family through generations. We used it to cover the bright red glow of the gem and buried it. The old man unfolded the cloth for him to see. In front of him was a bright red gem radiating immense power. He thought to himself, this is the mana stone of King Jeet Berlin. If this mana stone falls into Eden's hands. Thinking of this made him shiver. A new monster with the power of King Juup Berlin will be born, he told the chief. Chief Long. First, let us wrap it up. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. Now that makes sense. Right next to the two was a bald man looking very muscular with a ridiculous grin on his face. He said, that cloth is dead waiting for the mana stone's aura. That is why they could not find it even after searching the whole mountain. Otherwise, this village would have been dust long ago. The two were startled instantly. He went into a defensive stance, ready to draw his sword to confront him. Who the hell is this guy? How did he get so close without me noticing? He snapped his fingers and laughed loudly. Who knows? Then he pulled out a green devil mask and said, guess who I am? He looked at that mask and thought. That mask looks like an idiot. You are the blood demon. He was surprised. Ha. You recognize this mask. No wonder you are a student of Ga. Your instincts are amazing. This man is Eden, the blood demon. Then he looked excited and with an unfathomable power. You are the swordsman who cut down that green idiot, and you must be the superior that the green idiot mentioned. He said you would not come here. Then he put the mask on and said, indeed. I assigned that task to the green idiot. If he had not died, I would not have to be here. In other words, I am here because of you. He felt a chill from his aura. He thought, the overwhelming pressure is paralyzing my whole body, not just me now. Even if all the trainees in Ibu united, they could not win. The golden soul appeared and said, you are Ga. Frankly speaking, you cannot defeat him. And right now you have two choices. You can die by fighting him uselessly, or you can submit yourself to me. At that moment, Eden stomped the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. You only have those two possible choices. Right now, you are facing a very strong opponent, and the surroundings are closing in on you. What will your choice be? At this moment in the village, the swordsmen were setting up defenses. At this moment, Bujin asked Martha, what are you doing here? She replied, I came to see if you guys are fixing the fence properly. Not bad. Looks like you all have a knack for the fencing profession, which made Bujan very angry. He told her, once you are done checking, Shut up and leave, she laughed and said.
Hey.
You have to ask nicely. You can't order your sister like that. Only one person can give me orders. You know, at that moment, Junon brought a basket of fruit to the two of them. Seeing her, Martha asked, "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I brought fruit," Martha said. "The villagers already picked it." "Why are you not letting her finish?" Junon interjected. "Oh, come on. This is fresher. I picked it myself." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Martha expressed her annoyance, saying, "You think too much. Anyone can see you two look like you are married." Junon ignored her and said, "I am leaving." Suddenly, behind all three of them, there was a massive explosion. Junon turned around in shock, her eyes wide. Oh no. Quick as she was, she rushed towards the explosion, leaving the other two stunned. Then the fruit was dropped everywhere, heading towards where the explosion and the village chief were. In an emergency, grab your weapons and report to Kine and the 6 officers. The 3 rushed towards that direction. Martha said, "It is the chief's house. What happened?
Hey.
If you are okay, answer me." The 3 had reached the spot when suddenly there was a violent explosion, throwing rocks everywhere. From the rubble, Raan was flung like a penguin trying to fly. This sight left Bujan and Martha speechless. Raan Jiat was struggling to stand. The village chief was knocked down on him. He was breathing heavily as if he could not take it anymore. He threw the village chief towards Bujan, shouting, "Grab him." Bujan recognized this was the village chief. Then he slowly stood up and shouted, "Everyone get out of here now." He glared at everyone. "Take the chief to safety and leave immediately." The 3 angrily said, "What are you talking about?" But soon after, all 3 of them fell to their knees. "I can breathe. It feels like my lungs are being crushed." "What is this pressure?" Eden said. "Oh my. Turns out there are a lot of lovely people around here." At this moment, they recognized the guy. They stuttered. "That shape. That is the armor of the study demon. Is he one of Eden's leaders? With this pressure, you can't even bear it. How pitiful for those named Jayad." Eden laughed. Suddenly, Ron shouted, "Do you want to die? Wake up." These words made the girls freeze. He continued, "If you stand there like idiots, we will all be wiped out. Focus your energy to overcome the pressure and stand up." "Bujan, go to the village and evacuate the villagers." Bujan replied. "Got it. I will be back quickly." "Martha, Junon, stay back and prepare to distract." He continued. "Dante, confront him. Just observe the situation. Remember what Master Jim always reminds us. We have to push our limits. Now is the time." After hearing this, the 2 girls felt their spirits lift. They no longer felt the pressure as before and confidently drew their swords, ready to confront Eden. Jiaran continued, "We need to push our limits both physically and mentally." The demon Eden laughed. "Hey, I like your spirit. But I wonder if pushing your limits is enough." Jiaran thought to himself that their trainees and residents were behind him. Everything would end as soon as he backed down. He had to find a loophole and cut off his head. He felt like he was standing before an abyss. "I can't convince myself that I can do it. It feels like I am facing an endless cliff. It was already difficult in the past life, let alone this life." Eden mocked him. "You who acted that way will strike immediately. But you are just standing there watching. Well, whatever." Saying that, he began to attack him. He punched down hard, causing the ground to shatter. "If you do not come to me, then I will come to you." At this moment he charged at him, attacking him relentlessly like a wild beast. He was stunned. He was faster than before. At this point, he began to swing his sword, creating a massive fire aimed at him. Eden, rushing toward him, suddenly hesitated. He realized this was the 10 flames. At this moment, he swung an attack at him, but he managed to block it. He suddenly realized this was a shift in the attack. He charged at him. Then he mocked, "At least I like this result." Then he punched away the flame before his astonished eyes. He stared wide-eyed in shock. He was passing through the flames of the myriad fire technique. He had to fight back. He barely managed to change the trajectory of his punch. If he had not been able to read the flow of the punch with the circle of fire, he would have died right there. They must be observing the fight now. I have to let them see his moves as much as possible. Thinking that, he raised his sword, prepared to attack again. He rushed quickly towards him. Around him, there were raging flames enveloping him. That was necessary for us to have a 10% chance, not even 1% chance of survival. He laughed loudly. That is the spirit." Then he began to counterattack. Then he jumped high, creating a strong wind. "If the flames are extinguished with just one punch, it would not be interesting at all," he self-satisfiedly exclaimed. Then from the air, he jumped down towards him. His face looked extremely grim. He charged down like an arrow. "Make me even happier." Meanwhile, Rahan felt immense fear from his power. Then he punched hard at him, but luckily he dodged. The shockwave from the punch shattered the ground into pieces. Moreover, it created a massive explosion that shook the whole area. He slowly stood up and said, "Your flames exceed the level of ordinary spiritual energy. Even if the green demon is as stupid as it gets, I still find it strange that he was defeated. However, seeing your power, I understand now, that only makes me regret more. Fire does not affect me. Do you know why? He struggled to stand up. Of course I know. The helmet you are wearing has the properties of a demon, the king of the forest named Demon, and they can destroy a castle with countless fiery arrows piercing through the body. The blood demon can utilize that property of the demon, Eden said. In that case, you should be aware of this. No matter how much you try to release your spiritual energy, it will be meaningless before me. What a pity, he replied to him. If you call my fire meaningless, I just need to use something else. He was baffled. What? Then he raised his sword forward. A blue light enveloped him. He was surprised. Wait. This coldness. First, that terrifying fire spiritual energy already surprised me. And now you are using equivalent water system spiritual energy, advanced properties, and your ability to control spiritual energy at such a young age. He wondered. Who exactly are you? He replied. Do you need to know? Either way, you will soon die at my hands. He looked at him and mocked. Hoo. Look how arrogant you are. Immediately he swung his sword, attacking him. He raised his hand to block. Let us see how long your will can last. At this moment, Bajan was leading people towards the battle to support Jia-on. He suddenly froze at the sight before him. Jia-on was fighting hand-to-hand with Eden. He was astonished. The spiritual energy he was using was ice instead of fire as usual. Can he use two types of spiritual energy? Moreover, the pressure around him and the blade of spiritual energy. He thought to himself. When did he become a swordsmanship expert? The warriors on this continent are divided into different types based on their strength. Anyone who uses a weapon, including swords, is categorized based on their skill with spiritual energy. Those who have just learned to use spiritual energy are rookies. Those familiar with spiritual energy and can separate it from their bodies to infuse it into their weapons are called spiritual energy users. Then there are those who have trained in endless spiritual energy and can release spiritual energy into the environment. They are the ones who can use sword energy, known as spiritual energy experts. Based on this definition and comparing it to the ongoing battle, it means Jian has reached the level of an expert who can use sword energy, which should not be possible. Yet he is fighting against the blood demon, known as an expert. Now Bourne realized this fact late. His gut continued to follow the battle, seeing both sides were indeed evenly matched, which is why they could hold on until now, with minimal injuries on both sides. And that was just on the surface. For warriors like Boron, the toll was almost visible. He continued to evaluate the fight. But even though he was fighting the blood demon, he still could not inflict any significant damage. Perhaps he somewhat ignored the difference in strength. But suddenly the eyes of the two met, as if there was a string connecting them tightly. He blankly realized a problem he had forgotten. John was looking straight into his eyes. He said he would create a loophole, and needed them to combine their attacks, because they had spent so much time together at the 5th training school. They could communicate with just a glance. Not only did he realize this, but also their other companions received the instructions through his gaze. Runan and Mata exchanged knowing looks, nodding to each other as if they had caught the signal. They gripped their swords tightly. Indeed, we are the Xichhatit family, though 3 are 1. All ignited a strong determination that we must protect this village, and with a strong belief in the small boy who is bravely leading the charge. If John is with us, we can do it. The moment he struck with his sword at the monster's vital spot, it let out a painful cry. He borrowed that fleeting moment of pain and turned around. It was time to attack. And just like that, the 3 immediately united to strike the monster struggling with pain. Now, apart from John fiercely attacking the monster, in their minds, there was only one thought. We will win, and we can win with the combined strength. Just at that decisive moment, it was unclear who trapped whom. The monster suddenly roared, its gaze blazing with intent directly aimed at them. I have been waiting for you, insects, it said. They had no way to retreat, and the monster had only one strategy: to triumph with its overwhelming strength. He was bewildered as he was thrown far away, astonished to realize that fighting spirit. He could unleash his fighting spirit around like an explosion. Finally, in those late moments, in anger, he concluded, this bastard, an expert. He has reached the level of a master. Laughing at the pain of others, the monster was now extremely pleased. I wondered if I should chase after each of you. You have saved me some energy. Seeing those expressions full of hope fall into complete despair always delighted me. Do you think I will be pushed back by you? All of you must die here today, because you do not know your place. Saying that, the monster swung its steel fist, intending to take them out with a single strike, so that before they went to the underworld, they would know what absolute power is. But 30 is not yet Tet. Until the last minute, it is still unknown who is the chicken, and who is the rice, and how many traps are in there. He exuded a whirlwind of spiritual power, swinging his sword with a fierce killing intent never seen before. You are not the only one waiting for this opportunity. The moment is now. If not, then when else? All the killing intent he had accumulated in his past life as an assassin allowed him to merge with the myriad fire technique and focus entirely into one point. And now it was truly the concentrated force of battle. He swung his sword drenched with powerful spiritual energy into the ultimate point. The myriad fire technique. Peak, and precisely. It pierced the enemy's heart, allowing the arrogant monster to taste the flavor of a loser. The sword pierced through the monster's heart, causing a brutal aftershock. The monster stared blankly, standing frozen in place. The clouds dispersed. The sunlight broke through, and the monster fell. He breathed heavily in exhaustion. Without the party being over, Raon could not help but curse joyfully. Damn it, that was awesome. But do not celebrate too soon while your opponent still has a breath left. The monster somewhat praised his strategy. You took advantage of my weak defense when I shifted my spiritual energy to attack. Right. If I had made a mistake, I would have died. However, he was bewildered, unprepared for the type of attack coming from the monster, slamming him into a nearby tree painfully. I have not finished yet. The monster scoffed, looking at him. Then right in front of him, broke his sword, which seemed capable of making history by taking down the monster. If you want to bridge the gap in skill between us, you still have a long way to go. Raon gritted his teeth in anger, propping himself up, thinking, I thought I could do it if his spiritual energy weakened, but I could not pierce his muscles. He has reinforced his skin and muscles to block my sword, so this is indeed a master of spiritual energy. Even now, he had to admit the vast difference in levels between them. His plan was ruined, Raon gloomily concluded, then immediately ordered. All trainees, listen up. I order you as team leader everyone. Run away from here. The demand was so shocking that it made Boren forget the pain of taking a hit from the monster. What are you saying? He hurriedly explained the reason and ordered again. We cannot defeat him right now. We must run away and evacuate the villagers. There is no more time. We have to evacuate the trainees and villagers to minimize casualties. Thinking that, he looked at him ruthlessly and said, Boren, do you think a trainee should die a coward's death here? If you do not think so, then fulfill your duty. Resolving, he ordered. Everyone, retreat. Focus on escaping from the blood demon. We must save at least one more person from the blood demon. All warriors immediately complied and fled. Meanwhile, he looked back and urged, Raon, no matter what, do not. He smiled and replied, understood, giving them some time to struggle. Then he would deal with it at once. Waiting for him to finish arranging, the monster provoked. Do you think those insects can escape from me? More importantly, do you think you can hold on long enough for others to escape? To this question from him, he did not answer but called out, Rage. I want to bet. It laughed mockingly. Finally, it is my turn, it asked. Although you tried to place a bet, it seems you will die at any moment. What are you betting on? He did not hesitate to reply immediately. The bet is to see whether you or I will be the one to die. It scoffed. Do you think you can win against him? But the truth was, he did not care about his pride and openly admitted, it is almost impossible. Then bargained to meet the minimum conditions. Restore my spiritual energy and body. In exchange, I will accept your wrath. It thought for a moment and agreed. With the current situation, you will die. And I want to be able to take over your body. So I will restore you. Let us see how you directly bear my wrath. He painfully received the wrath like a storm flooding into him. His whole body felt like being electrocuted and pricked with needles. Hearing the sound of strings and their strange exchange, the monster wondered, what is that? You did not drink the blood of an Ogle 2C. I do not understand how you recovered so quickly. It is absurd. He had restored his condition. Pointed his sword at him. I told you before. You do not need to know. From here on, I will accompany you until dawn. A group of people rushed to move quickly. Boren led the group, commanding, now. I hope everyone acts according to my orders. Please assist those who are injured or having difficulty moving. I know everyone is very tired, but we must move quickly. We do not have time. We need to hurry and find a safe place. Someone heard Boren urging and anxiously sweated. What is happening? Are we going to be okay? Another complained. This is happening just as we arrived here. Martha quietly followed behind the two, now stopping to murmur. Martha stopped, looking down, facing that monster alone for the sake of all of us. Another asked curiously, Miss Martha. What Martha did not stop, continuing to say, even though his arms and ribs are broken, he is still fighting. Then immediately, Martha angrily shouted, so what is with your attitude now? You can do a thing. She did not hesitate to continue yelling at those two. Are you planning to die stupidly here? Boren, also heartbroken, called out, Martha. Then he gripped her arm tightly, asserting, she is right. This is not the time to be discouraged. Then he waved his hand loudly urging, Everyone hurry. Kren has gone to a nearby branch to request assistance. Reinforcements from the fake tribe are definitely on the way. While he was directing, they had to act quickly before. Then behind, a large shadow kept shifting the ground. A goblin appeared behind Boren, causing everyone to panic with worry. That is it. Is not it a goblin? Why is it here? Boren worriedly sweated. Why would a goblin, the king of the forest, come as suddenly? A warning shout came. Quan is here. There is another one. The whole group was surrounded by 2 giant goblins. Everyone assumed a high alert fighting stance but also worriedly asked, are we surrounded by goblins? Is it possible for something like this to happen? Martha suddenly realized the worrying issue. Thinking, it can be. She remembered the goblin with the crown, Aiden. Thinking, those damned Edens can control monsters. The reason the blood demon did not overlook Ra-on to rush at us is that he released the goblins. Anticipating that this would happen, the 2 in the group had lost their fighting spirit. Despairing, we are done for. We will die without having a chance to resist. But a voice rang out, adding motivation. Don't give up. The reason that the blood demon of this person does not usually overlook Raunen to charge at us is because he set the fairy free. Anticipating that this would happen, the 2 in the group had no fighting spirit. Despairing, we are done. We will die without being able to fight back. But a voice added motivation. Do not give up. Boren stood firm against the 2 giant fairies without flinching, resolutely saying, Raunen is still fighting. If we die meaninglessly here, then I will never be able to face Raunen again. The one who is fighting the blood demon alone. Martha moved to his right side to praise him. This time you are right. Runen on the right drew his sword affirmatively. We need to evacuate everyone and quickly support Raunen. Boren stood between the 2, his gaze resolute. Thinking, that is right. We can die here. The 3 of them fought together, without fear against the 2 giant monsters, because they shared the same thought. It is the least we can do for Raunen. Who is fighting alone for us? A powerful mana vortex swirled like the wind as the 3 of them charged forward, using swords and mana to attack the 2 giant monsters. Suddenly Boren was surprised. Eden on this side seemed to have victory in hand and was evaluating. This wind, Raunen, covered in blood, sat leaning against a rock. Eden advised. Truly resilient. Do not push yourself anymore. Rauen's eyes opened, looking at his broken arm. He thought, my left arm is broken and blocking me. If I cut off my left arm, I could fight a little longer. Rauen tilted his bloodied face up and wondered. But why am I doing this? Rauen leaned against the rock, not moving, and asked himself a series of questions. Each nerve in his body was screaming in pain. Why do I have to endure pain that I never felt even in my previous life? And fight this monster? His eyes slightly opened as he thought. If it were in my previous life, I would have definitely run away by now. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared before him. She sweetly called Rauen. Sylvia embraced his injured body to comfort and encourage him, saying, I want you to become a proud warrior, a knight of ancient times. In Sylvia's embrace, he was stunned, thinking, that is right, the word Sylvia said back then. Remembering his 3 teammates, he sank into an endless stream of thoughts. And the memories with those teammates he had gone through were binding him here. He recalled the image of Runen handing him a box of pastries without hesitation, seemingly unconcerned about others, yet kinder than anyone. Runen, 2 images of Bren, always steadfast and trying. He started off not very smoothly, but now he was aiming for a worthy goal. And Miss Martha, shouldering the iPhone sword, she was rough around the edges, but with unwavering faith, a person I can trust. Martha, Ron, regardless of his injured body covered in blood. He slowly stood up while still caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. To be honest, telling them not to make me emotional would be a lie. I want to save them. Those who are gradually becoming knights of ancient times. The essence of the emperor behind him asked. Have you allowed your teammates to escape my control now while still enduring my wrath? Ron acknowledged fearlessly. So you have realized the essence of the emperor behind him. Hearing the acknowledgement, became furious and shouted. How arrogant. Ron, ancient times. There are limits to how much you can look down on me. Do you really believe you can regain control of your body while I kill this person and chase after your teammates? It angrily attacked his back, shouting, then if standing firm is difficult, what do you plan to do? He could not avoid the attack, only able to choose to endure the pain. His body was exhausted. Collapsing before Eden, the essence of the emperor continued to scold. As soon as you receive my wrath, you have failed. You can withstand the possession, but the moment you give your body to me, you will never get it back. Looking at Round, lying on the ground, Eden finally spoke. It seems you have finally reached your limit. I just came up with a really good idea. Ignoring his struggle to get up, Eden turned his back and left a remark. I will leave you behind and go kill your teammates first. Sounds much more interesting now. He happily shared his idea. Imagine that. Your expression when I kill each of your teammates right before your eyes. Ron gritted his teeth and thought to himself, looking at Eden's back. He quietly thought, the rookies can withstand attacks from a master like the Blood Demon. While everyone is escaping, I have to hold him back. Suddenly he introduced himself. My name is Ron, Z-Cat. Causing Eden to turn around in surprise. Ron, not everyone stands up. But I firmly declare, I am the descendant of the Northern Destroyer King, Glenn Z-Cat. And one day I will become the strongest swordsman on this continent. Until my heart stops beating, you won't be able to leave this place. Demonic Eden. He holds the sword pointed at Eden and says, for your age, that is quite the bitter spirit to have. Eden hears this and turns to face him, admiring and respecting him. Saying that great does not even begin to describe it. All right. I need to show the proper respect for a warrior like you. He still channels mana into his palm and asserts, I will remember your name. Ron. Z-Cat then throws a punch at him. He just holds that sword still, thinking he has no strength left. Ron, closing his eyes as if accepting his fate. He thinks to evade this attack. A gentle green wind suddenly wraps around him, bringing him back to his senses. Ron, filled with hope. A figure with fiery red hair appears right in front of him, using a sword to block Aiden's punch. Ron, smiling gently. He playfully scolds. You are late, Master. The other person responds. Sorry about that, Rimmer jokes back. I slept in a bit. Rimmer takes a fighting stance and reminds him. And now you can leave this to me. Eden looks at the sword in Rimmer's hand in surprise. The shining sword of Z-Cat. Rimmer does not forget to greet him. It has been a while. Bald guy. He squints at Rimmer and asks, what are you doing here? Rimmer gets into a fighting stance, holding his sword out in front as a warning. I can't just stand by while someone like you tramples on new growth. He looks down on him. Really did not expect someone at your level to be sent to supervise students. Z-Cat has gotten weak. The two rush at each other, swords and fists clashing with great power. Eden continues to throw punches at Rimmer while mocking him. So you really struggled to push out an attack like this? Even your balance is completely gone. He curiously asks, is it true that the rumors about your energy core being shattered, turning you into a cripple, are real? Rimmer quickly steps back, gathering mana to respond. You are completely wrong. You should be the source of information, whether past or present. You are also slow on gathering information. How long have I been away from the front lines for rumors like this to spread? Eden firmly denies and retorts. You are lying through your teeth. Your swordsmanship used to be terrifying, and now your sword is nothing but a gentle breeze. He fiercely throws a downward punch at Rimmer, shouting, someone like you can't possibly cut me down. As Rimmer dodges the punch by swiftly moving to the side, he thinks, this brute. John sits to the side, watching the fierce battle between Eden and his master, thinking, Rimmer is truly graceful in the air, like a leaf dancing in the wind. Watching Rimmer's movements and techniques so agile and perfect that Eden can't land a hit, he continues to assess. Moreover, the attacks he unleashes are so perfect that they send shivers down my spine. If Rimmer still has strength, this battle has already been determined. So why is he prolonging it, as if allowing me to observe? Suddenly, Rimmer realizes something astonishing. Wait, could it be? Just like before, he is intentionally showing me his swordsmanship. Watching Rimmer soar like the wind, he thinks in amazement. Even in such circumstances, he still teaches. He must be insane. Suddenly, Rimmer seriously charges toward Eden with his sword while taunting him, acting so arrogant. And yet you still can take me down even though I am weakened. At this rate, your universe will be stolen from you. Eden angrily throws a punch at him, shouting, take this. But quick as a flash, instead of blocking, Rimmer expertly dodges that attack. Eden, furious from being toyed with, shouts loudly, the shining sword, stop joking around and fight seriously with me. Rimmer remains calm and cheerful, thinking, I will have to deal with him gently. I am almost at my limit. This material is really going crazy. I guess it is time for me to end this. Turning to Xon, who is sitting injured and resting, Rimmer calls out to remind him, look closely. Xon. A strong mana source gathers around Rimmer. He is still very relaxed while treating Xon. This is how a Z-Cat fights, and you need to learn it. Raising the sword in front of him, channeling mana, Rimmer solemnly casts a spell, revealing the sword field. A powerful vortex of wind appears as he finishes speaking. Eyes like a storm, Eden looks at the person in front of him with the sword firmly pointed to the sky, worriedly thinking, that is a raging storm with him at the center. Right, on top of that, His aura crushes everything within its range. He does this so I can escape. He begins to tense up, lowering his center of gravity to build momentum. Then the only way is to crush it head on. He viciously leaps up, using all his strength to attack, wanting to obliterate Rimmer as he shouts, "I will crush you." The shining sword of Zikhat. Rimmer's feet nimbly push off the ground. For a brief moment, the two face each other as Eden relentlessly charges in to kill Rimmer. Immediately after, both launch their attacks against each other, neither yielding. From within the forest, a loud explosion suddenly erupts, sending dirt flying everywhere. At this moment, Eden and Rimmer stand back to back. Eden does not turn around but speaks in regret. "You have halved the strength from our bodies and auras, and preserved all the wind in the calm region of your sword. Naturally, the sword field should be like that." But Eden curiously asked, "How is it that you, who are not a direct descendant of Zikhat, can create a sword field before he dies?" Rimmer does not hesitate to let him die clearly. "In fact, it is not a sword field. It is something similar I created by borrowing the strength of nature. I have a close affinity with nature." Eden heavily looks up at the full moon in the sky, realizing the issue, says, "Even when pretending to be weak, a tiger is still a tiger." Now he turns back to John, regretful. "If there is anything I regret, it is that I could not kill that guy. I must definitely kill that bastard. This will heavily affect our mission." Rimmer refuses, saying, "Come on. How can we entrust our little prince to someone like you?" Looking at the injured John, Eden can't help but admit, he really possesses the qualities to become a king. But do not get the wrong idea. We also have a talent that can rival that monster. Today, Eden can't take it anymore. His massive body collapses, but he still stubbornly leaves one last word. "It is my defeat." The shining sword of X. Rimmer does not even spare him a glance and walks away, approaching John, who is resting. Rimmer asks, "You have been observing up close, have not you?" Standing tall in front of John, Rimmer calmly wraps up his lecture. "That is something you need to learn as an XS, a sword master." Rimmer's handsome face smiles gently as he explains. "Unlike mages, you create a spatial field using mana. It is a spatial field formed by the mental development and explosive aura of a person. A sword field created from all experiences, achievements, aura, and even the echoes from your online presence. You are a direct descendant, so one day you will be able to use it." Looking at his injured body, bleeding, Rimmer quickly concludes, "So until that day, gather as much experience as possible." Rimmer's face blooms like a flower as he asks, "You all see it now, right?" At this moment, John notices behind him that Baron, Martha, and Sylvia are there, panting and learning. "Why are you all here?" The three run towards him, each with a scolding. "John, you bastard. You are still alive." Under Rimmer's gaze, the three approach John, asking, "John Zikhat, I am so glad you are okay. Are your wounds all right?" Rimmer seems a bit off, his whole body stiff, thinking, "Geez, acting normal is so hard." A large palace gate gradually opens. There are certain conditions that a non-direct descendant of Zikhat must meet to use a sword field. Experience is a given. There is also affinity with the attribute, and above all, physical strength, life force. Thus, they actually consume their own lifespan. Nevertheless, Rimmer still smiles. "In addition to the damaged energy core, I still used a sword field, so pretending to be fine is already difficult." But soon after, Rimmer reassures himself, "Well, I have no regrets at all." Remembering the image of Eden and John in front of him, Rimmer thinks about what John showed him when he joined the battlefield late. Seeing John injured but still determined not to back down, Rimmer completely sinks into thought. It is the birth of a new king. Rimmer was moved by John's indomitable spirit, telling himself, at that moment, "I formed my resolve. I will serve this child as my new master." Remembering the heavily injured body in the past, he thinks, "With the damaged energy core, I no longer feel like I am living." But tears hid behind thoughts that changed. "But because these children have brought meaning to my life." He resolutely stands up from behind, following John's group, affirming, "So I have received a new life." Rimmer smiles contentedly at the current outcome, looking at the contradictory scene before him. He thinks, "Thus, even if my lifespan is shortened, I have no regrets. Of course, before I die, I want to see him become the king of Zikhat."